much for coming. My name is Laura Caroline Gelada. I am the interim director here at DePaul Art Museum, and I cannot tell you how thrilled we are to have all of you here, both in person and streaming from home, as we welcome Ear Taxi Festival back to DePaul Art Museum. We were thrilled to be able to host everyone for the preview concerts back in August, and I'm really excited to work with Jenny and have everyone back for today's professional workshop day, as well as the full day of concerts on Friday as well. One of the things that we at DePaul Art Museum are always really interested in are the ways that visual arts can intersect and become sort of a multidisciplinary teaching tool for other avenues of culture and avenues of the arts. And music is certainly one of our favorite ways to be able to do that. So we're thrilled to be able to partner with Ear Taxi and are so appreciative of the partnership that we've been able to build together. So welcome to the museum. We hope that while you are in with us today, in addition to taking in the incredible presentations, that you will also take a few minutes to pop into our galleries. Right now we have 2 exhibitions up: Stockyard Institute, 25 Years of Art and Radical Pedagogy, as well as Learned Objects, studio works by William Estrada, Regina Gloria, Nicole Mary Keene, and Rochelle Royster. Each of these exhibitions are really thinking about the social practice works and really lifestyles of artists that for so long have been working throughout the neighborhoods of Chicago, and kind of tying in those visual arts elements along with a real kind of knack for rethinking our educational systems and the ways that we think about how to kind of rethink who gets to be an artist, who gets to be a teacher, who gets to make music, how do we make that music together, how do we make those works together, and kind of what are the problems that can potentially be solved through that kind of art making process together, particularly from an interdisciplinary lens. So this partnership between DePaul Art Museum and Ear Taxi Festival is a really perfect one for us in this moment, as well as we begin to really rethink our own kind of educational processes within a museum institution. And we're so glad to be able to do that together with Ear Taxi. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Jenny. Thank you so much.
Laura Caroline. It is really such a joy to be here, and yes, it was wonderful to have our concerts here earlier this summer, our preview concerts, and we're right back here again on Friday, opening up our Friday Ear Taxi Festival Day downstairs in the art galleries of the DePaul Art Museum. Ear Taxi Festival is a citywide celebration of Chicago music in the 21st century. Chicago is part of the traditional homelands of the Council of the Three Fires, the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi nations. Many other tribes like the Miami, Ho-Chunk, Menominee, Sac, and Fox also call this area home. We were fortunate enough to be able to present Ear Taxi Festival largely free for live concerts and live stream, and so we'd love to encourage our audience to visit our Ear Taxi Festival website, visit the artist pages, visit our donate pages, and what you might pay for a ticket for admission, we would love for you to consider donating that directly to the artists. I'd love to take an opportunity to thank our leadership team. My name is Jenny O'Brown. I should have probably said that to begin with, but I'm part of the leadership team. Michael Lewanski, who's our curatorial director, Jessica Wolf, who is our managing director, Larab K. Raphael, who's our director of community engagement, Justin Peters, who's our production manager, Phoebe Wu, who's our operations assistant, and Beth Kohler, who's our production assistant. We'd also like to thank the New Music Chicago Board, and especially Amy Wirtz, Marianne Parker, and Javier Bateta, who served on our executive team together with Amy Iwano. We would also like to thank our advising attorney, Michael Bolivar, and treasurer, Jim Adair. Ear Taxi Festival gratefully acknowledges the generous support of our funders and donors, Helen Zell, Paul M. Angel Family Foundation, the DePaul Art Museum, Richard H. Streethouse Foundation, National Endowment for the Arts, Gaylord and Dorothy Donnelly Foundation, the Irving Harris Foundation, Elizabeth F. Cheney Foundation, New Music USA, the Augusta Reed Thomas and Bernard Rand's Trust, Chicago Department of Cultural Affairs and Special Events, Loretta Julian, John Bierbussi, the Cliff Dwellers Arts Foundation, Jane Herron, the Illinois Arts Council, Gregory Negocian in memory of Richard Negocian, Timothy J. Lyman in honor of composer Amos Gillespie, Bruce Altman and Bonnie McGrath, Mike and Mary Wolliver, Javier Beteta, Reba and Bob Caffarelli in honor of the 2021 Ear Taxi Festival leadership team. And Reba, of course, was a major part of the 2016 Ear Taxi Festival team. Amy Iwano, Joan Mazzanelli in memory of Lawrence Cleavon, Marjorie Steinspring, and an anonymous donor who makes her donation in honor of the many artists and administrators who struggled through the last year, made this festival mark a reawakening for each of them and for Chicago's music community. And we'd also like to thank our contributing partners, Riva and David Logan Center for the Arts, WFMT, and StoryCorps. Thank you so much. I'm so thrilled to introduce Deidre Huckabay, who's going to share some wonderful tidbits about her.
Hello. Hi, thank you. What a pleasure to be here. I almost started crying. Those dedications are so touching. I just have to extend congratulations to Jenny, to the entire Ear Taxi Festival team, to all of you Music Chicago. It's just wonderful to be part of this reawakening right now. Reawakening is such a good word. And this is also my first time presenting in person in like 2 years. So, you know, I've become really accustomed to working on Zoom. It's wonderful to be here and a treat to actually have a chance to have a real life in-person conversation. I can't wait. One reason why I love writing grants and working in arts and culture fundraising is because it means I get to meet a lot of artists and talk to them about their process and how they make ends meet. It's just one of the most fascinating things to me. So I love being here and presenting in this work just because of y'all and because of artists. Today's presentation, I want to offer a spoiler right up top. This presentation is about class, as in the Marxist understanding of class and class struggle, in which an owning class exists in tension with a working class. While we may not think of ourselves as engaging in class struggle when we write grants, my goal today is to show that we are, very much so. I want to make a point about class not to agitate or foment resentment. Rather, I want us, all of us artists and musicians, to get into the habit of turning to one another to build class solidarity, to get into the habit of inspiring, comforting, and giving hope to one another, and to get in the habit of collectively imagining ways that wealth could work differently in our field. It will take all of us working together to build a just society in which everybody is cared for and all people enjoy freedom and equality. Luckily, we as artists, we have imagination, and all of society turns to us to dream up solutions for a utopian future. So that's what I'd like to do here today, is to actually spend down below a little bit of time truly collectively dreaming about how we want money to work in our field. First, I'll be making introductions. I'll be giving a little bit of background on capitalism and class struggle, and this may be some things you all may already be familiar, but I think it's worth getting into a little bit of detailed background. We'll talk about class struggle in grant writing, and a lot of the things I hear from musicians and artists that make us think, oh, am I really in class struggle right now? This is just a grant. I want to address some of those common questions. Finally, I'd love to spend some time just talking amongst us about, how we feel about art and money, how we would love for it to work in the future. And finally, because this is a grant writing workshop, and I'm sure you showed up looking for some advice on how to write better grants and how to win more proposals, we'll talk about that. And I have a handout with some really solid writing advice that I always give to all of my clients and in all of my workshops, which is, you'll take it away and you'll be able to write a better grant proposal tomorrow. Thanks. A bit laggy. First on introductions, I meant to give a land acknowledgement, but thankfully Jenny offered this land acknowledgement for us, especially as we begin talking about grants and about fundraising. I think a land acknowledgement is especially important to give because when we're talking about grants, we're talking about the movement of money among institutions and people, right? And the wealth that we are talking about, the money that we are talking about, exists because white settlers stole land from indigenous people and extracted resources from that land. We also have to acknowledge that that same wealth depends on the extraction of free labor from slaves and the ongoing extraction of labor from exploited workers, historically and in the present day. We're going to keep talking about this throughout the session, but I think it's important to just say who I am first. Hi, I'm Deidre. My pronouns are they, them. This is new for me. I'm an emergent, non-binary person. A lot of you are familiar with me. That's news. So please, they, them pronouns for me. I'm an artist. I studied flute in school. I'm also a grant writer. I've been writing grants in arts and culture for 8 years. Some of my clients have included New Music Chicago and the Air Taxi Festival. I've been so proud to see them win some grants to put on this wonderful event. I also work for the Chicago International Puppet Theater Festival, for 8th Blackbird, for the Inglewood Jazz Festival, for lots of musicians and individual artists around town too. The first thing I'd like to get to is a bit of background on capitalism in class. And again, this might be something that's familiar to everyone, but I think it's worth, before we do that, I'd love to hear a little bit from you actually, before we get started. What do you need to know about grants today? What brought you here? What do you already think about grants? How are you feeling right now? I'd love to turn the mic on you.
I'll start with that, because I've heard a lot of grants over the years. And I think I'm very curious to hear more about the class struggle and everything in grants. But one of the things that I've if I may speak and say I've found frustrating with grants over the years is how the funding priorities can change on a dime. And you may start a program that relies on a grant or a particular funding priority only to find that this foundation or what have you no longer wants to do education or no longer wants to do whatever it is. So that's always something you have to really keep up on. There are trends in grants that I don't know that everybody always knows that certain things are hot at certain times.
Exactly. Yeah, certainly the case. Any others have grants on their mind today? Oh yeah, please. Yeah.
I'm just sort of like an emerging musician and just kind of exploring what these things are. When I did my bachelor's, there was no discussion whatsoever about how we can create our own art. It was all very reactionary. You're going to be put in a situation, you're going to do something, and then you're going to be rewarded for it. And so
Fascinating.
I'm now like kind of rebelling against that, and so I basically have to write a funding application for the middle of November. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Oh, wonderful.
So that's why I'm here.
Congratulations on making that first step. But yeah, both of those are quite similar stories actually. It sounds like oftentimes the artwork program has to respond to the opportunity, right? Has to respond to things that are out there that are expected that happen to be hot. So yeah, it's definitely a challenge to be doing what you really want to do or what you believe is artistically integral given that situation. Yeah, Peter.
For me, granting opportunities often feel like something that's in extremely high demand. I imagine as people get a million applications.
Yeah.
And it seems like part of how they handle that is by making the process very restrictive. Like,
Yes.
we'll accept this information from you and we'll decide to give you this and this. And given the very open-ended nature of work and partnerships and communities and all the different forms that these can take, it's very exciting to hear you frame a conversation of how could this look differently. Because it feels so very much like if you're lucky, you'll get this shit in this exact way and then go on your way.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're stakeholders in this community and it can look many different ways.
Right.
But it's not something I've given much creative thought to.
Yeah, I mean, I have definitely been there 8 years, 10 years into a grant writing career. It really feels like buying a lottery ticket still. And I'm a good grant writer. I know it's not me. So I hear from a lot of clients too, the same frustration. So, I feel like this system is not the most effective, but what can we do about it? It's luckily that we are convening a whole room full of artists together to talk about it. a tangential history lesson, and if you're having that feeling, if you're wondering, when are we going to talk about how I'm going to get paid? I'd love to get paid. I understand that feeling is valid. It's essential to me that we get you paid. And yet, you know, when we talk about getting paid, we can't stop short at the goal of winning my own grant. I certainly want a grant, and I want a grant for you. I actually want everyone in this room to get a grant. And when you start thinking of it that way, you realize that actually the solution is not to hone my personal individual grant writing skills, but actually to work collectively to figure out how all of us can redistribute wealth a little bit more equitably, a little bit more fairly. So that's why it's important to me to talk about class under capitalism. Again, a refresher, what's capitalism? I encourage anybody who hasn't in a while, you know, gone to refreshed what capitalism is to check out Vivek Chibber's 3 pamphlet series, The ABCs of Capitalism. They're free to download online. They're super easy reading, 40 pages each. Chibber writes, the simplest way to identify capitalism is on the basis of something called market dependence. In a capitalist society, the vast majority of people depend on the market to make a living. What this means is that when people try to acquire the basic necessities for their well-being, such as food, clothing, and shelter, they have to buy or rent them from someone else. They don't have the option of making the essentials themselves. A system in which everyone is market dependent has several important characteristics. These are the 3 characteristics Chibber names. All production is carried out for selling on the market, not for self-consumption. What that means is that when someone produces a good like tacos, they don't actually need to necessarily like their tacos, or those tacos don't necessarily need to do a good thing in the world. The only thing that they need is for someone to be willing to buy that taco. And tacos are, you know, like the most innocent version of that story. You know, you can put a lot of things in the blank there. Other factors that are distinctive to capitalism is that the labor that goes into production is by people working for a wage, and that productive establishments are privately owned. There are owners of those businesses, and there are laborers working at those businesses. This lag is a bit finicky. Here we go. So this is the main feature here. 2 classes at work in modern capitalism. There's the capitalist class, the bourgeoisie, the class of owners, the class of employers. Market pressures create a motivation for the owners of businesses to increase profit by lowering costs and raising the expectation for productivity in the workplace. Again, the market centrality affects both of these classes differently. Market pressure for the working class, the proletariat, the class of laborers, market pressure creates a motivation, a very essential motivation, to just work in order to pay your rent and to buy food and to take care of your family. I want to be sure to stop here and say that individual capitalists themselves are not necessarily evil, just as individual jobs are not necessarily horrible. In fact, plenty of capitalists, we're grateful, plenty of capitalists generously donate to support the arts, and plenty of jobs give people the chance to do fulfilling things that make a good difference in the world. When we talk about class struggle, we aren't necessarily talking about individual capitalists or individual workers. We are observing the tension brought about by a system, one in which individuals in each class play certain roles. In a capitalist system, market dependence drives capitalists and workers toward opposing aims. Capitalists need to keep costs low, and employers hire workers at the lowest rate the market will allow. As a result, every laborer's relationship with every boss is de facto a tense one. Workers are putting their literal lives on the line, and the choice is work or die. It's obviously a very tense situation. I think it's worth, here we go. Chibber makes it quite clear. We see the roots of one of the most basic facts about capitalism. Even though workers and capitalists work together to produce their firm's revenue, how they go about doing it and how the benefits are distributed is dictated by the bosses. And this enables capitalists to set the terms of work in a way that they reap the gains of economic growth while labor's vulnerability forces it to absorb most of the costs. Employers' power to hire and fire enables them to organize work in such a way that the benefits come to them, while employees are forced to adjust their lives around the demands of work. The result is vast wealth and power for one side, with stagnant incomes, insecurity, overwork, and collapsing health for the other. You know, this point here of the capitalist retaining control of the terms of work reminds me of what Seth said about funders constantly issuing guidelines, issuing new programs, creating, you know, creating whole industries just because their priorities are changing. And it's we, the program providers, the musicians, who have to adapt our programs to match that. I wonder, what are some other ways this may or may not be resonating for you right now? And also, is this new material? Is this a brush up? Is this related to grants at all? What do you think?
Actually, I want to, because, you know, I have a friend who started a company that's called, it's responsible investing. Because if you invest in like a Vanguard, you have no idea how they're using their money. If you put it in the oil companies or something, you know.
Right.
So, I mean, her company says, no, we hope to make you money because that's what we're trying to do, but it'll be in ethical ideas. And my point is that, I mean, grants, so many of them rely, when the stock market is high, their portfolio is high,
Right.
and they can give more money to us.
Yes.
And you know, when your stock market is low, and so like to a certain extent, we're weirdly dependent upon things we don't support.
Yes.
You know, and I know that's your point with the class struggle and capitalism, but it is something. I mean, you know, I've certainly thought about it my entire career, and I know a lot of people are thinking about it. And here, there's no answer, but it is frustrating sometimes because I do wonder. You know, when you look and see what things are funded, you go, well, I mean. You know, I happen to know that family is led by a dude who just goes and you know, destroys other businesses for his own, you know, so anyway, these are things that everybody's thinking about right now.
Exactly.
But I don't know what the answer is, and you know, I mean, are any funders that you know of, any grants becoming more transparent about how they invest their capital and where it comes from?
You know, in terms of investing the endowments, I haven't heard anybody be more transparent about that or be more thoughtful about what they do literally with the investment. Plenty of funders, and we'll talk about this a little bit further down the line, plenty of funders are being much more transparent about how decisions get made, about how they spend their income, but not very many are, you know, there's the 5% every year that they spend on grant making, and then there's the 95% of their investment that is the endowment that remains invested, right? And not a lot of people are talking about that 95% when there are, you know, $800 billion in endowed investments in all of the philanthropic institutions nationwide. That's $800 billion this is really making an impact in some industry. And we don't have a lot of sense of what that is exactly. That's that 800 billion number. I get that from Edgar Villanueva, which if y'all haven't read Decolonizing Wealth, it's another great read to add to the further reading list from today. Well, okay, I think it's worth it to directly kind of attach this conversation about capitalism and class to the process of grant writing. And there are a few ways to do this. This is something I run into with musicians all the time when I start talking about class. A lot of musicians and artists face certain obstacles when they come to the idea of class consciousness, awareness of themselves in a class struggle. Am I really in a class struggle right now? Like, I just need to get this grant in, is something that certainly happens to me a lot. Because we often work in nonprofit and university settings or on handshake agreements with friends, we can easily bump up against some authentic camaraderie and common cause with our bosses, with board members, with executive leadership, with donors, with funders. We all share a common belief that institutions or our projects, they have noble purposes. They educate people, they share music, they create art. And yet, it's really crucial to name class struggle where it exists in our industry. And I want to go so far as to say that when you name that class struggle, you are not invalidating the true, authentic camaraderie you share with the board members and the donors who support you, with the partners who are making your work happen. It's not an invalidation of those precious relationships. It's not about anger and resentment, as I said before, although that certainly is in the relationship sometimes for some. But finding yourself in class struggle is about realizing that the struggle is shared. That we all are working to get that grant. We all want to win. We all want to win that proposal. And when you begin to come into class consciousness, you realize that you're not facing your struggles alone. That not only do you have sympathy in all of your peers and all artists nationwide, but actually you need each other. You literally need every single artist nationwide if we're going to try to build a movement to change things. Because people power is the only way it's going to happen. Here are some factors that are unique in our working environments. I would say that lead people to be like, oh yeah, I mean, do I need to think about class? People might say, but I'm a freelancer. Me, I am a freelancer. I'm actually a small business owner. I have an LLC because I earn only 1099s a week tax guy was like, you should start a business. But I am a laborer, you know? I don't have a workplace, I don't have coworkers, but I deserve a living wage for my work. All of my colleagues and collaborators also do too. There's solidarity to be found even when you work alone like I do. Or some people think I'm highly educated. You may not be a factory worker or a stagehand or any of those long-standing labor unions, but you have more in common with low-wage workers than with nonprofit leadership or university administrators. Working on behalf of an institution, those workers, middle management workers and executive leadership, they have an incentive to reduce costs and maximize worker efficiency, just like bosses in other industries. Some musicians say, but I knew what I was getting into. We all chose music even though we knew that the pay isn't great, but plenty of cultures, past and present, have been able to value the work that artists do, and artists could quite easily do that too. Some people might say, oh, but audiences need music so badly. A lot of employers will say that it would bankrupt them to pay you more, and that audiences will suffer in the end. But any business that is avoiding financial ruin by exploiting its workers just has a bad business model. And if ongoing self-sacrifice causes artists to burn out, audiences will lose in the end anyway. There's one specifically about grants that I do feel personally all the time. Ooh. People might think, oh, grant money is a gift. We might be in the habit of thinking of foundations as being generous for giving away money for free. And, you know, that is true. Foundations are generous for giving away money for free. Thank God they do. Our industry would not exist otherwise. How can we be in class struggle with foundations when we don't work for them? And isn't it wonderful that grants aren't wages? But I think it's important to say, benevolent or not, that grant making creates competition and that nobody should have to win a special prize in order to live a healthy and fulfilling life in our culture. The point I'm trying to put forward here in making the case that all grant writers are in class struggle is that none of us is alone in our suffering. Again, none of us is alone. All of us are struggling to win grants. That might be why you are here, taking a grant writing workshop. You might take away some information you can use to write better grants tomorrow. But imagine everybody goes to a grant writing workshop and we all get better at writing grants and we all submit grant proposals that are 50% better than the grant proposals we submitted last year. You know, that's not going to change the outcome of those proposals. You know, the outcome will remain the same, except that we will all have worked harder and probably spent more time writing. And probably gotten really good at an arguably pointless skill of grant writing. That's what will happen. Which is why today, you know, there is grant writing advice at the end of the day of my talk today, which I think is very important, but it's also important to contextualize it. It's becoming a better grant writer doesn't fix the underlying problem of competition and market dependence that's going on. Some of us are working very, very hard to write grant proposals, and they feel that they need to win because their lives are literally on the line. But win a grant or die is just the same as work or die, you know? It's just the same as what janitors and electricians and stagehands all experience too. It's not a real choice. The good news though is that we can change the options on offer as long as we work together. And again, I think it's always important for me to just say out loud that naming class struggle between grant makers and grantees has nothing to do with whether any individual donor or foundation or board member or program officer or grant recipient, none of us is good or evil. In fact, you can still be grateful to donors and be in class struggle within a capitalist system. It does not matter how benevolent a donor is, the relationship between a foundation and the grantee is fundamentally classed, with the foundation retaining all of the wealth and all of the power. I think it's also useful to just pull up from time to time what a foundation literally is, according to the text code. Foundation source says, a private foundation is an independent legal entity set up for solely charitable purposes. In exchange for allocating 5% or more of its assets toward grants and grant making each year, grant making means administration, staff pay, copies, a private foundation is exempt from taxes on all of its income. The only rules are that no part of the net earnings of the foundation may, quote, inure to the benefit of any private shareholder or individual, carry on propaganda, or otherwise attempt to influence legislation. So if you have a $100 million endowment and you give away $5 million a year, then all of the capital gains you earn on that investment, which may exceed $5 million a year, depending on how the stock market does or how your investments do, you get to keep all of that income. I think, despite all best intentions, I think it's good to look at this definition because you can see that foundations kind of serve a dual purpose. They are a means of incentivizing charitable giving, but they also really explicitly help an endowment, retain its wealth and grow its wealth. It's a means of hanging on to accumulated wealth. It's also a means of straight up avoiding tax on capital gains. It's a means of directing wealth to charitable causes of personal interest for the wealthy. That means, those wealthy folks get to make the choices about what happens with that money. You don't get them to make the choices, they do on our behalf. It's also a means of obscuring the original sources of that wealth. So I think this idea that foundations exist for solely charitable purposes is a bit ironic. I sometimes like to think that, maybe arguably mortgages exist so that people can have a place to live, but that's not the whole story there. I wonder if anybody has some things to add to the list about it, like in the four corners of the law, what are some other things that the foundation actually does in addition to giving away money? Oh yeah, Peter.
The point about directing wealth to charitable causes of personal interest, depending on the stature of the foundation, it's also signaling to the field at large and to other grant-giving organizations, like really changing the conversation about what's being funded and prioritized based on just a decision they make about their resources.
Yes. Luckily, a lot of those changes have been great in the last couple of years especially. So we're lucky, great, But should those priorities be decided in private by those with the wealth? Are they the ones who know the most about what changes are important for our whole culture? It's arguable.
It's interesting because if you're going to give money, if you're lucky enough to have accumulated money in your lifetime and you want to give it away, your accountant is going to tell you to set up a foundation, right, and to do it that way. But that's I think the benevolent side of it all in many respects, because now that person gets rewarded for giving away and are likely to give away more money. But on the other hand, the less benevolent side, like you said, many of them are set up simply because to protect wealth. And then what also is kind of annoying is, much like with corporations, it allows them to do this virtue signaling thing that they're giving away X amount to charity when the real thing is not that at all. And that's something that I think is worth looking into. It depends how you feel. Some of us want to fund our thing, you know?
Yeah.
But if you're looking at sustainably funding your organization, it's nice to know what foundations are, how they were set up, and what they represent.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, corporate funders are so, like it's even stickier. Like ComEd in Chicago, I don't know if y'all been following the news on ComEd, but it turns out that some of their grantees have been really vocally lobbying some folks in the Illinois State Legislature. And there was just this expose a couple months ago in Tribune about it. I want to pull up one example of Creative Capital, which is one of our benevolent funders. I have to say, like, the work Creative Capital is doing is amazing. If you want, like, a poster child for arts and culture funding, go Google Creative Capital, go see the past awardees. They're really amazing, and they really are authentically trying to do the best they can for our culture. Which is why I want to pull them as an example. As a way of saying, like, it is difficult and maybe impossible for foundations to engage in this class dynamic, even when they are trying their very, very best. Creative Capital gives really large grants of up to $50,000 a year to a few awardees making experimental new work. It's almost always awardees of color. It's almost always socially engaged artwork. And social practice artwork. They're amazing, and I love them. But also, every year Creative Capital receives, or last year, Creative Capital received 4,000 applications, and they made 35 awards. Each grant takes, let's say, 10 to 20 hours to write. This is info I pulled from my own time tracker. I have written a lot of Creative Capital grants over the years, and this is what it has taken me over the last 5 years. Creative Capital proposals take 10 to 20 hours. So, of the artists who did not win the award, that's 3,965 artists and artist teams who collectively spent 60,000 hours working on a grant that they did not win. What's more is that this is time we applicants could be, it's unpaid time that we spent applying, but it's also time that we could be spending going to jobs, taking paid gigs, earning some money ourselves, or making artwork, or taking walks, or being with our loved ones, or really doing nothing. And also, these 60,000 hours, that's time we could be using to organize. Imagine if instead of receiving 4,000 proposals each year, Creative Capital got 4,000 letters from artists asking them to do things a little bit differently, pitching ideas about how they should spend their money or invest their endowment. Or imagine there's an artist-led labor movement that's 4,000 people strong and spends 60,000 hours a year working on it. That's the size. The Chicago BSA is 3,500 people. So, it's already a political party. That's enough to, the Justice at Spotify campaign, I don't know if y'all have been following that, that's like 300 people. So, 4,000 people spending 60,000 hours in 1 year on an organizing cause is huge people power, and we're just not spending it that way. Instead, we're writing grant proposals. And that's just one proposal. People write dozens of proposals every year. And also, I just feel like if you imagine those unpaid working hours put in by artists versus all the capital gains that foundations receive for free as passive income every year on their endowments, when you just weigh the gains and the costs of that relationship dynamic, it's clear. I think an argument that is worth making, I'm not sure I fully, I believe it and many other possible arguments, but it's hard to say that Creative Capital is doing more good than it is doing harm when you look at it this way. Like, are the 35 awards that they give really worth it? They are. And also, it's just such an inexcusable time suck for everyone. Again, I just feel like it's worth proposing a kind of radical idea. When I write a grant proposal and I don't win it, I try to buck myself up, like, oh yeah, it was worthwhile to write my proposal. Like, at least I have my thoughts in writing now. Or like, I made some phone calls because I wrote that proposal, and now I have a project underway now. That's awesome. Or like, who knows who was on the panel, who saw my name, like you never know how those things behind closed doors, like that might shake out for me in the future, but all those are like useful buck up techniques, but I do want to propose a radical idea that it is indeed very demoralizing to write grants and not win them, to write them without any assurance that you will win them. I mean, my clients come to me all the time feeling this way, believing that there is either something very wrong with their art or else something very wrong with the way they are writing grants. And they ask me, they literally do ask me to help them write grants, thinking that that's the investment that needs to be made next, which, you know, I'm glad to help them. The most valuable thing I usually do for them is tell them they're fine, their artwork is good and beautiful, and that they're writing the best that they can. I give them some literal high school English, like writing advice. And then past that point, it's really still a lottery. The irony is too, like, as an artist, when I turn around and it's my turn to write a grant on my own behalf, I feel the exact same collapse of morale. You know, it's just hard. I feel like there's one thing that's worth saying today, which is that I just want to theorize that it is in fact very harmful to be asked to explain your artwork over and over. I think artwork does not need to be justified. I think it needs to be justified least of all to the wealthy who don't belong to the culture necessarily that it comes from. There is harmful artwork, and I do want to be clear to say that, like, harmful artwork should be handled. The harm that artwork caused should be productively handled, but that's a whole other workshop. Overall, I just want to say that artists, many artists, myself included, often turn to artwork to express things that are difficult to explain. You know, for a little bit of relief from a discursive part of our bodies, from the easy to explain parts of our life. And I just want to give everyone permission to feel like having to write grant proposals over and over again is quite harmful, is quite traumatic. It is, in fact, a struggle. And it happens on the word-by-word level. And also, remember that this same justifying habit is not required on the reverse side. You know, nobody needs the Mellon Foundation. Nobody gets to ask the Mellon Foundation every year why they are so deserving of the income that they earn, why they are so deserving of the artist's time, of the 4,000 artists' time. They are entitled to that passive income, and we, as the working class, we have a responsibility to prove our worth through our works. And that's just, that's happening in grant proposals, and I just want to argue that that is painful and traumatic and really difficult for all of us. Oh. With that rant a little bit over, I just think it's worth, looking at the good news, which is that if we do decide to call grant writing class struggle, to call it indeed a very painful class struggle, then you're also calling it a shared struggle. It means that we are also finding camaraderie in that struggle with all of the artists who are writing proposals. And that in fact we need and are needed by everyone who shares that struggle, which is why I would love to reserve some time to talk as a group about all this. How do you feel? How has grant writing made you feel? What are some ways money has felt good in your life? How can we all collectively move toward those models and systems and experiences where money feels good? Yeah. What ideas have you encountered or experienced that feel great? Yes, yeah.
I think the idea of the collective is quite a beneficial one, just because, like, my most recent experience has been in music education. I feel like a lot of that institution is just pitting people against each other, and then everyone's falling out of their education environments. And then it's made even bigger because you're not just competing in that small little bubble you were before, you're now competing in the wider world. And and like what you were saying about the camaraderie of the whole thing, being having the humility to ask for help, like from your peers as well, and also having the humility to give help is also really important, because some people aren't interested in sharing their vulnerabilities to other people.
Yes.
And I think it's a really important thing to focus all of these ideas and attentions on not the enemy, because like you say, it's not like an enemy thing, but channeling it and looking where that energy can be directed in a positive way that's actually going to help you and other people around you.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Has anybody encountered some sort of organization like that on the ground that, you know, takes a competitive environment and turns it into an abundant environment? That takes an uncomfortable system and manages to change it so that everyone benefits. Yeah, Peter.
So not a good like model example, but I'm hearing resonating in a lot of like the power dynamics here, similar situations in other open call environments, which like recently I'm seeing more and more from the perspective of like receiving open calls for like projects or opportunities for an organization, and how tricky it is to like navigate when the solution is like tweaks to, so for instance, like in the creative capital example, you know, what if they decided, you know, 10 to 20 hours of people's time is worth this much, and just for applying like small tweaks that do that, but still the control of all the parameters in the situation is like in the organization. So I don't have a hand like what you were asking an example, but the conversation in that specific dynamic, I think, resonates in our field way beyond, you know, just the grant meetings.
Exactly. Yeah. Anytime you ask for an idea from someone, you know, that's arguably a labor moment, a moment that could be compensated. Yeah.
I just kind of thought of an example, and I'm not sure it's entirely relevant. It's like, was anybody else surprised that as soon as the pandemic hit and people were in desperate need, people just managed to find the money all of a sudden?
That's the thing.
And like in the UK, we have a big umbrella body called Help Musicians UK, and they are amazing. Maybe they're a bit similar to the thing you described. Like they are amazing to provide so much support for musicians, but it was always so incredibly difficult to either get funding for, even if it was just for mental health counselling or advice and all these kinds of things. And then as soon as the pandemic hit, like everyone, basically, if you were a musician and a creative practitioner, you had some sort of financial support from them.
Yes.
So maybe like that's an example, I guess.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, there are so many state solutions outside of the United States. You know, in the U.S., the NEA stopped giving grants to individual artists in the 90s due to the culture wars at the time. You know, some artists made some artwork that was too controversial, and now since then, you know, that decision just has never been reversed, and the state doesn't even want to touch individual artists for fear of political repercussion.
I'm really glad you said that, because I mean, I've been thinking about that a lot. You know, prior to the pandemic in this country, I mean, it was always, well, we can't afford whatever it was, whether it was climate change and doing climate change,
Exactly.
the arts, people. You know, you talk about exploiting the workers, but I mean, right now we're seeing a situation where people are saying, I don't want that crappy job anymore.
Exactly.
And you know, and again, we always say we can't afford it, and it's like, well, apparently we can, because you know, and one of the things, like, I used to be so grateful, I still am, but I mean, you know, if I got money from a government grant, you know,
Sure.
and it's only in the last few years since I joined the Illinois Arts Alliance, which is an awesome organization, that I started to realize that's my money.
Yes.
You know, like, I mean,
Yes.
I'm grateful to the government for supporting the stuff that I do, but I should have a voice. And you know, the Arts Alliance and the things, I'm not going to, like a lot of artists, going to be able to get super political and devote a lot of time to it, because I've got to compose music and blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, you know, to a certain extent, we do need to do that, because it is our money. We pay taxes, we live in this country, and you know, and I'm with you, Deidre. I don't like to explain art and say it creates jobs, it does this, it does that. I think think that that's really kind of beneath us, honestly, but it does.
Yeah.
And I read some of the statistics in the Arts Alliance's latest email, and actually we create a lot of jobs. We create a lot of money, we create a lot of really powerful situations, aside from just what we do for people's well-being and souls.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm glad that you brought that up because we do have the money to do all of these things. We just need to be more vocal about what we do and why it's important.
Absolutely. And thank you for mentioning Arts Alliance Illinois. I mean, whether you live in Illinois, whatever state you live in, there's an arts advocacy organization out there that is working on this. The Americans for the Arts is working on this, producing these amazing reports that work as policy pitches. So yeah, link up with Arts Alliance Illinois, but also your own local advocacy organization.
The Alliance sends out these emails where they're going to do something in Springfield where they're lobbying X number of politicians to support the arts, and all you have to do is click this thing and sign it. And so it's it's an easy way for those of us who are very busy to stay involved and get your name on this thing and you support it.
They're super streamlined. Yeah. Well, I think it's also worth, before we go, throwing out a few examples of folks that are doing this work, both inside philanthropy and outside of philanthropy. One of the great things is that, again, when you say this is a class struggle, you realize that you are in class solidarity with a whole bunch of people. We're not the only ones having this conversation. There's a long history of this type of thinking, a history of labor organizing, and in Chicago, labor organizing that goes back hundreds of years, generations of super thoughtful philanthropists and nonprofit workers, decades and decades of lawmakers and policy experts. UBI is suddenly a mainstream notion, the universal basic income, suddenly a mainstream notion because of Andrew Yang's candidacy. New unions forming in Chicago right now. I don't know if you're up to speed on the Art Institute of Chicago and SAIC union that just requested to be recognized by those institutions. I mean, it's just so inspiring. United Musicians and Allied Workers just celebrated its first year anniversary. That's a Chicago-born international union for musicians who are not represented by the AFM. Check them out. You'll love it. If you aren't following UMON, please do check it out. A lot of stuff is happening right now. A lot of stuff has been happening, especially in these last 2 years too. Just inside philanthropy, here are a couple of links I recommend. Check out the community-centric fundraising movement. A lot of your major foundations are turning to the communities they hope to serve and empaneling members of those communities in the decision-making process. And your biggest foundations in the US are doing this right now. The MacArthur Foundation, the Field Foundation are beginning to pilot these community-centric fundraising models, which, is really the least you can do as a foundation, of bringing the people affected by your decisions into the room to make those decisions with you. It's really awesome. Check out A Just Transition for Philanthropy at justicefunders.org. They have this beautiful flow chart that is a little bit about the kind of end game for philanthropy. They show step by step a proposal for taking the extractive giving process of old style philanthropy and turning it into what they call a regenerative process of giving. They're just so awesome. There's also plenty of funders right now who are just loosening guidelines. It used to be that you had to meet all these guidelines, as Peter was saying, but now it's starting to be cool to make proposal forms super easy, just a few questions, even make them into lotteries. MAC Fund, I don't know if y'all have applied for MAC Fund in the past. It's a creative capital S opportunity. They turn this into a lottery, or there are people who are advocating for standardized proposals, standardized paperwork that you can just hand out quite easily to multiple funders to reduce the workload, the unpaid workload on those applying for grants. But also outside of philanthropy, there's a long history of all different kinds of state and private projects that change the way wealth works in communities. There's income sharing communities, as in communes, where people take income and decide they're going to share it, where wealthy people pay more into a common treasury than the poor people in that community do. There's plenty of nations that do provide government dole for artists, just pay artists for being artists, who offer, of course, state retirement and healthcare benefits, so people like freelance workers can survive. There's instead of maybe starting a nonprofit, why not start a co-op, really, where all of the workers at your ensemble, say, like, have an ownership stake in your organization. Yeah, there's also works administration process, there's universal income, there's just so many things that we could do to change the way money works in our communities. And then finally, I know this is the last minute of our conversation about grants and about grant writing, but I do want to share some writing advice. I've got a handout, which y'all are welcome to take away. It has the grant writing advice I always give, which, as it turns out, is, as I was saying, high school English class level grant writing advice. I usually give just 4 grant writing tips. And again, there's lots of examples and further info on these tips in the handout, which I'll link. I'll share a link with Justin too, so that those on the screen can get it. Or you can go to my website, sardinconsulting.com, and there's a link to it there too. You just want to be sure that you're always giving an introductory paragraph that has all the straight information in it. You want to avoid future tense. My partner Michael, who's also a punctilious writer, really will fight me on this one, but you'll save character count if you avoid future tense. Talk about, like, instead of saying, I will take out the trash tomorrow, you say, I take out the trash tomorrow. It feels weird, but I promise you'll like it. You want to eliminate passive voice, and there's more about what passive voice is in the handout. You also want to cut those adjectives and adverbs. I know it's hard because art exists in the adjective and adverb world, but I promise you, if you cut adjectives and adverbs, it's going to make your writing a lot more clear and direct. Before we wrap up, any final thoughts or questions? Anything that you need from me before I go? Yeah.
We have a question from the stream.
Great.
User asks, who is working on standardized proposal concepts? Could you please cite some of those names?
Oh, sure. Yeah, this is one that I found in a Nonprofit AF blog post a couple weeks ago. I'm not sure, I forget who wrote it, but I promise to send a link along. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, or I was also thinking of data arts. For those of you who are familiar with the cultural data profile or the data arts system, it had, it's less used now, but it had been a system where a bunch of funders bought into a single template for financial information. So that's another example of standardized paperwork that I was thinking of. Well, thank you so much. Thank you to your text, and thank you most especially to Jenny for inviting me to be here today. It's a pleasure. Wonderful to chat with you. And stick around, Seth is next. Whole day of workshops today. And what a way to kick off the main stage series of the festival. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
get started. Thanks, everybody. Go ahead, clap. I was just thinking, like, when the pandemic first started, we would all say, I'm smiling under this mask, but we've all learned to read each other's expressions. I know when everyone's smiling, your face goes up a little bit. Anyway, I want to thank Deidre Huckabay. It was a fantastic talk, brought up a lot of really, really great points on grant writing and where the money comes from that we all rely on to do what we do, and hopefully to pay the people that we work with equitably. And I want to thank the Ear Taxi team for putting on Ear Taxi, and thank Jenny Brown for inviting me to speak today. So I hope everybody gets out to lots and lots of Ear Taxi stuff. It's a really amazing festival. So I'm Seth Boustead, and I'm a composer, and I'm the founder and executive director of an organization called Access Contemporary Music. And my talk today is called Forging a New Path. And I have just a couple of slides. I didn't make that many. Well, I didn't make them at all. I want to thank Christy Bennett at ACM who made our slides. She always has a really fun sense of humor. And it's fun when I ask her to make slides to see what she does with them. So the organization does a lot of different things. And this is a workshop, so I want to talk about it from a more holistic point of view and hopefully bring up some similar things to what Deidre was talking about, issues that we face in our field. And what I was thinking about 17 years ago when I started Access Contemporary Music, and what we're thinking about now, all of the many, many people who are part of ACM now. So in the very beginning, I think like a lot of founders, I was really thinking about myself. It was kind of a selfish beginning, and it's become more holistic over time. I just got out of school. I did a master's degree in music composition at Roosevelt University, finished up in January of 2002. And I very consciously made this decision not to get a doctorate. So quick disclaimer, I have great respect for academia. I'm going to talk about academia because I wanted to create ACM as a model wholly independent of academia. So let me just say, I love academia. I just wanted to create something independent of it because I think that we, in the contemporary classical music field, are too reliant upon academia to a certain extent. And I also want to say that when I say classical music, because I'm going to talk a lot about contemporary classical music, I mean classical in the broadest sense, and I won't have time to get into whether or not that word is still even useful for us. But nonetheless, so I didn't want to get a doctorate, and so I knew really as a composer that I was now closing myself off to a lot of opportunities. If you're not going to be in academia, I mean, not only do you not have hopefully a job, but there's other resources like awards and commissions, access to musicians, space, all of these things that was not going to be there for me. So what was I going to do? And I didn't really want to be a film composer per se, or a commercial composer. So I was kind of wrestling with all of these things. And then, my social circle was by and large people, I have a lot of friends who went to music school, of course, but I had a lot of friends who didn't. And so I find myself in these social situations and people would say, what do you do? And I would say, well, I'm a composer. And then they'd say, what's that? And I've had this conversation now thousands of times probably over the years. I say I'm a classical composer. What does that mean? I didn't even know classical music still existed. I thought it stopped in 18 whatever, blah, 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 blah. Or maybe they'll say, like, I know Billy Joel's classical album. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Anyway, so that was one of the first things I realized, is this huge barrier. If I'm going to get my music played, who's going to play it? And more importantly, I think, who's going to listen to it? I mean, people don't even know that composers still exist. So that was the first time that I started to think a little bit more broadly, not just like how am I getting my music played per se, but like what is going on in this, in the contemporary classical music field and in the world as a whole. And so I started to think, okay, what would it take if, to get people more interested? First of all, people are going to be interested in contemporary composers in general before they even think about listening to my music, probably. So my wife has a marketing background, and so she helped me identify these three needs years ago, like 17 years ago. So the first one was people didn't know that composers were still writing classical music, whatever classical music means. And that was a big one, because just saying that I'm a composer is really difficult if they don't know what a composer is. One of the things in marketing, if you have a product, like a CD, an album, or something, and it's a product that people know, like let's say you make chocolate, then you need to tell them why your chocolate is better than other people's chocolate, and tell them how to get it, that sort of thing. But if it's a product that people don't know what it is, like for example contemporary classical music, then you have to educate them. You have to tell them why the product is, and what the product is, and why it might be something that they want to access. So that was the first thing I was thinking about a lot. as I was trying to decide what I was going to do professionally in my own career. Then the second thing, as a composer, I thought, well, I'll go to classical music people that like classical music. But what I heard, and still hear, was really kind of hurtful in a way. They say, oh, I don't like contemporary music. And it's just this blanket statement, door shut, boom, I don't like contemporary music. I heard it a lot, and still hear it, like I say. In the major institutions, radio stations, symphonies, what have you, by and large, they're coming around a little bit more. But definitely, 17, 20 years ago, they weren't having it. They were just simply not interested in even giving it a listen because it was contemporary, and contemporary is bad. It's weird. All of these things. Weird is a word I've heard so many times over the years from so many people. We do a concert someplace, and to me it's very tonal music, and somebody would say it's weird. And I said, why is it weird? You drill down, ask more questions, drill down. Well, there isn't a singer-songwriter, there isn't a drummer. It's not the music that I hear or see on TV. And so, all of these things, and then again, these kinds of negative stereotypes about classical music, that it's elitist, that it's expensive, some of which are quite frankly true, are all things I felt like we had to get past. So I was identifying these needs out there in the world. And the second one was definitely that classical music people were not necessarily going to support us in the contemporary classical music field. We needed to get them on board, if at all possible. And that was something that I really pursued in a variety of different ways outside of ACM too. And the third, this is kind of a clunky bullet point. I'm just going to read the second half of it. There's more composers out there than there are resources, because that exists in academia and outside of academia. There are way, 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 way more composers and performers too, but let's talk about composers for now, than there are resources. And that's just I think it's an enormous problem. I think that a lot of composers become embittered, they leave the field, we lose a lot of people that could be active participants, actively supporting what we do, because there weren't opportunities and they left. And that's something that I was thinking about from the beginning. So in 2004, myself, a flutist named Laura Kopeltenges, and a cellist named Allison Berger, who's still very much a part of ACM, we formed Access Contemporary Music. We actually called it Accessible Contemporary Music at that time. And that was when the organization started. And these were the things that I was thinking about, these kinds of needs. And I wanted to tackle the third one first, because I was a composer, so it was the one that made the most sense to me. It took a long time for me to really learn. I was such an artist that I was always thinking like, learning about accounting is just beneath me, it's stupid. Learning about marketing is really dumb, learning about this, that is really dumb. And it took me years and years and years to realize that these are really fully developed fields that are actually pretty interesting, and you're never going to get anywhere to a certain extent if you don't know about those things. So I tackled the third one first. Composers don't have enough resources. And in 2004, I went home one night and wrote this really ridiculous press release, which I'm still a fan of doing. I like to, Deidre was talking about don't use future tense in grants, and I agree with that, but I love to write press releases because then I feel like I have to do it, because it's like out of the world now. Music will read through and record a piece of music by a living composer every single week. And then I did this big call for scores through things that no longer exist, the Society of Composers Incorporated. The American Composers Forum was at that time a series of chapters. So I went through all the different composer forum chapters, Meet the Composer, the American Music Center. And we got hundreds of scores. And this is really, again, part of my transition away from I want to get my music played, which I still do, but into a more holistic, oh my gosh, there are so many composers out there, who don't have resources. That was one of the things that I realized. And I was in Chicago, I was fresh out of school, I had so many talented friends, and I thought, why don't we get together? We'll read a piece every week. I went to Guitar Center, I bought a mini disc player, I should have taken a picture of it, and this little microphone, and we had space at Roosevelt University, or at the Old Town School of Folk Music, where I was teaching, or at the People's Music School, where I was also teaching, and we would just read through and record pieces of music by different composers and post them to the website. So the first ACM website was just a list of composer names with bios, and then when we had it, it was an MP3. And in 2004, it's hard to even remember this, you couldn't stream back then. You had to download the entire MP3 before you could listen to it. So really from the beginning, ACM was a digital media company, though we didn't talk about digital media in 2004. But now during COVID, I've been working with my board and saying we're really transitioning to being a digital media company. And then I realized, no, we've always been that, actually. I mean, our first program was very much a digital media program. So these are musicians. We're in Roosevelt here. This is probably 2005, reading through a piece by a composer named Eddie Ficklin. So we kept that program going. It made me crazy. We were scheduling these readings. We kept it going for, I think, about 8 years, for a really long time. And of course, we took off for Christmas, took off for Thanksgiving, what have you. But by and large, we posted a reading every week for years and years and years. And it was really the thing that, it got us a lot of press right from the beginning. So this was an article that ran in 2006 in Chamber Music Magazine. And so I was thinking, wow, this is amazing. I'm only a couple years into this thing, and we're getting nationwide press. The Weekly Readings project is really successful. I'm having conversations with composers all over the world, really, mostly through the SCI listserv, if you can even remember what a listserv was. And because we're called Accessible Contemporary Music, at the time I'm having these really in-depth conversations about accessibility, not all of which were pleasant, because accessible is a bad word in a lot of circles. The thought was that we were dumbing down the music, or that we were making it too, by taking it outside of academia, we were doing something bad. That has changed a lot in the last 17 years, and we did change our name to Access Contemporary Music, not because of those conversations. I was fine getting yelled at by composers, but we started to do stuff in architecture, and in the architecture community, and increasingly, accessible means handicap accessible, and we were doing these walking tours that were not, and I was like, okay, we gotta change our name. And we had this wonderful board member, Rita Bolus, at the time, a composer here in Chicago, and she suggested just lopping off the last few letters. And that was a big change for us, because accessible also is very passive, I think. Like, we're here, if you want to check it out, come on down. And access is like, no, stop watching Netflix, get off the couch, and come check out some music by living composers. So that was a big transition that was all happening around the same time, too. This is another article that ran in 2005 in the New Music Box of the American Music Center, now New Music USA, about the Weekly Readings project. So again, it was this really big project for us, and in many respects, I think that it was ultimately an unsustainable project, because we didn't really have any funding. We were very much, I was playing myself on them, and we were very much asking people to play for free. But my thought was, and still is, if we never bring back the program, but perhaps pay people, but the thought was, if every professional musician in the country gave away 3 to 4 hours of their time once a year to read through a piece, or every professional ensemble, there wouldn't be a composer who didn't have a reading. And these composers who have left the field might feel more engaged, and they might click on your video or come to your concert. I always felt like that was kind of the low-hanging fruit, people who left the field, but who are still out there. They're in other fields now, but if they thought that they could compose something and have it heard, even just in a reading situation, maybe they would come back. But because of Weekly Readings now, this is really, we're now thinking, okay, we're an organization. We're not an ensemble. That was the first thing I really realized with ACM. We're not an ensemble. We're working with, at that time, dozens and dozens of musicians to make these readings happen every week. So what are we? This is something that we were thinking a lot about back then. We know what we want to do. We know how we want to change the culture. We know how we want to try to get contemporary classical music out there, create meaningful opportunities for composers to write music, create meaningful collaborative events, and hopefully create meaningful opportunities for people to access really interesting creative music and push them out of their comfort zones. We know we want to do all that. What are our models? What are we going to do? At that time, there were several ensembles out there, like Eighth Blackbird, International Contemporary Ensemble, was still in Chicago, I think, at that point. Bang on a Can, of course. But I was actually really inspired by dance. And I looked at particularly Hubbard Street Dance and Joffrey Ballet in Chicago. These were models that were really, really intriguing to me from the very beginning. And the reason for that is that they're really kind of holistic companies in a way. These big dance companies, they have an educational wing, right, where they're training the next generation of dancers and choreographers. Or perhaps more importantly, they're training the next generation of audience members, people who will appreciate this. I don't know what the statistic is, but I know that it exists. It's out there somewhere. People who actually participate in the art form, even at a very, very amateurish level, are more likely to come out to events. I think that that's absolutely true. Let's just say it's 70%. 70% more likely. I have no idea what the statistic is. But people who who play the piano at any level are more likely to go see a piano recital than people who have never played the piano. And so I thought that right away this educational wing is a really, really good idea. And then talking to some people who were in the administrations for these dance companies, you know, the education wing brings in revenue as well. So they're not as dependent on contributed revenue, which I wasn't thinking about yet, because we were still mostly funded by the Illinois Arts Council, the precursor to the City Arts Grant, which I'm spacing on the name, but a City of Chicago grant and some other government stuff. Anyway, they also have a performance wing, right? So every dance organization has a company, or sometimes they have multiple companies. And that's to bring the choreography to life, ideally at the highest possible level. That was something we definitely knew we wanted to do. I mean, you know, in my opinion, the score, I mean, maybe the score exists as a score, and it does. It exists as mind stuff. But to me, I think it really exists when you bring it to life with musicians. So we knew we had to have a performance wing. And then the fun part for me is the creative wing. I mean, you know, any of these dance companies had a variety of choreographers that they worked with. They commissioned new work. And that was something we wanted to do right away. We still commission dozens of pieces a year for all of our various and sundry projects. So these were the things that I was really interested in, just looking at models outside of contemporary classical music. I think that one of the things that with being dependent upon academia is that it becomes a bit insular. And so it was interesting to look at models that were completely outside of that and say, well, you know, dance, visual arts, you know, poetry, writing, film, they have people go to school to study those things, but they rarely get doctorates in it. It's not, those art forms are not so dependent upon academia. And even mainstream classical music isn't so much, but contemporary classical music almost entirely. And you know, maybe that's not entirely a problem either, but for me, not going into that realm, it was something that I had to deal with. So I was looking at models outside of contemporary classical music. So I'll talk about the educational wing first, even though it was actually the you know, the last thing that we built, actually. I'm kind of going in and out of order here, but in 2007, I got really obsessed with space. I really wanted to get a space. I think I visited Claire Chase at the ICE office. They were on Belmont at the time. And I was like, this is so cool, they have a space. Their instruments are over there. Like, you know, they got the logo on the wall. Like, amazing. I want that for ACM. So in 2007, I rented a storefront on Wilson Avenue in Ravenswood, which is still our central location today. And I wasn't thinking about starting a school. What I was thinking was we'd have this space, because I was also really obsessed with making music in the window. I started thinking, you know, you're practicing the violin, you're practicing flute, whatever, you're composing. We're always in practice rooms. We're not, it's just not out there. If people are going to know what we do, they need to see it. It needs to be visible. And so I got really inspired by the idea of doing our work in a window where it was visible. So we were going to do our weekly readings in the window. And we were going to rehearse there in the window. And then I started teaching a composition class for people that were not going to major in it or go to school to do it. I started it at the Old Town School of Folk Music, but I wasn't folky enough for them, so they canceled it. So I was like, oh, okay, I just got this space. I'll do it in my space. So here we are, myself and early ACMers, performing music by the guy in the foreground there. His first name is Matt. I can't remember his last name. And he was one of my composition students back then. So we would do these, either probably 4 or 5, sometimes 6 people in the class. And it was an 8-week class, which was a model I borrowed from Old Town School. And on the last night of class, same thing as we always did at Old Town School, we performed the music live and then had a couple beers. And it was really fun. But what happened with the storefront is that people started to come in and, you know, what's going on here? What are you doing? And that was when I really started to realize these storefronts are powerful. This is probably the most powerful thing that we're doing right now. So that's the front of the space. These pictures are so old. This is before you could take pictures on your cell phone, so forgive me. It's a very blurry picture. This is the back of that space this is probably a year later. I can tell this later because I see all the music books, so I'm clearly teaching piano by this point. And by this point, the space is doubling or tripling as my office, our rehearsal space where we're doing the readings, and I'm also teaching at this point. Because what happened is, you know, everything was going pretty well for us. We're getting money from mostly government sources. We did get some corporate support, especially for this project we did in 2006, where we worked with a composer named Xiaodan Yi in Beijing. And by sheer stroke of luck, the city of Chicago was doing something with Silk Road Chicago and the Art Institute and the CSO So China was all in the rage at that time. And so I got some serious money from the city for that program. And we had, at that time, we've kind of gone back and forth about what our performance wing is, but at that time we actually had a resident ensemble called Palomar. Now we do so many things in so many cities that when I use the name Palomar, I'm really referring to a collective of musicians in different cities. But at that time it was very much a 5-member ensemble, and we were traveling. We went to China, we went to Beijing, we went to Paris, we went to Mexico City. So everything, is going well. It's national press, weekly readings. I mean, things I'm like, wow, this is amazing. Being an arts leader is easy. Is what I was thinking at that time. And then in 2008, 2009, the mortgage crisis happened. And the first thing that happened, and it wasn't just because of the fiscal crisis, there was also a political situation in Illinois that was very tricky. This is like the first time I started to realize, oh my God, I have to pay attention to these larger currents, much like what Deidre was talking about in their grant writing workshop. You really have to pay attention to these things because there was a guy named Mike Madigan and his wife Shirley Madigan ran the Illinois Arts Council, and this other guy hated them, and so he slashed their funding, and they got cut like 80%. So we lost 65% of our revenue. Same thing with the city, all the money was gone. And that was, a big problem, needless to say. So what are we going to do? So this is really the first time that we started to think, okay, this is hard. And, we really are just moving to a place where we want to start paying people. Because the truth is, I think that mortgage crisis helped us actually. Because all these models, as I was saying earlier, were unsustainable probably. We were not going to be able to keep doing that because we weren't paying ourselves. I was barely paying myself. I was only paying myself for when I was teaching. And that's great when you're 28, but not so great later when you start to have inevitable issues with your body and everything. And plus, I got married and you have to have a life. And everybody else does too. So it really forced us to say, what is our revenue model going to be? How are we going to get through this? How are we going to afford this space that I signed a 3-year lease on? So what I did is I said, okay, we're the ACM School of Music. And it was kind of like, I hadn't thought it through that much. And my wife made this sign, Maria made this sign, we put it up in the window, and it was bizarrely successful. People started coming in, and the shades are closed in this whole picture, but of course I had them open generally when I was teaching. And so people started coming in and taking lessons, and my schedule filled up, and I would pay myself X amount, and the rest would go to ACM. And so at the time, the board and I were really talking about, well, how does this serve our mission? Are we a music school? And so what we did is we said, okay, we're going to teach creativity. Everyone is going to be creative in the school. And if you get an adult student, and sometimes they're like, I don't want to make up a song, I'm too scared. Okay, all right, but I'm going to at least teach you some music theory. I want you to at least hear the difference between major and minor. I'm going to give you some skills. So that when you're walking through Jewel and you hear a song, you have some sense. Is it in 3? Is it in 4? What are the stylistic background of the song, etc. Just to give people the skills, because one of the things I realized at this time was musical literacy in this country, this is no surprise to anybody, is super low, right? I mean, really low. It's shocking. People don't know what time signature something's in. They don't know, if it's major or minor, etc. And it's gotten worse. And people actually really actively tune out music now, because we humans are amazing at filtering out sounds that we hear all the time. And music is so ubiquitous that people just filter it. It's gone. I don't even hear it. All the time, I'm in a bar someplace, I love this song, I didn't even notice it was happening, wow, amazing. And of course those of us who are trained can't not listen to the music, so it's this really weird disconnect with people all the time. So after my schedule filled, I hired another teacher, and then another teacher, and the school grew. And so today we have, and of course COVID has been a thing, no surprise, but I'm jumping up to a fairly recent photo here of our film scoring class. Taught by Trevor Patricia Watkin. So he's doing a class that's online as well. This is the same space. We remodeled it. This is 12 years later. And we've taken over the storefront next door and the storefront next door. So we have 3 storefronts in that particular space now. And we're the oldest company on the block. When we first started, it was us, and it was kind of fun because it was an accountant, and there was like a chamber of commerce, and there was a barber, and then this contemporary music organization doing weekly readings and things. So I always thought that was kind of fun too, just again, taking what we do and bringing it into the normal realm of life, as it were, is a big part of what ACM does. In fact, our mission statement for many years was integrating musical creativity into everyday life. But we decided that's a bit of a mouthful, so now it's bringing musical creativity to life every day. But nonetheless, the idea that we're performing in your neighborhood, we're performing in a storefront in your neighborhood, we're here, right where you are, is something that's really, really important to what ACM does, to our philosophy of music making and spreading musical creativity, hopefully. So that's the school. Before COVID, the school was bringing in about 85% of our revenue, give or take. And we're just under $1 million budget-wise. Now, when COVID hit, we had to really, again, change because we lost a lot of our students, and we had to think about a lot of things. And as we were just talking about, you know, we had to retain teachers. And I was very happy that we were able to keep everybody fully employed all the way through COVID. But it forced us now we've been ignoring contributed revenue. We've been thinking about earned revenue. You know, first it was grants, and then that was a really tough thing, so then earned revenue, and then now we're going, okay, all right, we need contributed revenue. And as I'll talk about in a little bit, we're creating digital media programs that I hope will have, unlike weekly readings, which was never going to be monetizable. Hopefully some of the stuff we're doing now can be very, very creative, create commissioning opportunities for people, performance opportunities for musicians, but also bringing some revenue for the organization. So that's the education wing. I mean, today we have, forgot about this. We put a cafe in at the Ravenswood School during COVID. It was another thing that I was thinking about, that nobody's coming into the school. They're stopping by and gawking at the cellist or whatever, but they're not coming in. I wanted to invite them in. Come in, meet us. And so we put this cafe in there, and actually I've taken a picture, but we just made these mugs with composers on them. So I got permission from Augusta Reed Thomas, Erilyn Wallen, several different composers. So if you're drinking coffee in the space, you're drinking out of a living composer mug. Again, just, you know, our idea of taking this stuff that, you know, I think in my mind was very academic in a way and translating it into the everyday world. We have storefronts as well in Avondale and in Rogers Park. So Ravenswood is a very wealthy community, but we're very fortunate to be able to serve Avondale and Rogers Park. And one of the models that we're kind of playing around with right now is talking to our students in Ravenswood about them paying more to help us underwrite scholarships in Avondale and Rogers Park. And so far, people have been really open to it. We've even floated a radical pay-what-you-can model across the board with the organization. Like a lot of organizations, the last few years we're really thinking about, okay, this is great. We built this school. I'm very proud of it. It does wonderful things. Are we only giving lessons to wealthy people? Let's really look at this and make sure that we're doing something really equitable. So I'm excited about the storefront model and what we can do with it in the near future. So I want to talk about a couple of the things on the creative and commissioning side. And the first thing I'm going to talk about, I think, the slide will tell me, is, yes, is Composer Alive? So from the weekly readings program, we started thinking, okay, this is pretty cool. Composers are submitting pieces to us, we're reading them, we're posting them to the website. What else can we do with this newfangled technology, the internet? And we started thinking, what if we worked with one composer? And that composer wrote a piece in installments. And then we would perform the installment somewhere, post the recording to our website, and you know, that person could listen to it and say, okay, this works, this doesn't work, write a new installment. So we were saying you can be as creative as possible, try anything, experiment, do radical things. Because if you think it doesn't work, you know, then you can change it in the next installment. The only catch is you're doing all of this in public. I mean, the creative process is, in all of its wonderful messiness, is perfectly on display. So for the first few years of Composer Alive, we were at the Chicago Cultural Center. Excuse me. I'm just going to take a quick drink. And then when Pritzker Pavilion opened up, we did a few of the readings in Pritzker too, which is a really cool place because people can wander in and listen for a little while and wander out. So Composer Alive, yeah, this is 2006. This is the project I was talking about that we got funding from Boeing, which again was a really interesting experience because I put a suit on to go down there to get the funding, which now I never wear a suit because nobody expects an artist to wear a suit, and in fact they don't like it if you do. But I'm sitting in the lobby and there's like pictures of fighter jets, and I'm sitting there going, oh wow, what am I doing? But Boeing funded it. We were able to go to Beijing. We actually made an hour-long film about this project with Xiaogang. That was aired on PBS in 2007. So that was really exciting for us as well. But this is us at the Chicago Cultural Center after the concert. So Composer Alive is something that ran. We were working in different countries. Always in the beginning, it was an international project. So we worked with Alexander Lunsky, who was recommended to me by Marcos Balter, fantastic composer in Brazil. And we worked with Agnieszka Skłodnicka in Warsaw, but we also worked in Mexico City, in Ireland, so many countries, in France, all of these different places. And that's a program that I really want to bring back because I think it would work really well as a digital media thing these days, where you can put it on YouTube. We didn't even have YouTube in 2006. It's hard to remember that. We were doing everything on our own website at that time. So Composer Live was a really good way for us to have a commissioning opportunity for a composer, but also make the creative process open to people. And we started to do them as house concerts too, the open rehearsals. So somebody would have us into their home as a salon and invite people, kind of like group music, that organization. And then we would read the composer's artist statement and play down the different installments, and they could listen to the piece develop over time, and through the rewrites, and then hear the final product, and hear the composer's comments about their creative process along the way, which I think was really, really interesting for people. Because the other thing I've really learned over the years is people need some help with the music that we write. Not everybody wants to share their creative process, and that's perfectly fine, of course. But to the extent that we're willing to give people some kind of insight into what we were thinking, it really helps. Because I started to talk to people about, I have so much experience talking to people outside of the field. So I always say there's two questions I ask when I go to a concert, when I hear a piece. And one is, do I like this piece? That's a relevant question. Your opinions are valid. Do I like this piece? But most people stop there. I don't like this. The second question is, do you think that the composer fulfilled what they were trying to do in this piece? Because that's always a very interesting question for me, and that takes us into some very interesting territory. I don't like this personally, but wow, it brought me into a wholly different headspace. And that's the power of art. I hope is that it brings us out of our own heads into somebody else's way of seeing the world. So Composer Live was a huge project for us, and that's always a big thing that we're trying to do, is really give you some kind of pathway into the music and into what the composer was thinking. And the Sound of Sound Film Festival, we started in 2005, and that's been a big success for us. So again, just trying to think, it's always an interesting thing. If you're going to perform music that already exists, you say, okay, we're going to do Different Trains, and we're going to do the String Quartet by James Primosh, and we're going to do this piece by L.J. White, whatever. And then you're going to call it this, and you're going to put it over here, and people are going to come, hopefully. That's one way that we do, and we certainly do. I have some other concert posters to show that we have done a lot of that. But if you're a production company and you're producing original events, then you have these marvelous opportunities to collaborate with people. And so I was thinking, well, who do I want to work with? And filmmakers immediately. Okay, I want to work with filmmakers. I want to commission music to film, but we're a contemporary organization, so I want modern films, but I want the music to be just as important as the film. So, modern silent films. And again, I wrote this press release. We'll do modern silent films, having no idea, literally no idea, if they even existed. And so in the beginning of the Sound of Silent Film Festival, we were using films that were already out there. You can see Martin Scorsese's The Big Shave on there. And I had no idea what the legality was. I did try to write Warner Brothers. They never wrote me back. But we performed it with a score by this guy named Brian O'Hearn, and we performed all of these silent films, animations by the Quaid brothers, these really wonderful films that I found. Because I had no idea how to do a call for films back then. I only knew how to do calls for scores and things in the music realm. Today, 17 years later, next year will be in our 17th year of this festival. For the last maybe 10 years, we go through a company called what originally Without a Box and now Film Freeway. And this is a film festival search company that all the big festivals use. So we get 100 or so submissions, and then a film review panel reviews them, and we choose the 10 to 15, and then we commission composers to score them, and it's a lot of fun. I brought in a clip that I want to show you. This particular score is by Trevor Patricia Watkin in our organization, and it is a little bit on the jazzy side, but I brought it because it's only a minute, so I wanted to show something. I wanted to show the Sound of Sound Film Festival, but not watch a 20-minute film with you, though I love you all dearly. So this film is called Escape. virtual, I'll let that go. It's from our virtual presentation of the Sound of Sound Film Festival last year. This is an event that works very well. Yeah, sorry about that. This is an event that works very well virtually. So that's just one of the many, many films. I don't even know what it is at this point. We've probably commissioned scores for well over 100 films at this point. 17 years, an average of 15 films on each one. So it's quite a lot. And they range from, there's some that are very, very experimental to comedic to that kind of feel-good film there. And that's been a really, really great kind of gateway drug for us in terms of getting people in. And then, when they're there, and maybe they're there for the film, not the music, but I always make an announcement and say, everything that you're hearing has been written by a contemporary classical music composer. And we try to offer incentives for them. We usually, in the past, before COVID, we would always schedule another concert like right after the Sound of Sound Film Festival. So it's like, if you like this, come out and see our next concert, which, is like another level up. There's no film, there's no video. You're gonna go a little deeper into our world, hopefully. And that's been a great way for us to try to bring people in and serve that first need that I identified. People don't know that contemporary classical music exists, to try to bring more people in. I don't know what the slide tell me what's next here. And, so again, this is just I'm going to let this play. This is just a handful of the concerts that we've produced over the years. We've produced over 100 concerts, starting at Roosevelt University, of course, where I went to school, and then at the Chicago Cultural Center. We were in partnership with the University of Chicago for a while, and then at Architectural Artifacts, this amazing space, now called the Atrium in Ravenswood. And then most recently, before COVID, we were in a movie theater called the Davis Theater in Lincoln Square. So these are the kinds of things that we did. Everything generally had a theme. Whether it was commissioned music, most of the concerts had at least one piece that we commissioned on them. Inner Worlds was a lot of fun. It was all music inside the piano, and we commissioned almost everything on that concert. And we put cameras inside the piano to show how they're making all those sounds. Blue Hour is the one that we were going to do right before COVID hit, so I still want to do that. Every piece has the word blue in the title. It's just kind of a fun way to program a lot of disparate pieces. Because I'm always interested in that. How do you put pieces that don't have anything to do with each other on the same program, but then actually have people come out and check it out. So that was the last thing that we were going to do at the Davis before COVID hit. And we have not been doing live streams really, like live streaming concerts. It's just not something that we've done. We've transitioned more into digital media, which is really becoming a kind of fourth arm of the organization, with education, performance, and creativity commissioning. Now we're really thinking, okay, I think we'll go back to the Davis Theater at some point, but I also have a background in radio, so tangentially to ACM, as I was doing all of this ACM stuff, I was also doing radio. Oh, wait, that's coming later. I'll talk about that in a minute. All right, see, this is why I love having slides to tell you where you're going next. 6 years ago, one of our biggest ways now to find new audience members, and again, like this kind of gateway, to just counteract these negative stereotypes about classical music, one of which is that it's dead, that it's done, that it's over, which is so not true, however we define classical. And the other is that it's elitist, it's no fun, et cetera, et cetera. So I started thinking as early as 2014, 15, Chicago is such a street festival town. Every summer, the street festivals everywhere. In the last few years, in my opinion, they were all kind of produced by the same companies, like Star Events, and they got very same. And I was at one time, and I said to my friend, I'm going to make a classical music street festival, and he, of course, just laughed at me. That's just a terrible idea. But I started thinking about it, and I thought, I don't think it is a terrible idea. It's a good idea. And I started thinking, these things make a lot of money, and we're not a black tie gala organization. Like, we're never going to have a big fundraiser. There's always been pressure on me from our board and from everybody to raise money, of course, absolutely. But I don't know any rich people. I'm not very good at individual donations. Having a robust individual giving program is a thing. You have to stay in touch with these people. You have to really, it takes a lot of time, and we never had the capacity to do it. So what if we do a street festival? It serves our mission, potentially brings in revenue, etc. So we launched the Thirsty Ears Festival. So this is just some B-roll of the fest here.
Thirsty Ears, 6 o'clock time slot. My name is Michael Hall, and
So that's the 6 o'clock time slot. Michael Hall. So here you have 1,000 people on the street listening to solo viola. Like, what? Which, and of course, many of them are not, as you see, many of them are checking out the vendors at the other end of the street. I mean, there's a very soft form of engagement for people. But don't underestimate soft power. I mean, that's really what I think the storefronts are, what a lot of this is. I mean, somebody comes in, they just want a coffee, or they just want to sign up their kid for piano lessons, and then they say, well, what's this contemporary music? What's Access Contemporary Music? What is this? Or they come to the street festival, they hear Michael Hall tell this amazing story about this Egyptian composer who wrote a piece for him and all of this stuff. They think, oh my gosh, I had no idea, this is amazing. So that's really something that I think we really deal in almost more than anything else, is soft power, soft marketing. But at the same time, in front of the stage, there's generally 100 people, give or take, in chairs, really listening at the Thirsty Ears Festival. So this has become a big way for us to, again, support our idea of creating a fully functioning contemporary classical music organization, a holistic model like a dance company outside of academia, and also kind of really start to investigate new funding models, like how can we make this work, something that is a theme today, as it should be. And Thirsty Ears is a huge, huge way that we do that. So those are our main projects, programs. We have had many others over the years, of course, but those are the main ways that we serve our mission. Okay, so tangential to all of this, because I always am trying to think of new ways to get people to listen to contemporary music, and because for a long time I was really interested in getting classical music people on our side. People that identify as traditionalists, who say, I'm a traditionalist, I like Chopin, I don't go past Rachmaninoff. And I love to have that game with people. Like, where don't you go? I don't go past Rachmaninoff. Oh, but then you don't get Shostakovich. Oh, I love Shostakovich. Okay. All right, so we'll go to 1971, or 1975. But then you don't get, okay, all right. So you don't draw the line anywhere. Like it's stupid. I was doing a radio show on WLUW, Loyola's radio station, called Relevant Tones for many years. And through a bizarrely complicated political process that I will not go into here, I managed to make the jump to WFMT. And again, because of some really interesting things politically, they gave me a killer time slot. I was on Saturdays at 5 p.m., right after the opera broadcast, which is pretty great. Eventually they moved me to Fridays at 10, because I lived through 3 program directors, 2 executive directors, 2 CEOs, and then finally there was a program director in 2019 who didn't like contemporary music and canceled the show, unfortunately. But I made it 8 years, and at one point the show was syndicated on about 60, 70 stations around the country. So this was always this kind of separate thing that I was doing. And I was always thinking, I really want to merge Relevant Tones and ACM. I really think, and the ACM board was always really suspicious of it. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't understand how that will work. So this was an ad that WFMT ran in Current Magazine, which is the magazine that radio program directors, I don't know, maybe they read it, they get it. And when the show launched, WFMT was extremely supportive. It's kind of interesting because they got less and less supportive over the years, and partly because of budget, and partly because of the contemporary music. And if I played Home at Lachenmann, I'd hear about it. If I played it was the whole thing. I won't go into it. But they put me on the cover of the magazine in 2012 maybe. And then they put me on TV. I was actually on, this is a picture a friend of mine took, I was on Chicago Sky talking to Phil Ponce about contemporary classical music. So again, it was one of those moments in my life where I was like, oh wow, like this is a big forum to talk about what we're doing here. So I was really always wanting to merge that with ACM. And then during the pandemic, we were going, okay, which of our programs will work digitally? Sound Sound Film, yes, no doubt about it. Thirsty Ears, we actually reimagined as an audio walking tour. We did some live performances in a parking lot, but the bulk of it was a tour of the neighborhood. We're lucky there's a lot of historical sites in Ravenswood, like the house where Carl Sandburg wrote Chicago poems, Louis Sullivan's last building, the park where the Harlem Globetrotters started. I mean, so really, they started in Chicago, weirdly. It's an interestingly historical neighborhood. So we commissioned music inspired by the different spaces and worked with an app company called Gesso. So you walk around with your phone and listen to the narrative about the site and then hear from the composer how it inspired them and then hear the piece. So we re-envisioned all of our programs. The school, of course, went online as online digital media types of programs. And this is when I finally said, hey, I have this 10-year running radio show that won the ASCAP James Taylor Award, and WFMT, they canceled it, but they're not fighting me on these episodes, and I trademarked the name. I really think we should do this as ACM's podcast now. And I actually had already, I took a year off in 2019 and wrote an opera. And then in 2020, I was just about to relaunch Relevant Tones. Actually, Peter played on Peter Ferry played on the launch event as a live stream series. And then COVID happened, and so we said, okay, let's try it as a podcast. And I loaded up a lot of the old episodes into Anchor, and I was really impressed. I was kind of amazed by how many people have been listening to it. We reach, at least 300 people through every episode, which is more than we were ever reaching in a concert. So it's become this really great way to reach more people, and I'm now we're about to launch reviews. We're going to do album reviews on, this is Anchor. I have a separate website called relevanttones.com, where we will soon be paying people to write reviews of albums in addition to the podcast. So hopefully it's a really great additional service that we can offer composers and people that are putting their creativity out there in the world. So Relevant Tones is now an ACM project, which is great for me because in the very near future there will be more people working on it. So I'm not doing an episode every week by myself, but it's become a really great way for us to reach a wider audience too. And then the last program I want to talk about, this is John Cage. Sorry, I want to plug my thing. If you're in New York, we're launching the new Relevant Tones. Peter, I'm sorry, you're not gonna. Peter's usually he's on the first list of yours as well, so I always have these new things. But we're launching the new Relevant Tones at a venue in Brooklyn called Roulette. And every night has a theme. The first night, the theme is music inspired by Rube Goldberg machines. It was fantastically complex machines that at the end of it, it puts a stamp on an envelope or something really stupidly simple. And John Cage's Waterlock, which he wrote for the 1960 television show I've Got a Secret, is essentially a Rube Goldberg machine. It's this ludicrously complex system to make a cocktail. So I'm going to perform that. I've got everything with the bathtub. So if they got a line on a bathtub in Brooklyn, let me know. And then the second night is our series. We've been working in architecture for a long time. So we have a new video series we're launching called Songs About Buildings and Moods. And the third night is Carla Kilstead, the launch of her wonderful album, Necessary Monsters. So check that out at roulette.org. So just real quick, I want to play Songs About Buildings and Moods. We've been commissioning music inspired by architecture forever, since 2010. But during COVID, we started doing the film. The film before was just a documentation for our funders, but the film became the main thing during COVID. So I just want to, this is a video, it's about 4 minutes long, but it's well worth watching. This is a rough, very rough. The filmmakers are probably not happy that I'm showing it. It hasn't been color graded yet. But Eris Aronen created the flight center for an airline called TWA, which old people like me remember, at JFK. And it was 1963. It was a very optimistic time. It was 1962. It was right before all the bad stuff happened. Very optimistic time, and it was called the Jet Age. John Glenn was orbiting the planet. Everybody thought that technology would save us. Kind of look where we are at, where we were a few years ago. So anyway, it's meant to look like a bird taking flight. This building is all concrete, and we commissioned Stephanie Ann Boyd to write a piece inspired by it. And so this is just amazing B-roll of the space, which has been converted into a hotel recently. So let's check this out. This is going to launch. We're pitching it to PBS and pitching it to the Smithsonian and all these different places. Hopefully we'll get some traction on it. But let's listen to a little bit of Stephanie's piece here. Oh, I lied. This is what the program used to be, but I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip past this. I'm going to skip past this because I talked too much. All right, here we go. This is TWA. itself, I mean, when the episode is done, well, first of all, it's all washed out because it's 7:30 in the morning. It's the only time we can shoot. So they'll fix all the color, do all the color correction. But we'll also have, we had an interview with one of the architects who redesigned the space about providing context for the viewer. And I mean, for me, it's a little bittersweet to watch that, especially the boards of all the different cities, because there was this optimism. It's really kind of the dawn of the connected Earth, the global idea that really went sour in so many respects. So we'll talk about that a little bit. And then we interviewed Stephanie in that jumbo jet that you see, which is the 1958 Lockheed Constellation. And they turned it into a cocktail bar, actually. So we interviewed Stephanie in there, and she'll talk about how the piece is representative of flight itself and the sensation of flight, and how flight was glamorous in the 60s and fun, unlike it is now. So the sites that we're in range from Frank Lloyd Wright home here in Chicago, the Treehouse Museum, music that I wrote, the Morris Jumel Mansion, a home in Manhattan, and they're all, the First Church of Deliverance, which is an incredible institution in Bronzeville here in Chicago. They're all different stories, and for me at least, hearing the music and seeing the space is this incredible immersive idea. And again, you're meant to just get into each space is immersing yourself in a completely different world. So Regina Bayaki wrote the music for First Church of Deliverance, and it's this wonderful gospel-tinged piece. And she grew up around the church. I mean, it's very much central to her identity. So anyway, that's our biggest project right now, songs about buildings and moods. And we hope it's another way for us to serve our mission and address the three needs that I identified in the very beginning. We know that, there's no way. We used to say that we wanted to bring contemporary classical music to every human on the planet, but we know that's not going to happen. But, that's our mission. So that's my talk. Thanks so much. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to field them.
I have a question. So when you think about all of these different side projects, do you just go off of your gut, or are you doing research? How do you decide which ones to tackle? Because I'm sure these are probably just a handful of a million different ideas that you're fielding at any given point.
Yeah. The programs need to serve our mission, but I say this a lot. We're a production company, and creativity is at the heart of our mission. I mean, so the programs need to be creative. They need to celebrate creativity. And then they need to appeal to a wide group of people in many respects. I mean, if you work with any marketing company, it's always a really hilarious thing that they'll say, who's your target audience? And I'm like, ha ha ha, I mean, everything I've played today is pretty tonal, but we're all into European modernism too. We do all kinds of stuff. So it's who's our target audience? Gee, that's a really good question. I feel like we have to create that audience. So most of our programs are designed to hopefully create some interest around contemporary classical music. But yeah, I mean, there's always, it's we could do something with this poet, we could do something with this. I mean, we did a radio play called 1001 Afternoons in Chicago, inspired by stories of Ben Hecht. It was a big, big project for us, got a lot of press, etc. And so, I think, I turn away more ideas than we do, because they either it's really creative and fun, but there's not enough commissioning opportunities in it, or I don't know that it's something that I could go to a major media outlet with, or, and it's also just kind of again, we have limited resources, because we're a long ways from where we were in the weekly readings days, and we're paying everybody to scale now, so that's another question. Is this the best use of our resources, and can we, is it a sustainable program? Mary Ann?
Yeah, so you spoke a bit about this, like kind of the importance of the soft engagement of like the Thirsty Years Festival and such. I wonder if you have any way of keeping track of like the sustainability or how you sustain audiences that were previously not exposed to contemporary classical music, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, in the metrics now, that's a question that funders always ask you too. How many people have you converted? How many people, how are you leveraging your events? So if somebody comes to Thirsty Years, then come to your next event. It's hard to track that stuff. I mean, again, like soft power is a really difficult thing to track. But to a certain extent, yes, we can track it because we do promo codes. So we'll say, use the code Thirsty for $5 off our next concert, Specific Gravity or whatever it is. And then I can go, okay, 40 people actually took us up on it and did that. But what's really hard to quantify, I mean, somebody will sign up for piano lessons and be like, I was at Thirsty Years 6 years ago, and it took 6 years. I mean, for this to filter all the way through and for me to have time and for all the things to align in the right way. So soft power is really hard to quantify, and it's something that we really struggle with our funders too, because they do want metrics. And it is one of those things where it's like, to a certain extent, I mean, it's like that space shuttle that's out there with all the human artifacts, it's like, we're just putting it out there and hoping some aliens find it. And humans. Anybody else? All right, thanks so much, and stay around for next talks.
Hello, I am so thrilled to be moderating this panel on choreography and music collaborations, joined by two fantastic Chicago artists in the dance community. I'll say a bit about each of them, but I also have some video clips which will help give an introduction to a glimpse to some of their work. Starting with Julia Antonick, who is a contemporary choreographer and dancer whose movement reflects a digestion of contemporary, modern, and classical dance forms from American, Indonesian, and European roots. Her choreography emphasizes the creation of worlds the audience can enter, disrupting ingrained patterns of attention and reawakening a viewer to the language of kinetics. Julia has been immersed in an ongoing collaboration with Jonathan Mayer and Joe St. Charles for over a decade. With Mayer, she has served as Artistic Executive Director for Ketchery since 2010. They are all in residence at Indian Boundary Cultural Center through the Arts Partners in Residence program. These clips will be very evocative and raise a lot of questions, and I hope will be touch points through our conversation. So we will hopefully come back and talk about these clips, but for starters, here are two clips from Ketchery's work. Two projects that I was lucky enough to attend in person. Also with us is Jessica Tong, recently named Associate Artistic Director of Hubbard Street Dance Chicago. Jessica was raised in Salt Lake City, where she attended the University of Utah and danced as a member of Utah Ballet. Tong went on to dance with Ballet Met, Elliott Feld Ballet Tech, and Hubbard Street 2 before joining the main company for 11 years, becoming rehearsal director upon retirement. This past season, Tong oversaw Hubbard Street's first ever all-virtual season 43, presenting 5 new dance films free of charge to online audiences everywhere. I have 2 clips from those too, which, because they were online, I was also able to enjoy. And as a brief introduction to myself, my name is Peter Ferry. I'm a percussion soloist and artistic collaborator based here in Chicago, with a passion for Chicago's just incredible dance community, with very limited dance collaborative experience myself, a bit with artists from Hubbard Street 2, with choreographer Shirley Mordine, and multiple projects with Visceral Dance Chicago, which this photo is from, which I have a very short clip from. And that is the three of us. One of the things that we're just so lucky to have in these two artists is a breadth of experience in dance and in music, dance collaborations from many different levels between the two of you as dancer, choreographer, producer of collaborative work. And that's particularly exciting to me because it gives us a lot of room and a conversation to talk about, really broad conceptual thinking about what in music and dance have to offer to each other and in dialogue with each other, but also nuts and bolts about what those projects involve. And I suspect, and I encourage folks to put into the chat who are in the live stream, that a lot of the folks who are watching and listening in are really coming from the music field in Chicago. So very much part of the hope for this talk is to give much more insight to that Chicago music community about what is going on in the Chicago dance community. What are the things that you think about and the priorities and the challenges that you navigate in creating these projects to inspire those folks to think about how they can engage with the Chicago dance community and take this really vigorous, incredible Chicago new music community and make new points of contact between Chicago music and the Chicago dance community that I think are both just incredible in the city. So I'll come over and join you and we can talk a bit. So for starters, there's a lot in those video clips. I wonder if you could just speak a little bit about what those videos were showing, work that you've been involved in.
Sure. Yeah, I can start. The first one that was shown was actually in the middle of the night. We did a 24-hour, an overnight experience for people to come and participate in as audience members. There was a lot that had to do with improvisation and then structures of creating a performance that allowed people to fall asleep during it and have that be part of the attention span and attention timbre, I guess, to what they're absorbing instead of the kind of more upright, sitting in a seat, very visual, engaged, sympathetic nervous system style of watching performance. This was, rest, lay down, fall asleep, wake up again, things are still going on. So that was a version of it where it's an overnight experience and culminated that project with a week-long, 168-hour-long performance that started on Sunday and didn't stop until the following Sunday. And then the second piece was The Promised Land. That was a piece that was directed by Jonathan Meyer, my collaborator, and I was performing in it as an assistant director and performer. It was a kind of a labyrinth that the audience members would go into and eventually end up at a box sitting at the top of it, looking down on performers. So there would be 12 audience members per night, 6 on each side, watching the 8 performers down below. So that was the clip that you could see there. That piece had Joe St. Charles, Sarah Morgan, and Timothy Young performing, and the music was created by Joe St. Charles. And the other piece was Joe St. Charles.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Peter, and your taxi for having me. You shared an excerpt. The first excerpt we saw was from a piece called Greener Grass that was choreographed by a choreographer and dancer named Connie Xiao, who's based out of New York City. That had completely new composition within it, but also utilized a piece of music from Carnival of the Animals to sort of like frame the beginning and the end as like this very utopian kind of place, and then it goes into this darker area. And the composer's name is Jerome Begin. He's also based out of New York. And with that collaboration, Jerome actually had spoken with Connie about her concept. She had a very strong concept ahead of her time choreographing on Hubbard Street. And so through talking about the mood, the sort of like the coloring of the film would be, he had basically made the entire score ahead of time. And then through the editing process, there were little tweaks here and there that were really probably very minimal. Of like, oh, I would like to live in this world just a hair longer, or just a little bit shorter shorter there, can we just like drop it right there and then change the scene? But other than that, I mean, I think that they had a very strong collaborative process themselves that was sort of like outside of the studio where I was more involved. And then the second excerpt was from a piece called The Sky Was Different, choreographed by Jonathan Fredrickson. And the music was composed also on top position by a dancer named Oleg Stepanov, who is a dancer at Peter Bausch, Tom's Theater Bluebird Hall, sorry. And they were incredible. Jonathan created all of the movement utilizing some of Oleg's older music. But in the studio, we didn't use music at all. He created these worlds and these characters, and was very reticent about actually using Oleg's music to give the dancers any inspiration or impetus. We only used it a couple of times in certain scenes to get to feel like this is what 10 minutes is like, and this is what the ride is as it's coming along. But then throughout the editing process, Oleg was composing music alongside our editor, Ferry, and Jonathan putting it together. And so it was all just this very cohesive conversation that happened throughout. And things kept changing up until the premiere. So very different methods, I think, of the approach, but also for film, very different than what we experience in a live theater.
So those now 4 examples, we can use as touch points as we're, giving examples or referencing things, or any other project, it's really interesting to see how things play out in specific projects of which you have a vault of experiences in your careers. It's interesting, this conversation is focused on the creation of new music in relationship with dance. And just as a bit of like status quo, my very limited experience interacting with the dance community, I've been very surprised as a musician, the breadth of music that is drawn for the creation of dance. No music at all, or using sound sources or spoken text from the stage or pre-recorded, or fixed audio files from any amount of music.
Yeah.
And in these samples of work that you've been involved in, or just in lots of projects you've been involved in, there have been times when you have decided, for this project in this circumstance, we're going to create new music as part of this artistic project. And I'm curious to hear you talk a little bit about what that is, and I find it particularly interesting for the two of you, since you're currently involved in organizations that have different relationships to composers and musicians, and how you interact with them, and the structure of the organization, and the creation of new work. So yeah, what comes to mind is navigating that question of, for a given project, is it drawing on existing music or sound sources, or are we creating new music?
Yeah, I mean, I think first of all, something that just comes to mind is, say, in response to your status quo thing of like, that there's been so many, like from no music to, spoken word, just like recognizing that dance is a form in itself that can exist by itself. It doesn't need music. And I know that seems silly to say, but I think that there's big swaths of the population that still believe that you can't have dance without music, and that it always needs music in order to exist. But as like a dance maker, sometimes you're putting on the directorial hat for being a choreographer, then directing music and choosing costumes and doing the lighting design. And yes, that exists, but you can also just have the dance existing on its own as a full thing, just as music would be. You can go and just listen to it. Doesn't need a lighting design. Doesn't need costumes. So I think that coming from that place into collaborations feels really important to me. That I'm treating the other musicians as full, complete artists of themselves, and that it's not like not using the word accompanists even in like a class setting. I don't really like that, because I feel like there's something about one being subservient to the other, or maybe even being dependent on the other in order to exist, which might feel very important for another person's artistic process, but for me personally that feels important, just the layout there as like a round. I don't know if you have any thoughts about that, Jessica.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's important to understand that everyone is a participant and that everyone has their voice in that process. And definitely, I mean, I agree. I think dance is music. I think music is dance. I think that they can both live on its own, but they are actually, to me, the same thing. You know, when you hear music, you see colors, you see movement, you smell these wonderful things in the air, you know, and I think that same goes for when you are part of a dance, or when you see dance and you're experiencing it, that there are sounds that happen in space. But I going back to your question about just sort of what we were talking about earlier was the practicality of choosing new music composition or existing works. What I learned this past year from creating films that are meant to live online is that a way to get out of sync rights that, you know, are very, very hard to get and very expensive is to have new music composition to go with your films, but if they're going to live online. So you don't post on Instagram, post on Vimeo, and then they get snatched up like that as like, oh, this is, you know, BMG or whatever it is that owns this music. Do you have the rights? And so I think as a practical way, like I think that it is a beautiful marrying of having more. It's always wonderful to have more and more voices in the creative process, but it is, on a practical note, for film specifically, helpful to use new music, because then, you know, if you have certain budgetary issues, I mean, musicians and composers will all get paid, but, you know, it's different than trying to get the royalties for something that will live, if you want it to live also in perpetuity, as opposed to something that's like a private link or something like that.
This is so interesting to me because it's so not my world. I haven't used pre-recorded music since I was 15, so it's like it's so interesting to hear about these struggles. And
so for both of you, when was the first time that you had an artistic project that new music was being created in the course of that project?
My brother.
I was going to say the same thing, my siblings.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? And how did this come about? Whose idea was this?
Well, I would say this is not official, but so I'm the youngest of three. Both my brother and sister are musicians, and they would just, I mean, they're total nerds. They would just be goofing at home, and I'd be dancing around, and they're just making up songs together. We're just hanging out, and I think that kind of, that electricity and that energy, it creates something that really can't be replicated when you're like, let me press play here, and you know, you hear it on the coming from the speakers. So I would say that to me, having live music around in the house was just wonderful.
I love that. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I think live music around in the house is always just a thing. It's interesting. I feel like probably a lot. It might not be true, but there's probably a lot more people that have some experience playing music than training in dance. Like I think a lot of men get like disincluded from the dance world at a young age. So it just feels like having music around in the house is just an amazing thing that probably a lot of people have. But for my brother and me, we went to an high school together. So he was working on things and I was working on things, and we could just do it together. And that was first collaboration that way. It was great. Yeah.
I'm like incredibly struck by in your dance company, Catcher, you have not only new music involved in that practice, but really at the center of that. You've mentioned Joe St. Charles, who used to be a neighbor of mine. But as I understand it, he's really at the core of that artistic team, and it's not we'll work on a project and then maybe music will get involved.
Right.
Could you talk a little bit about
how? I mean, it sounds a little bit like Jessica's experience with her family, where we just go into the studio together, and a lot of our work comes from just improvising together in the room. So being part of the rehearsal culture has been a big part of the beginnings of collaboration for us. And then just hanging out and talking ideas too, having the music meetings. But Joe is also my best friend. So we just like casually are hanging out and talking about. Right now, he's really into. He's gonna hate me for saying this, but Teddy Ruxpin and like animatronic animals and cassettes, and like trying to figure out what does that have to do with? Does that intersect with my art world? Or is he gonna do something on his own? And maybe it gets looped into what I'm doing. It's kind of. He has his own thing, and I have my own thing, but then they come together and go away, kind of creatively or conceptually, I should say. And there'll be more things like when I'm wearing the director's hat, where I'm saying like, oh, we need this more like this or more like that, or when we're in the studio together improvising, I'll be like, what's that sound you just made? That's amazing. Like let's do more of that kind of thing. And then it gets more and more crafted the closer it gets to a particular manifestation of a project. But I think the root has been in the past really the rehearsal studio and him being part of that, like bring your stuff in and let's just play and do the thing. Yeah. But yeah, sometimes we feel more like a band sometimes than a dance company, like it feels like it switches back and forth.
It's so helpful just the way on the table, so many different models and how this can work.
Yeah.
And it's interesting in that example, as opposed to ones where a dance company is working on something in silence or in trying different music.
Yeah.
I've always had the impression with the work that Joe has done with you all that the music and the dance are really baked into each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's so hard to imagine something else that they seem very much to have evolved intertwined with
and
each
the
other.
scoring is very much the same as the dancer's scoring for the pieces too. It's not a typical music score. He'll have like the names of the movements, and he's looking out for them and having some. So.
And my cursory understanding is that in Hubbard Street at large, there is a wide range of choreographers that the company engages with, and it's really each choreographer who takes the lead on what the musical world of the piece will be.
That's correct. Most of the time, like when we're planning a season and we hire a choreographer, it is their, as Julie said before, it's usually their prerogative to say like, this is what kind of soundscape I want, this is what the costuming is, this is kind of the lighting mood that I want, this is the set design. And so it is really stemming from the choreographers, burning out baby. But then it becomes more collaborative, but they ordinarily would choose their own creative team. And so sometimes, they've turned us on to wonderful other artists that me personally, that I've never heard before, and have become a fan for life. But that is the ordinary way. Every once in a while, just sort of depending on other maybe institutional collaborations, like we have collaborated with the Chicago Symphony Orchestra before, and a few years back in their Music Now series. And so that was when they would then be creating new music, or their residents would be making new music, and then bringing it to us to say like, okay, like, do you have a choreographer who you think would respond to this music? And so maybe we would propose a few people. The choreographers would then also listen to the music and say like, oh, this is really hitting with me, or some people maybe not. And so that would be, again, I don't want so much to do down, but a lot of it comes down to money. It's like, because we produce this one thing, but like maybe we don't have enough resources to produce new music from somebody that we really love and be able to put that out there and bring them in. So those are wonderful opportunities that I think are really great, but that's more of a rare situation where people present new music and it's already funded and already ready to go, and then we can just sort of meet them halfway.
Such a good model, In our model with Joe and our whole company, we have an equal pay structure, so everybody's getting paid the same. Artistic directors, dancers, musicians, everybody's getting paid the same hourly wage. So it kind of like, it doesn't even go into that world of like, do we have the production funds to be able to do this? It's just, we're just making it work. In a different world.
And I think it could be valuable for folks who are totally in the blind about dance, community and dance practices, to just name what is kind of a norm for some companies inside of that, which is that the choreographers are very often kind of like a film director. There is someone doing the costuming and someone who's the lighting designer, but the choreographer is kind of the director corralling those visions. So very often, whoever's involved with the music is in collaboration with a choreographer who's really overseeing all these elements and trying to bring them together. But that's really interesting of an unlikely example where a piece of new music comes first and then dance is brought into dialogue with it.
But that too also has happened before. I will mention Third Coast Percussion because a recent collaboration that we were so lucky to do with them and their album with Deb Himes. So that actually had started through this collaboration with a choreographer named Emma Portner and movement artists. And so we were doing a full evening with these three choreographers, and Emma Portner brought in Deb Himes. So she said, this is the music that I would love, or like this is the musician that I would love to work with. And Deb ended up writing the music for that work that Third Coast Percussion had performed. And that was also, it was kind of half and half because then we had TCP in the studio with us, and they were very much like, the choreographers would say, like, oh, I love that part, can you make that part stronger? Like things that maybe they hadn't not noticed, but maybe that they hadn't really put as much emphasis on, that like movement-wise, the choreographers wanted to have that highlighted more. So in that way, that the music was mostly built beforehand, but I think maybe the arrangement or the interpretations were kind of married together.
I think it's an important distinction to tease out that in these different projects, I'm curious to hear how you feel about these two things. That sometimes there is a live music component, and sometimes there's a newly created music component. And sometimes there's both, and sometimes there's neither. But it's interesting in this category of creating new music for a project, sometimes the presence of a musician is energizing and provides adaptability in the way something is performed versus a fixed track. And that could be for an existing piece of music, that could be for a new piece of music. It could be that there's a composer creating a new piece of music that is an MP3 file or an uncompressed file that just plays, but there's no live performance element. And I'm curious, in your experience, ranging from on the stage to how are we going to put this project together in terms of timeline and creatively and funding, what are the different things that you have to navigate in deciding those two elements from each other? What comes to bear when there's a live performer? What comes to bear when new music is created for the project?
I just had a funny story come to my head, which I don't know if will answer the question. But actually, just to bring up Third Coast again, the first collaboration we had done with them, they were brought in to do a Steve Reich work. And the recording of that piece that the dancers had been rehearsing to was just straight up not available for purchase, or like we wouldn't have been able to get it. And so in order to do this work, we required a new recording / why don't we do it live? And that was amazing to have them in this. I mean, it was such a layered piece of work that when you hear it through the speakers, you do not hear, you miss so much. And there are certain nuances and all of these like weird counting structures that were hard to get through a recording. But then once we were in the studio with Third Coast, like everything just became so much clearer. So complicated, but just very different. But I don't know. What was I going to say? I was going to say just like in that way, it was sort of because of the resources that we had at our disposal. It was like, we have to do this live, of course. Like, why not? We don't have a recording. Eventually, Third Coast did record when they couldn't perform with us. We had to use their recording. But yeah.
What was the question again? I feel like it was so multifaceted. I was like, which one of those?
Yeah, and answer whichever parts of these interest you, or anything tangential. Which is, as a dancer or as a producer of dance work, what complications or exciting benefits come into play when you're thinking about a project that will have a live music component, or that will have new music created for that project. What are things that really aren't part of the process when you're using existing music or no live musician?
Yeah. So I haven't worked with. I've just been creating new music with Joe for the past 20 years.
What do you think somebody who hasn't been in that process would be surprised to learn about what you have to accommodate?
I think that just being aware of what kind of process we want to have with that person probably would be important. I think that Hubbard Street has a certain kind of thing that they need to go through, and we're talking about your organization has a little bit more solidity to it, that maybe where it's not as nimble as what we're able to do. But so for us, it's creating what is the creative process between us feels really important, where it's trying to jump into it with a new collaborator where you haven't completely figured out how do you do this together, feels harder to rush through that. And the time frame is usually forced upon dance companies and their grant cycles. So we've kind of really leaned into longer project development cycles, more about 4 years long. So for us, it's being involved in a thing and letting it really kind of evolve and change over 4 years' time. That might work for some people, might not work for somebody else. And then being willing to be in what is the dance space needs. People showed up an hour early for this event because we didn't know what the call time is, but for dancers it's an hour early. But I've had experiences with musicians that they're rolling up 5 minutes late to the performance. They're okay, when is it going to start later? It's just a different culture sometimes. So just being around the culture of the dance performance, or maybe dancers around the music performance, and what is expected. I'm trying to think of what other kinds of things might be with difficulty. I think it just is individuals probably. I can't even imagine. I think there's probably as many difficulties as there are individuals working together, and not just something overarching.
I think about just in terms of live music with dance, also thinking about the staging of it. And so I would say, for Hubbard Street, it's important, again, that everyone is a participant, so there's not an orchestra pit.
Mm-hmm.
There's not people that are not seen, that you have the joy and beauty of live music, but they're somewhere else. We really want to highlight that. So I think also in thinking about the practicality of being on a stage with dance, it's how many musicians can you have on stage at the same time with the dancers, or is it a small piece, is it one-on-one? Is that mobile? Can that be anywhere? Or are you going to really have a full, 30-piece orchestra or something, and also try to have a full company piece? And I think that the reality of that is a little bit, it's not impossible, but a little bit more difficult unless you have a massive stage space, which is also more rare. So just thinking about that, but I think that as a fundamental live music, if you can get it, that's the way to go. Because I think for the dancers, for the musicians, for the audience, everyone's experience is just that much richer.
Yeah, live music is incredible. I feel the same with live dance. Being in a live performance for dance feels like the center of it all for me. Live performances. But there can be times we moved to, the first time that Joe recorded a piece for us was this last piece that we did, Marginalia, and that ended up being really fantastic because we were able to do different things with that. Also, his presence was probably not applicable to the piece. The piece was about two women and their relationship to each other. So having a man on the side doing percussion would have just felt not part of the integrity of the piece. So it does probably just depend on what is. But then also we all had babies. It made things a little bit easier to not require somebody with a 6-month-old to come in and play.
That makes a lot of sense. A situation where the new compositional element is really welcome, with the live performing element wouldn't make as much sense. And it's interesting to hear earlier too. You tease out some of the cultural and communication different starting points that come into bear when you have someone who's coming from a music background and a dance background. And I just to name two things that I found very productive and enlightening about stepping into the dance space and collaborations is, one is the care given to lighting design, which in the classical new music performance space is a luxury sometimes, but even like the most DIY project I see for dance, there's like such care being given to the full encompassing visual experience of what the lighting of that space is.
Yeah.
And then also the rehearsal structure and practice I find just like fascinating. And there have been times when I, have gotten permission to like come and sit in on like a Hubbard Street rehearsal in the corner while some pieces rehearse. And it's amazing that because the work isn't sounding in the air and like in conflict with each other, three people can go off over here and look at a laptop and review a video and rehearse with each other while something else happens, and everyone will come together and apart. It's not that there's one person has the microphone. Everyone is always in lockstep in what they're rehearsing, and even down to the level of a orchestra or a chamber music group won't practice scales together, but it's very often that in dance companies there's some kind of class or there's some kind of non-working on the choreography directly training that I understand happens as a company. So I mean, that's just an outpouring of like things that I found surprising and interesting. I'm curious, in that intersection of those spaces, have there been things about how musicians approach work and their creative practice that you found surprising or changed your perspective at all about creating artistic work?
I'm always impressed by the learning curve of musicians. If you see musicians walk in, sight read a piece of music, and it's like, what's going on? You have no idea. And then they talk about it, they do their own thing. 15 minutes later, they come back, and it's like so, it's improved so much in just that 15-minute amount of time, which I don't know how that works. I think that's amazing.
And just for a bit of like background, if three musicians were putting together a piece of music that they might each practice individually and then rehearse for a very short amount of time and perform it,
Right.
and that is not the standard.
Right, that's very good.
So how does that work? And then people don't practice their choreography and then come and put it together. How does it work?
Yeah, you have rehearsal together.
We have rehearsal together.
You have rehearsal together.
We share the intention.
And dance is very much a passed down experience through bodies, as opposed to, there's Laban notation and now there's video. But, there is like this huge long history that you have to learn it through a body of somebody else. You're not like taking the notes and figuring it out at home and then doing it together.
Yeah.
So it is about being bodies in space together, learning from each other and doing it together from the get-go.
Yeah, I think that there are also, you talk about video, that is a learning tool that dancers use now to exchange that information. But there's so much more nuance and backstory that goes on in the simplest of movements. And to pick those things, you're not going to be able to understand those from watching a video.
And there's a lot more like kind of collaborative culture in my world, at least, where it's like if you're learning from a video, somebody might get it before you do, and you're like, oh, show me this. So it's like you're figuring it out together and kind of like trying to decode what it is. So it's not just like this is exactly the note, you know for sure. It's like through the interpretation of that person's body, you're trying to do it through yours and then passing it off.
And I always joke too, like sometimes when you watch a video, maybe there was a mistake. Maybe there was something else that happened, and someone does this thing, and you're like, oh, that was interesting.
Right.
What was that about? And they're like, oh, that's what they did in the video.
Right.
Oh.
It's like if you would just be learning music from a recording of a live performance of music, and that's how it's passed on. Not from imitation.
So in collaborators that you've had who are either composing the music or performing the music or both, what are some of the traits of those collaborators that you find to be really valuable to this kind of specific project of music and choreography.
Just so open and conversational, and maybe, less attached to like one way. Open to multiple approaches.
Yeah, because there's an iterative quality of making work and working with somebody at the same time of it, that like maybe the week before you're like, oh, it should be this way, or it is that way in both of your minds, and then the next week it's like, it can't be that way anymore. And then so for both of you it would be like, okay, yeah, like what's another way it can be? And so if there's because of, I don't know if there's not an openness to that kind of changing of things. I think with dance, a lot of the times, even like a couple weeks before the show, there's like big changes that can happen, big changes. So that's part of the world of it, and not getting too attached to something being set.
Right, like in dance, oftentimes in new creations, nothing is really sacred. You can work on this one section for 4 weeks, and if it doesn't work, years, for however long, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, I gotta cut that.
Yeah, and you really don't know until you perform it in front of people sometimes, or it's like you get it in front of the audience for the first time and you're like, that didn't work. It's terrible. It's like we need to change that. So like in between the first week of showing it and the second week of showing it, maybe you have a few quick up rehearsals where the whole thing gets trashed. And the dancers are ready for that. But sometimes musicians, I think I don't know, how do you feel about that?
No, I think this is so important for performers and composers to hear, because I think our culture, coming from this classical tradition, is one that really values fixed scores. So it could be, I can imagine someone who goes their musical life only playing pieces that are not only like very fixed, but where a tremendous amount of attention is paid to some detail, kind of like the detail in a video. Why does it say this thing about how loud to play here? What exactly does this articulation mean? And the idea of being in a room where someone says, I think that part goes on too long, is kind of a culture shock. And I think it's really important for people to hear and understand that part of facilitating those collaborations with dance is to come in with an openness. To adapt not only how you play something, but actually the substance of what you're playing.
And not to take the emotional part of it out. Like we're not just like cold and like, oh, I'll just cut that. You don't need that part. What is it? It's. I mean, there are attachments that you make, but it's in service to the art.
Having a shared vision of where the work is going and having it not be about an individual's singular vision, even though we're talking a lot about a collaboration that's based on a directorial lead of the dancer, I think, which I think there's other relationships out there where the directorial lead might be the musician, but I think that like even with the dance maker just kind of like zooms out, or I would zoom out, at the point of the first performance and be like, did that work or not? Even if I love it, it might be on the chop block.
It seems like there's so many more projects then that are productive when the performer is also the composer, or the composer is still actively involved, or the performer feels like they can tweak the raw material so that you can make those adaptations. What advice would you give to performers and composers here in Chicago who want to get their hands dirty and explore some of this creative space and doing these kind of collaborations? How can they find and interact with the amazing dance community here?
I mean, that's hard. I think we were talking a little bit about Constellation Links Fall. I don't know. It's been a few years with the pandemic situation, so I don't know what the hanging out and seeing each other scene is over there right now. But they had just such a nice series of kind of like thrown together dancers and musicians. Mike had like 3-on-3 was one of them, and there was collision theory that was going on there. There was this festival called ABC. There was like artists from Amsterdam, Berlin, and Chicago coming. There's like all these kind of just like get together, do a performance, do an improv thing, and then you like meet new people through that and be able to like talk in the bar afterwards. And I feel like that kind of space is just really rich and important. I don't know how to like say how do we get together in this age. I was also mentioning this like little brief period of time where there was a library at ESS of dance makers' work back when there was DVDs, and like musicians could like kind of watch through people's things and like, you know, get in touch with people who are clearly looking for a collaborative partner. But probably there's a better way to do that now. Just like, I guess this is like a call to an organization that has the funds and the means to like maybe like put together a dating service for musicians and dancers that are looking for each other. Because I don't know how that happens other than just like people knowing each other. Because we met Sarah and Tim through other people, or you know, I think. But I mean, meeting you is through Ben Wardell. I mean, it's always like there's somebody that has brought you to a show of things or whatever. So I guess like that's important. Just go see shows.
And in addition to whatever you might have been thinking and said, I'd love to hear if you have suggestions of where people can go to see dance, including your two organizations.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, sorry, just to the other question, I think just be bold, be brave. I've received work samples in my inbox of just sort of like, hey, you know, we're interested in what you're doing, or is there any possibility for any collaboration? And maybe it's not right now, or maybe I do know somebody. And there's also, I'll just plug Harbor Street really quick, but we also have an Inside Out workshop where the dancers create new works and engage their own musicians and musical collaborators and that sort of thing. So I think that there are opportunities to just sort of like dip your toe if it's, you know, it doesn't have to be this massive big production, but if it can be, you know, just a more independent way of like creating your own thing, and that is your networking. But also I think that if you like really cold call, send some samples, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't, I love it.
You love it. That never works for me. I was like, you're just trying to get money out of me. Like, I was like, I say thank you. Like,
I think it's so brave.
Yeah,
it's just
really.
like, you know, you put yourself in this vulnerable place. Like, I don't know who Jessica Tong is, but I'm just gonna send her some music, and you know, and I appreciate it. I think
that's cool.
even if it's not something that can necessarily come to fruition.
It doesn't come to fruition.
Or it doesn't, or it's not the right time or something. But I think there are ways to also just sort of, you know, step by step kind of create those connections. But to see dance, do you want to talk?
I mean, I was thinking about this because you sent over that question to us earlier, and it's hard because there's like the big centers of dance, right? But then I just really believe in like using those as like your initial touch point, like go see a show there and then see what else is going on, kind of thing, and like let your intuition follow you for what you're interested in. Like what kind of, are you interested in something more formal or more experimental or more underground or more polished and clean, or you know, what is your world and how do you fall into it? And so I think that like go to your initial show at, you know, you get the Harrison booth, you get Links Hall or some other like, you know, decrepit ballroom somewhere, and like what, you know, it used to be like what flyers were out there, but I think probably it's more through social media too, right? Like what groups are you following? There's like a Chicago Dance Community group. There's Chicago Dance Makers Forum that has a monthly newsletter that comes out that has like, you know, updates on all of their past lab artists. So their shows are happening all the time. Go to those shows and then see others work. You know, maybe their dancers are doing something else. You know, that kind of thing.
Or see Chicago Dance.
See Chicago Dance.
Yeah.
So just to check in, how are we on time? Is it about wrap up time or okay time? Okay, great. So one kind of open-ended question I'd love to pick your brains on is in this sphere of music and dance interacting, you've been involved in so many projects that handle that interaction in so many different ways. I'm curious what if anything do you feel is a space for innovation in those practices, like a new frontier either in the type of work or the arenas or who's involved, how the music and dance are relating to each other. Is there anything that excites you as the moment or the communities are particularly ripe to try something? Even if it is an idea that, you know, would totally fail, are there things that kind of captivate your interest?
I don't know if it's so frontier right now, innovative, but I do think that this past year has taught us that we can reach out to people that are not in our like current sphere, and to be able to have these like very interactive collaborations. And maybe you're not in the same room together for that entire process. Maybe you luck out and you can spend one day together or something like that. But I think that expanding that scope of who you're able to work with, I think is amazing. Then you can also, like, within the musicians that you're able to bring in from maybe that new music, that it's also then exponentially growing from there. Yeah, I think that that's very exciting from just a collaborative community social standpoint.
Yeah. Oh, that's a hard question for me, Peter.
And this could turn also into like what it is you're researching now in your own practice.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I'm really interested in how, I guess I'm really interested in hyper-local right now, so what is going on in my intimate community, which is maybe like the exact opposite of what you're talking about. Like opening, yeah. So I think that maybe it's not about excitement from the perspective of avant-gardeness or newness, but it's more about trying to make connections with my world around me in a more deeply connected way, and let that kind of authenticity show out through performative settings. And meeting new musicians from my neighborhood feels exciting to me right now. Like just like kind of keeping the pulse of like, oh, who's this drum teacher that's doing African drumming at this new place down the street, and it's for kids. I'll bring my kid to it and see like what are they doing right now, and just like maybe I'm not collaborating with them right now, but I'm creating that. I'm just interested in what is my network around me. That's not really answering your question.
No, I think it does, because it's very clear that your artistic practice is not an A to B one. It's one that unfolds over very long periods of time, and it sounds like you have your finger very much on the pulse of something that feels valuable and vital and important, and that it could be enough. Or I'm interested to see how that could evolve. We'll talk again when that project comes to fruition. Yes, something I find interesting is the earlier point, I think maybe Jessica made it, of how there is dance within music. In a musical performance, like it is a sort of dance, and dance itself has a musicality and has music in it. And thinking of those less as like different practices that can come and combine, I would love to see, musicians or musical ensembles, instead of commissioning a composer to create a new work for them, to have a choreographer come and create a piece for them. It's just, these are their people and their skill sets, and this is the time we have. What would a choreographer come to bear on that situation? Or likewise, like to put a composer or musician, leading an effort with a dance company. Like, I wonder what work would come out of that.
Which I think there's just like a lot more precedent for that in the pop culture world, right? Music videos is probably what that is. Like, just like, you have a song and then hire the dancers to come do the thing to the song kind of thing. But it'd be interesting to have more of that role in this kind of more experimental music world of like.
Yeah, or even if it's not a composer saying, all right, here's the song and now we'll choreograph. But if it's a composer saying, whatever concepts that I'm interested, that usually I apply to instruments, like I will now think about movement. Even though, and I'm like super curious what work and maybe in a more lasting way, what perspectives that would challenge and practices, what the awkwardnesses would be in trying to produce work in those ways.
I think, because I was reading up on what you've been doing lately. I was reading up on your collaboration with the glassblower.
Oh, sure.
And and just thinking about what is dance, and where do you see movement, where do you see life and breath, and it's not necessarily in a human body. It can be in so many other things. So maybe in that conversation with a tree, you know, when you see the tree in the wind or whatever, not so mind-blowing or anything. But what, I guess, where do you see dance, I guess, as a musician? And where can you draw those inspirations from, as opposed to just pigeonholing it to humans moving in an empty space?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is kind of fun. Even just like as a dancer, it's like looking at a microphone stand and seeing like, what is dancing about that in space? Even though it's currently immobile, or not, it's not moving, but like, what is it saying? How is it speaking in relationship to other things you're doing?
Yeah, I love it in music and in dance. The conversation seems to, at some point, go to the ever-presence of it, to the universality. You're always interacting with sound and vibrations, even if it's your breath. And when you think about choreography and dance, like we're always bodies in movement and in space. And it's so interesting to hear about the different projects you've had that engage with both of those things. I want to kick it over in case there are any questions that have come up in the chat in the meantime, or comments.
There's a comment just shouting out the idea of sleeping is listening, which was touched on earlier, and then just some comments of praise.
How about in the room? I'm curious if there's anything that's been stimulated, thoughts that you have, or things that you'd be interested to hear Julia or Jessica speak to.
I was curious about the first project that you talked about, Julia, where it was however many hours it was nonstop. And what was it artistically that brought you to that point? And frankly, how did you get everyone on board to do that?
I know. Yeah, it was lucky to have the group that was willing to do that work. And we did it, iteratively. Like the first version was the just one overnight, and then the second one was the 7 overnights, kind of thing. So, we had to have the people that, could do it or wanted to do it, had the, stamina and interest to do it for the second one. But we gradually worked up to that as well. It was like we started out, with an improvisational process called Orders from the Horse that was meant to be long form. So we started off as doing maybe 2-hour long improvisations, and 4 hours, then 8 hours, then 12. It kept on lengthening it more and more, and kind of improving our stamina for that, or just what was our artistic arcs within that. And it really was based off of this flipping of our improvisational, our usual improvisational intentions of composing in the moment to having it be more of a letting the back brain drive the improv instead of the front brain being like, okay, I just did this over here, so maybe next, I'll reference it over here, and then I'll do it again over here, and then I'll change it over here, and it was less of that kind of thinking about how this arc of an evening was going to go and how to craft it, and more of riding the body doing it. And same with the music, how to make that kind of be a more a ride for your front brain based on your subcortical impulses. And yeah, it took an incredible amount of organization and just inertia for it to happen, and it will never happen again. It was a once in a lifetime thing that was awesome. I'm so glad I did it. It's changed who I am as an artist, and I'm sure it did for everybody else on the project, but definitely is not a sustainable ask for any human body. Yeah.
And I'm sorry if you mentioned this earlier and I'm forgetting, but how did you engage an audience with that, or how do you plan to in the future?
Yeah, so with the long form piece, so we had entry points at different times during the week. For example, they were basically every 4 hours. We'd let people in. They could leave whenever they want, but they could only come in at these 4-hour chunks. There was one period of the night that we did have a shorter, it was a 2-hour chunk that was meant for the evening length mind frame, because we knew that there's just a big swath of our audience that's been trained to watch dance as a no more than 2-hour experience at about the dinner and movie time of day. So that was like, we let people in at 7:30 or something, stayed for 2 hours, and then they went home. And then the other half of the people that came, or it was incremental. We'd send half the people home after that, another half of the people would stay, and then they stayed the night after that. And then so it ended up being like 12 people who would stay the night, and then they would go home in the morning and would start fresh with a 4-hour kind of thing. Yeah, so some people would buy a 24-hour ticket, and some people would buy a 2-hour ticket. Some people would buy, 4-hour ticket on Monday and another 4-hour ticket on Sunday or something like that. So we really wanted it to be kind of almost like you were visiting like a national park or something like that. You can decide to like go have a picnic there, or you could go and like camp for the week kind of thing. So yeah,
Thanks.
yeah, thanks for asking.
Well, thank you so much. I want to extend a thank you to your Taxi Festival for making space for this conversation, particularly Jenny O'Brown, Jessica Wolf, and Justin Peters. Want to echo the point that you both in different ways had made earlier, which is go and see the amazing dance that's happening in Chicago at Ketchery, at Hubbard Street, and everywhere. And stay and meet those people. Like, those are our people in this artistic community. And I'd be so thrilled to see more collaborative work flourish in the community through those connections. And of course, for everyone, go and see the incredible musical work that's happening this weekend through the Ear Taxi Festival. It is just riches of nonstop music. But most of all, thank you to Julie and Jessica for making time for this conversation. It's really a pleasure to hear from you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
It was really great.
much for having me. My name is Melissa Ngan. I am a founder of Fifth House Ensemble. So I founded the group in 2005, about 16 years ago. And Fifth House has collaboration central to everything it does in its mission. So we tap that collaborative spirit of chamber music to create engaging performances and also to create partnerships with organizations throughout the country, as well as artists of every type. And the goal when we founded Fifth House in 2005 was to really push beyond the perceived limits of classical music. The idea that we could go further than just performance and education in terms of our impact out there in the world. So that's where we found our curiosity. And now, as of this February, I've transitioned into a new role as president and CEO of the American Composers Orchestra. So I have the great pleasure of being within an organization that seeks to transform the American orchestral experience through its repertoire. So that gives you some sense of who I am. But I actually don't think we know each other quite yet, so I'm going to start again. This is me. This is what I look like without this mask on, in case you were curious. I still have these ears. This is me at 6 years old, and when I was a little kid, the first thing that people would ask me was, "What are you?" It was still cool to say that as a child of the 80s. So it's hard to answer that question without talking about who my parents were. My mom was an English teacher from Brazil. My dad was the director of secondary education in Cambodia. And they met in Los Angeles, of all places, when my dad was going to school there and my mom was there on a visit. And they got married at a wedding ceremony that had every major religion represented, 21 different languages, and basically the family that they created for themselves, having left their families back at home. And when the government fell in Cambodia, about a month or two after my parents got married, my dad became a refugee, essentially, and my parents were actually legally allowed to work in this country and have a path towards citizenship, for which I'm very grateful. Many years later, he was able to bring his family over from Cambodia. These are photos of them in their very first apartment, and I still have within me that sort of cultural story of how they arrived here and within 2 weeks had a place to live and jobs. So that's always stuck with me in terms of work ethic. But as a little person, I looked very, very Asian. And so one of the things that was really funny for me was that I would always go shopping with my mom and people would say, "Oh, that's so cute that you adopted a Chinese baby." I figured out at some point when I was a little older that I was a little different for that reason. I started going to school and having to check the boxes of, what race I was on the government forms. And you weren't at that time allowed to check more than one box, so I had to check other. And that was a very defining experience. So what I can say is that it took me many years to realize this, but the reason why I do the work I do, which largely sits at the intersection of different things, whether it's art and business or music making and non-arts-based forms, it's really about bringing people together who are very different from one another. And I think the reason I became interested in that is because as a little kid, neither side of my family spoke the same language. They didn't even speak the same language of love. So I became my most comfortable in situations where people around me were very different and I was kind of the glue that binds. By the way, I also really love to garden, so in case you want to touch base about that after this, I'm down. So that's a little bit about me, and that's kind of the first lesson that I wanted to share, which is integrate your whole human experience into your art making. Whenever we seek to do this kind of work, it's often known that we will come onto the stage and kind of hide that part of ourselves that's not the performer wearing the dress, bowing in the lights. And I think it's really important for us to remember that we are the sum total of our human experiences. So the more that we can bring that with us, the richer our experience of art making will be. So in my early musical life, I actually moved to the city, Chicago, to play with the Civic Orchestra of Chicago. And it was an amazing experience. Got to play in a wonderful concert hall, great lights, great repertoire, great composers, great conductors, great audiences. Except every once in a great while, I would look into the room and see people taking the most expensive nap of their lives. And, at a certain point, I started playing in the music corps program, which at the time was the Civic Orchestra's opportunity to have musicians go out into community, play concerts, to teach, to coach youth orchestra, and that later became the Fellows program. And I remember there was one time that I was playing a concert in a community space, and a gentleman came up to me afterwards and he said, "Yo, you guys give good game face." And I said, "What does that mean?" And he said, basically what he noticed was that in chamber music, we were all looking at each other in the eyes. We were expressing with our bodies where we were going next in the music. And that's what he took away from the experience. As a firefighter, that's what he does in life and death situations, is to be with full equipment on, not be able to talk to his colleagues, and have to know with eyes and with body motion where it's safe to go and what is next to do. And so it really made me think, that wasn't necessarily what I was preparing for in that moment, but it is what that person took away. That was the meaning that he drew from that experience that we shared together. And so it made me really understand that the musical experience isn't necessarily the same as the technique that we prepare in the practice room. It may actually be more than that, some of which you can plan and some of which you can't anticipate because it requires that conversation. But all in all, I would say that that day really changed my why. It changed why I do what I do, which is to say that I realized that what I was doing was a gift for other people, given with generosity, with both hands open. And it wasn't for the first time about my own achievement. It wasn't about winning a job or getting money or being better than the next kid. It was about sharing that experience and helping somebody have a better day. And that changed why I prepare, what I do, and it also changed the way in which I wanted to make music out there in the world. So coming back to Fifth House, when I think about what our artistic programming has meant over the years, I've thought a lot about how the idea of collaboration helps you to engage your curiosity and work with people from very unexpected places, whether it's pop musicians, folk musicians, graphic novelists, video game designers, and more. So a landmark project for us was Black Violet. This was a project where we worked with a graphic novelist named Ezra Clayton Daniels. And the experience of working with Ezra was really cool because we gave him more than 3 concerts worth of music to listen to. He's not a classically trained musician, but he was really taken by the Bronx Horn Trio in particular. And he said it made him think of this story he had always wanted to write about black cats during the last Great Plague of London. And so he gave us a story treatment. We then went back and forth on the idea and ended up creating together a 3-part concept series that essentially had graphic novel slides that were written and customized to emotional cues in the music. So when you go to this performance, essentially what you see is similar to a silent film in a cabaret style space, where all of the cues in the music sync to really special action points in the story. And that was a really interesting moment for us because the idea of engaging story was important from the perspective that otherwise what you might do is stand in front of someone and say, here's a piece, and in about 3 minutes this really cool thing is going to happen, set your watch. Instead of that, you're actually seeing a story that heightens that moment for you. There was another thing about that experience that was really defining. We started to really think about experience design. So what you're seeing here are programs that look like the kind of old-timey program you would nail to a wall during the Great Plague. And you're also seeing food and drink provided by beverage and food sponsors and a cabaret-style environment where people could gather before and after the show. And that was a really great way to build community. We found so many people came early or also came over from the pizzeria and bar that was attached to the venue, and it became a very social experience. Following that, we did another project called In Transit, where we experimented with an idea called the Hope Canetta. And this was brought to us by a member of our artistic advisory board, James Buckhouse, who at the time was the director of corporate design at Twitter. And he was really interested in understanding how we might create an improvised story moment together. So the construct here was that there was a storyline in the show, and at a certain moment, people would tweet or text their hopes for a certain character. So I was the person backstage with a phone, because I wasn't playing during that particular piece, receiving all of these messages. And I remember thinking to myself, oh no, no one's gonna do it. There's gonna be a blank screen, and I'm gonna be really mortified. And what ended up happening really was that I had so many messages coming through that I couldn't manage them fast enough. And one of the other things that I found really surprising was that people weren't just engaging with the screen, they were actually engaging with each other. So instead of the conversation I thought they were going to have, which was this way, they ended up saying, what did you write? What did you write? And that was a totally unexpected part of the experience. So I was finding that community was getting built in the room through that kind of story. We took that idea of story one step further with Journey Live. So if you're familiar with Journey the game, you know that it is a wordless parable about the meaning of life. It has no narrative at all, except that it does have a storyline that gets acted out by your experience moving through the desert to the large mountain that looms in the distance. And this is actually the first video game score ever to be nominated for a Grammy Award by Austin Wintory. One of the reasons why it is so special is that in the game itself, the score is created in tiny little fragments that seamlessly blend together. So what happens is that when you play it, it feels like the score is being constructed just for you. But actually what it is that every movement you make triggers a different response in the music, and it happens so seamlessly you're not aware of those changes. So what we wanted to do was to take that experience and bring it from the couch to the concert hall. So we wanted to create some community around the idea that this experience we normally have at home by ourselves, we could actually put into a full room of people and watch that sweeping journey together. And we also wanted to simulate that interactivity. So we actually worked with an arranger to create an original arrangement of the game that allowed for that same kind of responsiveness in a live score to happen. So you'll see we have a live player on the stage with us. That person is actually controlling what happens in the screen and in the music. So normally when you see a video game show, you're probably seeing a fixed capture of the entire game. In this case, what you're seeing is a live playthrough, and the musicians are responding in real time to what's happening on the screen. So we don't know how it's going to turn out any given night. And it's a really difficult thing to do, but I will say that when we do it properly, no one knows it's hard. The thing that was really great about this, though, we launched it with a Kickstarter campaign that raised $52,000 from about 1,200 backers in 30 days. But when I talk about that story, what's important is not the funding. It's actually, again, the community that was built through that performance. We had people sharing stories of how they had played the game with their pets while they were crossing over, or they had played the game when they were in the hospital with stage 3 cancer. We had people submitting fan art and dressing up or coming in cosplay. This particular individual showed up on ballet point the entire evening because that's how the feet look in the game, which was complete commitment. So it's just helpful to note that this is a community of people that we were able to tap into because this is a game that had that kind of following. So we followed that up with one more video game property, which similarly and unexpectedly teaches more lessons about what it means to walk through life in a positive way. And so for those who might not be familiar with Undertale, it is an RPG game, so meaning that it's a role player game where you have all these little choice points that you make. So as a little character, you've been dropped into the underworld, you meet all of these characters that you think are monsters, and your first instinct is to fight because that's what you do in video games. And then gradually you figure out, actually, these aren't monsters at all. They're just people, and they've had things happen to them in life, and if I can figure out what they need from me, maybe I can help. So you have the opportunity to spare them after you've taken some specific actions to address whatever it is that that character needs from you in that moment. And we similarly wanted to give the audience choice about what happens in the game, but this time, because the game takes about 4 to 5 hours to play, we actually broke it into sections and then had the whole audience do a sort of choose your own adventure with voting points that take place in key moments in the story. So what you're about to see is essentially what happens in the hall. So we have a hall of people. Everyone has just been instructed to pull their cell phones out and to text their votes to a certain number. They text 1 for yes, 2 for no. And they're about to figure out that what ends up happening is that their votes actually impact what happens on the screen. And you can hear them react to that, which is kind of cool. So when we had the experience that all of us had in March of going through the pandemic, we decided to take this another step in the direction of interactivity. So we weren't able to put this into the hall anymore, but we were able to do it on Twitch. So we had actually recorded an album of all of the music the day after we premiered the show, very luckily. And so we actually created a chatbot. So what you're seeing here is a Twitch presentation of Undertale Live. And what's happening in the chat window is some people are just having conversation, but we've also just hit a choice point, fight or mercy. And so you'll see people either voting 1 or 2 or fight or mercy. Both of those options work. And the chatbot is actually being tabulated automatically, and it is controlling you what happens next in the music and in the storyline, because both of those things have been pre-programmed into OBS. So what's cool about this is that if you happen to be the person controlling the computer at this given time, all you have to do at the beginning of the show is hit start and then back away with both of your hands up, because actually the audience is controlling what happens at every step of the game. And I will say, in addition to knowing that the room's choices impact what happens in the show, the comments that happen in the chat were hilarious and always the best time. So great to know that that was another space where we were able to make something really cool happen despite all the circumstances we were in. The other thing that we were able to do online was create a Discord. So if you haven't used Discord yet for public events, I highly recommend it. This is a space where we were able to get feedback from folks, to connect people in case they wanted to meet before the show for dinner, to get fan art made and all kinds of really wonderful stuff. So it's definitely a great place for a conversation. So at this point, I just want to share some information that I got at the LEAP conference this last year on a session from Impact's Experience. And it kind of ties together some of the things that I've just shown you in a couple of projects that I've highlighted. They gathered some data on digital performances and audiences during the pandemic, and some interesting things happened. First of all, more first-time visitors attended cultural institutions during the pandemic because of digital programming. So that's one thing to note. The second thing is 35% of digital audiences were new. So either they hadn't come to you because they didn't live in your town, or perhaps they didn't have access, or they just took the leap for the first time because they could do it from their living room. And another thing to note, many of us think that if we offer digital content, it's going to mean that people won't attend live, right? At this point in time, it's helpful to realize that in many cases, people are viewing digital content to decide if they want to come to you live. So it's not so much that it's a replacement, they're actually doing that as the calling card to see, is this a show that I actually want to come to? And of course, digital audiences value interactivity. So everything you're seeing in terms of the Undertale live experience, to be able to give an audience member control over how they're viewing what they're viewing, or even what's happening on the screen, or also a space to be social with other people who are watching at the same time, that's really critical. If you think about the idea that video games happen online, we're used to the online experience being one that has some interactivity to it. So that's one of the reasons why those things really go together. And again, my source here is Impact's Experience. I cannot recommend them highly enough in terms of having collected so much of this data. So where does that go in terms of my new role with ACO? So we actually have a performance coming up in October, which is sort of a commentary on this particular moment. It's called New Canons. On it, we have a piece by Ray Lustig, which was commissioned by ACO in 2013. And it's a piece that celebrates network latency, and did that before it was a thing that all of us as musicians have had to deal with during the pandemic. He actually replicates a string quartet 4 times in different places in the world and puts that with an orchestra. And the latency effect is what creates this sonic blur that happens in the piece. And we also have a new commission by Trevor New. He's a Brooklyn-based violist and composer. He's also been working with ensembles and musicians throughout the pandemic using clean feed to be in high audio quality, low latency environments for rehearsals and performances. So he's actually writing a piece along similar format as Ray's, except that instead of celebrating the idea of that latency effect, he's actually removing it as much as possible. So it's cool to see 2 pieces that treat that in very different ways. And we have 3 other pieces on the program by Pauline Oliveros, Chris Kallmeyer, and Raquel Acevedo-Klein that similarly encourage people to think about sound, both analog and digital, and interact with it in interesting ways. I will also say that this is a performance that is being co-sponsored and co-presented by Group Muse and the Group Muse Foundation. And one of the things that's cool about that is that not only are the musicians being connected over network, our audience spaces are being connected over network too. So people can attend in person in a concert space or in person in a home environment with one of the string quartets, and everyone's going to be able to see and hear each other, we hope. So some other surprising facts about audience data. So this is another thing from the Impacts Experience presentation. Audience data shows that who we are with is more than 2 times more important than what or who we see on the stage, if we let that sink in for a second. So that's not to say that what we do isn't important, far from it, but it is important to realize that performances are a social experience. And so we think we are in the business of making art, and we are to some degree, but we're also really in the business of making memories. And I think that's an important thing for us to realize when we think about the value of the performance and that interactive space, is that we're actually there to connect people to one another. And again, my source is Impact's experience. So that third lesson that I wanted to share is the idea of building human connections through art making and interactivity, and many different ways to do that, whether it's just simply creating a social space for people to gather, whether it's encouraging conversation in a chat window, whether it's a performance that is a choose your own adventure. There are so many ways that you can get people to interact with and make art with you, and that can be a really great way to bring people into the experience and to connect them to one another. So switching gears a little bit, I want to speak now about educational programming. So with Fifth House, we started with educational programs in public schools, and then grew into educational programs that work in social service settings as well. So most of the time when we are doing arts integration in the public schools, we're doing a form of art making that is really about connecting curricular learning goals with artistic learning goals and teaching those at the same time. And there are a couple ways of doing that. The first is the literal way, where you might say French music, French poetry, so about what something is. But we tend to do it through parallel process instead. So parallel process is looking at how something works, not what it is. So for instance, how rhythm is constant and regular in a rhythmic ostinato, and also constant and regular in a limerick, if you were doing a music and poetry unit. So with that arts integration piece, we started to develop these programs for public schools that were one-time, one-shot concerts, about 45 minutes. They could be things like music and poetry, music in the circulatory system, music and physics. And we would do this at public schools all over the city as a great way of getting to know new potential partners. But what we were really after were residencies. And in our very first season, our first one was with the Walt Disney Magnet School. And we were really looking at how we could deepen students' understanding of core curricular subjects through music. So we got a call from a parent at the Disney school who said, look, Diana Disney has just given millions of dollars to build this Flash animation lab. So Flash, now you know how old this story is. And no one's using it. So if you could come in there and do something with that, you would be the darling of the school. So we actually help students create their very own version of Fantasia, where in small groups, they created the original stories, they animated and drew characters, and they performed those live with us, performing the music. So the lesson here is that a lot of times when we think about arts education programs, we think about the product. We think about the concert that the students are going to play at the end, how well they hit all the notes and all of that. But I just want to emphasize here that in all of these programs, 90% of the transformation happens in the process of doing the work. 10% of it is what happens at the end. And it's just helpful to realize that that's where actually the evaluation and the transformation occurs. And that transfers as well, as I mentioned earlier, into civic practice work. So the idea that the type of work we do can and should play a role in addressing community-defined goals. So speaking of definitions, I want to explain what I mean by that. So these definitions here come to us from Michael Road, who founded Sojourn Theater and then the Center for Performance and Civic Practice, and has done beautiful work defining these ways of making art for our field to use. And the first way is the one that we are all very familiar with. So studio practice. Artists make a piece of art, and then they share it with the world, and the public interacts with that piece of art as an audience. So the artist has made it, the audience experiences it. Social practice is kind of the middle road. So in this case, artists might have an idea. So they might say, I would like to do a project that engages with Vietnam veterans, for instance. And then they go to a non-arts partner, so perhaps an organization that serves veterans in their city, and seek their partnership in the project. So they might collect stories, they might do cross-promoted events, they might participate in design. So in that case, the artist has the idea, and it's also the artist that makes the invitation to the non-arts partner. So far, so good. And then we end up with civic practice. So civic practice is the other end of the spectrum. where perhaps the organization, not the artist, comes to the artist and says, I'm experiencing something that I need your help with, or I have a vision for something that I would like to see in the future. It could look something like, this is a center that serves women experiencing homelessness. And they say, we would like more experiences for our women that help them to process through trauma outside of traditional therapy. What can you do as artists to create that? So in that moment, you as an artist, your creativity is about designing and co-designing a solution to that, and co-creating that vision along with your partner. And so the thing that's really important to realize, by the way, this is another plug for the Center for Performance and Civic Practice, is that those three ways of art making are defined by the invitation. It's defined by who has the idea and how the invitation is made. And that really gets at which one of those tracks you're on. And I will say there is no judgment to say which one is better than the other. Everyone, every artist can do every sort of practice at some point in their artistic lives. And also projects can have multiple components within them, some of which are studio, social, or civic practice. So there's no judgment here. But I will say that it is helpful to know what you are doing at any given time, because that helps you define what success looks like and what your process should look like. So a few points on how to do that work well. The first thing, be a guest before you are a host. So think about what it feels like to show up at a dinner party. You might have shown up with your hostess gift, and someone opens the door for you, and they show you where to put that, and they also show you where the bathroom is, and introduce you to a few people. And once you've been there a while, perhaps the host might tell you to open the door for the next person and show them where to put their gift and where the bathroom is, and introduce them to a few people. And the point here is that often we as artists and arts organizations will go to a community that is not our own and expect that they're going to want us there in the first place. We might also think that they will be made better by our presence or by our program, and we will sometimes come to them with a menu of things that we can offer. That is called outreach. Let's all collectively agree to stop using that word. So the thing that's really different about this is that you start with a relationship. You start by building a relationship, by being a patron, by being a supporter, by being a customer, by being a citizen of that particular community for a period of time. And then, after a period, you start to think about what you might do together as friends. That's a very different approach, and sometimes it ends with, we're really glad we know each other, and we don't really have a great way to partner, and that has to be an okay outcome. So, the other thing that I will say is that it is not equitable to create public-facing programs without inclusive public participation. So if you've ever heard the phrase, nothing about us without us, that's what I mean here. That if you're trying to work with a certain community of people or make art that's about a certain community of people, it's really best to include them from the very beginning, not towards the end, but from the very beginning. And that's a difference in approach that more artists have started to take over this last period of time. In making those invitations, it is helpful to invite the halo. So what I mean by that is not just the leadership of the organization, but program staff, other administration, teachers, students, participants, all the way through. So if you can invite people all the way through from the beginning, then you'll have more perspective for what's going to make for a good product. And also you'll build trust and relationships along the way. And the last thing here is reflect your values in your balance sheet. So this is an interesting one because many times as arts organizations, we will apply for funds in order to do a program in a particular community, and all of those funds go to us. But if you do work this way, what ends up happening is that your partner is going to be right there with you doing that work. They're going to be investing their time, their human capital, their emotional labor, their expertise, their intellect. So actually, what you should be doing is putting a line item in your funding to support that and make sure that you're actually creating paid opportunities for the people who are partnering with you in the making of those programs. So that's something that I'm seeing more and more arts organizations do. It ends up being a little bit of a surprise sometimes for people that that's a good thing to do, and that's definitely a place where, even in my own work, that's an evolution that I've made, knowing that this is the type of work I want to be doing, but I highly want to encourage that if you're looking to do this kind of work. So a little bit of an overview as to what this has looked like within Fifth House. Fifth House had residencies at 5 social service organizations. The Cook County Juvenile Temporary Detention Center 2 organizations serving people experiencing homelessness, and 2 organizations serving people who are transitioning into stable employment. And through all of this, we had a research partner, Loyola University, and their Center for Urban Research and Learning. And that was a collaborative research team. And one of the things that I want to say about Loyola Curl is that they're not arts-based researchers. And I want to underline that with red pen, because that was actually a really great partnership, because they were based in social work. The lead folks who worked with us were social workers, and it helped us to see what we were accomplishing through a very different lens. So the idea here, when we first began these residencies, was to engage with story and music, similar to our artistic process, and also many of the places where we were working already had creative writing or poetry or that type of work in their core. But we became really curious about what it would mean to create new outlets for self-expression beyond language. What we started to see was that, especially in the detention center, some of the young people had their projects censored at the last minute by the administration because they were too closely related to their court cases. We also saw a very narrow range of what they were making for us, emotionally and also in terms of subject matter. We saw that they were always negative experiences, always about past trauma or violence or things like that. And while we understand and appreciated that that was something that they wanted to get out there, we also felt like there was a sense in which they were making what they thought we expected them to make. And also we knew there were more dimensions to them than what they were showing. So at the time, our cellist thought, what if we brought in graphic score as a process? And we didn't know if it would work, because this was a way of making music that was pretty outside of what we knew the young people were familiar with at that point in time. So graphic score being the idea of writing music through colors, shapes, lines, and textures to represent sound. But the thing that was really unexpected is that when we brought big sheets of paper and markers and crayons into the room, all of a sudden you saw young people's heads popping up off the desks, and you saw people engaging, and you also saw stories for the first time that had humor in them, and lightness, and shared childhood experiences. We saw some of the most creative work in the detention center that we had ever seen in any public school when we started doing this. And the other thing that was really beautiful about this is that we also worked with a social emotional learning expert in the creation of that curriculum that year. And we had this anchor activity that always happened at the beginning and end of every class. Pick a color that represents how you feel today. And there was this one day that a young man said, I feel like a rainbow. And we're in the detention center, and we thought, oh no. So everyone was very quiet, just waiting to see what would happen. But it turns out everyone in the class was very respectful, and someone asked him, tell me why you feel like a rainbow today, because that's always the follow-up question. Tell me more. And he said, I am so happy to be here. I feel all of the colors. And that's not a sentiment you feel in that space. So we knew that things were happening. A couple of years later, we discovered a practice called deep listening. And by we discovered, I mean, I was sherped along that journey by Brian and Leela Pirtle at Lawrence University completely by accident. I ended up laying down on the racquetball court in a deep listening session and floating out of my body for 2 hours. And I thought to myself, this is where I want to spend a lot more time. So we started bringing deep listening work, which was created by Pauline Oliveros. And Pauline really created this practice with the idea that all sounds are musical and all people are musicians. So it's a music, mindfulness, improvisation, composition practice that engages with sound, listening, movement, and dreaming. And she accomplishes a lot of this work through text scores. So this score is for a bull gong meditation where everyone sits in a circle, one person rings the gong, and whenever anybody has lost the image of that sound in their mind, they can come to the center of the circle, pick up the striker, and instead of hitting the gong themselves, they hand it to someone else and invite them to hit the gong. And that act of generosity is part of the genius of that piece. So when we did this at the detention center, and our cellist wrote a blog about this, this was the first moment that we saw young people guards and teachers all participating in an activity equally. Most of the time when we work through lessons there, the guards are kind of either not participating or actually somewhat disruptive in the process, depending on what the day is like. And this was a situation in which they were actively participating, actively handing the striker to a young person or having it handed to them and hitting the rock in return. And that was a completely different experience than any of us had seen in terms of being able to unify what has typically been a very stratified environment. So again, with the pandemic, we took a lot of what we had been doing in those social service and educational settings and put them online. So Color Tunes was our opportunity to play with graphic score in the context of storybooks. So we started doing these weekly broadcasts where young people could send us graphic scores that were the soundtrack for their favorite storybooks, and we would play them live on air. We also started a deep listening live stream every day at 10:30 a.m. And when we first started doing this, we thought that it was going to be for other people. And in fact, it was a really cool opportunity for anybody, no matter where they happen to be in the country, to just tune in with us at that time with no preparation, make really funky, weird sounds, have some joint experiences that honestly, sometimes we would laugh, sometimes we would cry, but either way, we had a really good time. But the thing that we realized was that this wasn't just time for other people, this was time for us. I can tell you with total honesty that if I hadn't had that half hour every day, Monday through Friday, I probably would not have survived that year of the pandemic. Just to have that time to check in with my own body, my own thoughts, and also to be creatively doing something freely with other people and having that point of connection. That was really a lifeline for me during the pandemic. And that kind of deep listening work started to bleed into some of the artistic work that FitHouse was doing at the time. So we partnered with Dolby Laboratories. If you've heard of Dolby Atmos, it's a spatial audio system that can be used for live performances and is now available on iPhones and available for use on headphones. So we worked with San Francisco State University and their composition department to develop pieces that were designed and created in Dolby Atmos. So after they learned how to use the tools, they started to create these musical works. And some of them were very traditionally notated, but some of them, like this, actually engaged with deep listening practice in a really interesting way. And Pauline actually herself had a very strong relationship to San Francisco State. So in this case, the composer is asking each performer to find a quiet space and for 10 minutes to write down memories of their childhood, write down whatever comes to mind, and then choose one memory for the list. So for 3 minutes, explore how it makes you feel physically and emotionally, and then record yourself playing the fragments below in that state. And you also record yourself speaking the memory. So this is a little example of what that sounded like. Piece you can really sink into a little bit. But no matter whether we're doing this in schools or online or in artistic work, it was a really good lesson to understand that success can be defined through personal transformation, not just in the making of art, but what it does for us, what that process of bringing something to life does for us as human beings. And so I'm going to come back to that research study that I mentioned. After the first year of following us to all of the residency visits we did, Loyola came back to us with some really interesting results. What they said was, it doesn't matter where you are, what facility you're in, what the curriculum is, what the activities are, what the population is. You're actually accomplishing the same results everywhere you go. First of all, mindfulness, so ability to be present in the moment, personal agency and empowerment, so I have an idea and I also have the knowledge that I can bring that idea out to the group, collective decision making and creativity. And when we talk about creativity, we're talking about not just making art, but also creative problem solving and envisioning a set of circumstances that is different than what is and making it real, and which is a very powerful thing. And so you might ask yourself, why is it that even though these projects look very different from one another and take place in very different settings, why is it that the effects are the same? And the reason is that it was not about what we were doing, it was about how we showed up as people in that environment that made that result happen. So adaptability was the #1 thing, taken in the form of flexibility, so being able to adjust to any given circumstance. Things like, you're not allowed to bring your instruments into the detention center today, sorry, change your lesson. That happened all the time. Role adaptability, the idea that in these sessions you might be a performer one moment, an educator one moment, a facilitator of conversation the next, or a co-participant in an activity. And then meeting participants where they are, recognizing that no learning happens without a relationship. And particularly in those environments, we might, as educators, have otherwise said, oh, if someone's got their head on their desk or isn't paying attention, you've got to wake them up and get them into a place. But in this environment, a lot of the young people might have their court case tomorrow. You've got to sort of make a space where no matter how they come into the room, it's okay. It's a place to begin, and you offer an invitation to transfer to another place in the course of the lesson. So that's lesson #7. And nothing you ever do is as important as how you show up. And that's a good lesson in life as well as in art. The thing that was really a great surprise as we get to years 4 and 5, and I shouldn't say surprise because it's something we knew in our hearts, but it was great to see it reflected back, that the researchers started to look at not just how the process was affecting those we were working with, but actually how those that we were working with was affecting us. And so what you start to find is exactly what we saw with that deep listening live stream example, that when we do this work well, it is for the collective good of all of us. It's not just one direction. And that's a really great thing for us to keep in mind as human beings when we walk into those rooms. So in case you need even further reason to explore the possibility of what this might look like for you, I'm going to put this slide forward with a big asterisk on it, which is to say, if this is the reason that you want to do this work, please stop now. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200, and please leave the rest of us alone. If you're doing this to seek funding, please just don't, because you'll do more harm than good. But if you're doing this for the right reasons, because you genuinely love the work and want to see that transformation out there in the world, there are people who will join you on that journey. And the thing that I want to highlight here is that because we were able to do projects at the intersection of arts and social service and show measurable results from that through the lens of social work. We have funders now that support arts projects. We have funders that support the intersection of arts and non-arts organizations. And we also have funders that purely support social service because we have data that shows that our program works. It just happens to be done through the arts. And the other thing that I'll put up here is a place for further exploration. This SMU data arts study that was done called the Alchemy of High Performing Arts Organizations is another really great articulation of some of the things that I've mentioned here. So just to shortcut it for you, although I do highly recommend you read it, essentially what they found is that the highest performing arts organizations always display a high level of artistic work product matched with a deeply rooted center in community. And the organizational and personality quality of those groups is one of a high degree of adaptability. So that flexibility to do a lot of different things and to monitor and adjust in the moment is something that breeds success. So one more project here, Rivers and Period. And the reason I bring this up is because it's a good wrap up. It's a good project that encompassed a lot of these different components. So it was actually started as a studio practice project. The idea that we had a commissioned work that was around the Chicago River as a source. It became a social practice project because we invited a lot of partners who were promoting ecology within the Chicago area. So Sierra Club, Friends of the Chicago River, Chicago Wilderness to participate with us. But one of the things that I found to be most interesting about this project was our relationship to the American Indian Center. And it's important to note that even though we were working with a lot of conservation and ecology groups, of course the American Indian Center had the native indigenous wisdom about how to be in relationship to the land. In fact, one of the biggest lessons that they have when they do this kind of work in scientific settings is that they say, there is no study of the environment that can take place without an understanding of our relationship to the land. But the other thing that I found to be really interesting is that in one of our earliest calls, I had a conversation with one of their staff members and I said, can you tell us a little bit about how you think about music making when you're running educational programs? Like, how does that show up? And she said, it's not separate. It's not separate at all. It's a part of how we do what we do. It's a part of our rituals. It's a part of our story making. It's a part of our community building. It's not a separate thing, so we don't think of it as separate. And that brings us full circle here to where we started, which is the importance of reintegrating art making back into the human experience. You know, we've talked about all of these different ways of engaging with art making. We've talked about it in schools, video game settings, you know, digital performances and all of this. But it's important to realize that there is no indigenous culture on Earth that didn't have music making at the core of how it builds community, how it passes story from one generation to the next, how it heals its people, how it engages with spirituality. And so we would do well to think about the musical biodiversity that is and always has been on our Earth as a parallel to perhaps biodiversity in the way we tend to think of that term. This is actually a shot from a Richard Attenborough documentary in which you see the rainforest on the right side, and on the left side you see all of the palm trees that have been planted by man. And on the one side you have millions and millions of species that have been together since the beginning of time. And on the other side, you've got cash. So I bring this up because, again, I want to highlight that idea that that indigenous way of making music wasn't about making money or getting audiences into halls. It was about being a citizen. It was a part of life. It wasn't separate. It was participatory. It was something that we did as easily as we woke up and breathed and created language. And so when you start engaging in the world this way and thinking about music making as part of that core of how we achieve personal transformation and community growth, I always like to say that work should come with a warning label, like you will be changed by the process of doing this. You will approach your life and your art making in completely different ways. And so with Fifth House, I like to say creative acts can transform the world. And as I think about how that transfers back then to the world that I'm doing now, I think about nurturing the practice of creativity. Like when we use the word practice, we think about practice to get something right, but practice actually just means doing something over and over again as a ritual because it is good to do and because it offers you new things every time. And so that practice of creativity isn't just a one-time, it's an everyday. And how that idea of biodiversity expresses itself, you know, ACO in its own form is looking at that, not just in how we engage with communities and educational programs, but in fact how we engage with composers and the making of the art in the first place. So I want to say that all the principles we've talked about that cross over into non-arts partners, we should actually take all of those things and apply them back to how we simply make art with and amongst our own communities of music makers. So with ACO, we have a program called Earshot that is the nation's first systemic program for building relationships between composers and orchestras across the country. It actually does readings with major symphony orchestras across the country every year, and it currently works with a pool of composers that is 69% people of color and 45% women and non-binary. We also have programs that commission composers and provide consortium commissions in partnership with the League of American Orchestras, and are supporting women and non-binary composers in the field. And I will say that that's one step. It's a good start, but one of the things that we're learning through these relationships is that you can't just paint by the numbers and say that progress is being made. We have to recognize that when people show up in those spaces as artists, And particularly when they're working with large legacy institutions like opera companies and orchestras, they're often not being invited to present their whole selves and to have agency in those roles. The traditional commissioning environment around orchestras doesn't really set you up for that. It's more like, here's your money, write the piece, we'll rehearse it 2 times and then do a show. So instead, we've been thinking about multiple ways of engaging composers and orchestras together. And so we have programs like Pathways, like the Jazz Composers Orchestral Institute, and like Collaboratory, which is actually the program through which Ray Lustig's Latency Canons was made. All of these programs are designed to bring people in who have ideas that they don't think will work in an orchestral setting, and creates free time for the composer to work with musicians, experiment, fail, try again, iterate, and do the things that they do. And many of these programs are also strongly designed to increase stylistic diversity in the field. So inviting people who don't see themselves as orchestral composers because they may be making in traditional or popular or other non-Western classical styles, and inviting them to create. And so what I'd like to say there, regardless of whether you are a composer with a capital Z, a young person in a juvenile detention center, or a new mom with 3 kids and not enough time for anything, creativity is a birthright. It is something that is available to you at every possible moment. It is free. You can do it now. You can do it on a bus. You can walk to work and be singing in a song in your head. Anything is possible. And I think the thing that I want to highlight here as I close is this idea that came to us from Loyola Curl. The idea that creativity is not just about making art, but it is about creating something that you have in your mind in the physical world. And it's important for us to realize we have that power. In many ways, we as artists are the people who are responsible for showing the rest of the world that the imaginary can become real. And if we do that with intent, I am really looking forward to seeing what we can make together. And with that, I think we'll invite any questions, if you have any. Sounds like you've done a beautiful job.
No question.
Yes.
You talked about doing work in correctional facilities and having, showing up and having staff or guards say you have to change your program on the fly. What do you do in that moment? What is something that you're able to pivot to?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. I mean, let me just describe some of the situations you might face, just so you know what could happen. They might say you can't bring your instruments in. They might say no iPads are allowed anymore. They might say the young people have just had an incident upstairs and they can't come down, so you have one less visit than you thought, right? All of those things could happen, and they in fact did more times than not. So one of the things we started to do, especially as we were not just creating lesson plans for ourselves, but increasingly being in a place to help other teaching artists, so working with universities or opera companies or orchestras to develop similar work, we started to really think about what the lesson plan looks like. So traditionally with a lesson plan, you have, okay, here are all of your activities, and you sort of read down your script, right? Because of the very thing you mentioned, we started to actually make a lesson plan that had the learning goals and the takeaways right next to the activities. So that an advanced teaching artist could lose the activity because the things you thought you would have in your bag, you no longer have. But you know what your learning goal is. So I'm going to give you a really solid example of what that looks like. A few years ago, we were doing a project with the Cleveland Orchestra, and we were working in the Cleveland School of the Arts, and we had spent many, many weeks designing a project in a photography class that was synced to music, and it was presentation day. So there's a string quartet from the Cleveland Orchestra there. We're there with a couple of teaching artists. Everything is done, and it's just ready to go, except we show up at 9:30 a.m. on a Monday morning, and the district has decided to replace all of the computers in the school and also remove all of the existing hard drives. So no one had their projects anymore. So we look at each other and we say, okay, so the learning goal for today is for the young people to match the photography projects with emotional cues in the music, to be able to talk about why they made their choices, and for us to develop presentation skills. So we had 2 teaching artists in the room. One of them led vocal warm-ups and public speaking warm-ups with the students, while another one went around with flash drives and got whatever the students happen to have on their personal devices. And one by one, when we had enough, we would bring them up to do a rough draft of their presentation. And so I'm there with a score, calling moments to the string quartet, and then transitioning the slides as we see them, and then we're having conversation in the room about why those choices did or didn't work. So it wasn't exactly what we planned, but it actually did allow for that same discussion and critical thinking to happen, and those projects actually then ended up getting adapted towards a performance at Severance Hall with the Cleveland Orchestra, which was super great to see 2,500 students screaming at Beethoven. But yes, and I also remember asking one of the teachers, what would you have done if we weren't here? And she said, cancel the lesson. You know what I mean? So once you get to a place where you've done this a lot, one of the things that I find with teaching artists who've been in the field is that if they know what they need to accomplish, any of the activities could change on a moment's notice, and they can find a way to get from one place to the next if they know what the learning goal is and what they've got to accomplish with the student. But it's a good question. It happens all the time.
How did you handle the emotional aspect of that when the students found out that their projects were gone?
So, you know, that thing that happens with osmosis, right? Like if we show that that's an emotional problem, it will be an emotional problem for them. So whatever we might have been feeling in that moment was just not displayed. You know, it's like, okay, so this is where we are. Let's go ahead and like not lose any time and go with that. And because we pivoted, they did too, you know? So I think that's a really good question, because a lot of what you're doing in a room is navigating the energy and like transferring it from where it is to where it needs to be, or maintaining it is a good place. So you always want to make sure that your energy is doing a positive thing. Yeah. Yes?
I appreciate your presentation. There were so many things within it that we at the Art Museum are also kind of thinking through and beginning to dive into as well. And I'm curious, as you're thinking about these kind of longer partnerships and sort of that real quality over quantity in terms of how you're thinking through your programming, sort of what those partnership timelines look like for you in terms of when you start those early conversations to when you've actually got something presented or that you're actually in the activity, and kind of how that works also with some of these really big funders that you've been talking about as well.
Yeah, so relationship building can take a very, very long time, and sometimes it doesn't result in a project, right, as we said earlier. So I would say that at minimum it's a year, and sometimes it's 4 or 5 years. Loyola University, we knew them for 2 or 3 years before we even figured out what we might do together. We just thought, it was one of those things where each of us just thought the other was cool, you know, and we had all these conversations and you know, did a few things, selected, but you know, it wasn't until after I came back from a particularly rough meeting with the detention center, and I said, look, I think this is what we need to do in terms of evaluation. This thing was just articulated to me, which is, can you present on a half sheet of paper some data that tells me why your program works and why we should spend our time with you when we have so many other things we need to accomplish? So sometimes it takes longer because you don't start that relationship with a predefined idea of what you're going to accomplish. In terms of the project length, I mean, I will say that a lot of times it's at least a year because you're thinking about the process of co-design. One of the reasons why arts organizations default to outreach as a method is that it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to come in and say, here are the programs that we do and can replicate over and over. And I'm not going to say that that's a bad thing to do. I mean, any organization should have a few things that are in their pocket that way, but I look at that not as the end result, but as a relationship building step, like from the perspective that, you know, when I talked about the one-shot programs we do in schools, those were very repeatable, but what we were doing in that moment was to find schools that we could have a relationship with and start a conversation with about a future project. How funding comes into this? So the funding patterns on a lot of these projects can be really complicated because a lot of times what you're seeing is that there's a performance project that has multiple community-focused relationships behind it, and each of those has very different and unique project goals and activities. So I'm in the middle of one right now with the Apollo Theater and National Black Theater. And it's a project that involves 2 world premiere works, 3 works by living Black composers, and 3 choirs from across the New York boroughs. But the central idea of it is focused around the idea of ring shout, so a transcendent ritual from West Africa they got brought here during the time of slavery. And the question around this becomes, what is ritual? You know what I mean? What is ritual? How can ritual be a place of transformation and also of spiritual growth and healing? So that project engages schools. It engages multiple, like we have hundreds of community partners that are being engaged through this project now through invitation. And this project, we have had, before I even started, there were bi-weekly meetings that have been happening for 2 years now to make that project occur. And in terms of the funding sources, there are some funding sources that are just for the school-based programs, some that are just for the community programs, some that are just for the commissions, some that are focused on either Apollo or the American Composers Orchestra. So it's that patchwork of things and finding the right relationship with the funder and the right slice of that that helps to make it go, if that makes sense. Yeah. Please.
A question about the earshot program.
Yeah.
Is it still active?
Yes, very much so, and growing.
Okay. I hope that some things have changed because we had a relationship with Earshot. But the financial burden for much of what was to happen with Earshot fell on us.
As an orchestra?
At that time, it appeared that tons of staff members were coming and they needed accommodations, which were to be paid for by us. Yeah, okay, and I've spoken to other orchestras who are also involved in the program at the same time. So this is a few years back, but the debt load was gonna be so heavy on us that it was gonna be like the only thing we could do that year. And then we got another project. I'm not sure how all those things transpired, but we had a composer come from New York and that was paid for, and we did a concert and outreach and all that. But in what universe do you guys expect smaller orchestra entities to absorb that level of expense? Or was it just us? Chicago Modern Orchestra Project, I think Geller was in charge at the time. Am I talking the same organization?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
those 2 people back from me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm asking the current administration, I mean, how that reach out was quite an honor for us. But who could absorb that kind of debt? And why would I absorb debt and accommodations for people coming from out of town that I don't even know? We're not talking about guest artists, we're talking about staff. Does this ring a bell at all?
Yeah, it absolutely does make sense. Yeah, it absolutely does make sense. And I totally hear what you're saying. I mean, I think with any program, people have to decide, each organization needs to decide what is and isn't worth it. And so in that moment, I totally understand what you're saying, that if, as a project, it felt like you as a partner were being asked to take on more than your share, that's a conversation that should be had at the table.
Is it still that way?
That's actually very much in conversation right now, because we're in conversation with some partners who, if that's what they take on, they're actually really happy about that, because what they don't have the resources to do is to commission or be a part of consortia or to have the mentorship that's involved with that. Or also the other thing that's a huge aspect of Earshot is that the entirety of the recruiting process, the call for scores, the adjudication, all of that is paid for through the program. So in many cases, the orchestras that we're involved with do see that as an equitable split, because what they're being asked to do is actually not the largest expense in terms of the project. And for many of the orchestras we've talked to, what they've said is that it is a bit of a lifeline for them to commission, because they don't have space in their budget to commission composers. But that's not going to be true for everyone, and I do hear what you're saying. I think that a one-size-fits-all approach isn't the right one.
One other thing, not to blow the bubble, but if I'm not mistaken, we were given the choice of these composers, you know, the composition to look at and to choose. When I chose, then I got contacted and said, okay, you chose, but we want to take these out. Because we have some students of someone who shall not be named here, that we want to have one or two of these premieres. That's what made me pull out. Not, the money was huge, but then to put me through this thing of looking at compositions, choosing people, and then coming back and playing that shell game with me and telling me that this person's students deserve more than, I didn't know any of the people, so we chose them based on their compositions. I hope that kind of thing is still not going on, but my guess would be, what do you think?
Not as far as I'm aware. There have been a lot of transitions in terms of the artistic leader of the organization since then, and also we have a new position now called the Emerging Composers and Diversity Director, and in that time have measurably increased the diversity of who's in the program, and also also really moved along the inclusion in how the call for scores and the adjudication process happens. So if that's the experience you had, I deeply apologize, because that's not what we would want to see happen in the future.
Maybe we'll try it again in the future.
Happy to.
Okay.
Other questions? All right, well, maybe we'll end there since we're 6 minutes over. But thank you all. I appreciate your time.
facing you, but I'm also talking to the viewers at home. But we're so pleased to have everyone here. My name is Laura Caroline DeLaura. I am the interim director at DePaul Art Museum. And we were thrilled to be able to partner with Ear Taxi Festival this year to help bring really kind of an interdisciplinary moment for the museum as well, to sort of cross-pollinate our ideas and thinking around arts and culture from both the visual arts and the musical arts perspective with the festival itself. DePaul Art Museum specifically is really focused on presenting and really highlighting those artists that have previously been left out of the art historical canon. It's really raising marginalized artist voices. And for us, this cross-disciplinarity between Ear Taxi Festival and DePaul Art Museum has really been an incredible way for us to expand our own thinking along those lines as well. So we're so appreciative of everything that Ear Taxi Festival is bringing and everything that you will be bringing in your discussion this afternoon. I also want to encourage you all that are here and those that are home as well to take a peek at our current exhibitions called Stockyard Institute, 25 Years of Art and Radical Pedagogy, as well as Learned Objects, studio works by Nicole Marroquin, Regina Gloria, William Estrada, William Estrada, Regina Gloria, Nicole Marroquin, and Rochelle Royster. Each of these exhibitions is really thinking about the ways that we can use arts and art making, music among that, to really redefine and reconceptualize how we think about education and our educational systems. Each of these artists is very deeply embedded in sort of this social practice with each of their work, and what they're wanting to do is really to go within each of our Chicago communities and beyond and really think through kind of what some of our social issues and problems are and how we can work together as a community to begin to solve some of those problems through our art making and through our conversations. Those exhibitions will be up now through February 13th. And so if you're not able to join us today, or if you have a moment at the end of the program, we really encourage you to take a moment and buzz through the exhibitions as well. Again, I'm so thankful to Jenny and to Ear Taxi Festival in general for really allowing us to partner with them, open up our space to new audiences and new faces as a way to really begin to reconceptualize how we're engaging with our communities and our audiences as well. And without further ado, I will turn it over to Jenny. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura Caroline. It has really, truly been a pleasure to partner with DePaul Art Museum, not only for today's professional development workshops, but also earlier this summer for the preview concerts for Ear Taxi Festival, and also on Friday for the main stage concert series concerts themselves. Ear Taxi Festival is a citywide celebration of Chicago music in the 21st century. Chicago is part of the traditional homelands of the Council of the Three Fires, the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi nations. Many other tribes like the Miami, Ho-Chunk, Menominee, Sac, and Fox also call this area home. We're very fortunate to be able to present our concerts live and live stream, virtually entirely free throughout the festival. And so we really encourage everyone that is able to attend or who's able to jump onto our live stream to go to our website, eartaxifestival.com, and visit either the donate page or the artist pages to make donations to the artists directly. And we would highly encourage you, in place of your ticket cost, to make a donation to the artists for their work during the festival. I'd also like to take a moment to introduce our leadership team. My name is Jenny O'Brown. I seem to keep forgetting to say that at the beginning. And I'm part of the leadership team. Michael Lewanski is our curatorial director. Jessica Wolf is our managing director. Larab K. Raphael is our director of community engagement. Justin Peters is our production manager. Phoebe Wu is our operations assistant. And Beth Kohler is our production assistant. We would also like to thank the New Music Chicago Board, and especially Amy Wirtz, Marion Parker, and Javier Bateta, who served on our executive team together with Amy Iwano. We would also like to thank our advising attorney, Michael Woolever, and treasurer Jim Adair. Ear Taxi Festival greatly acknowledges the generous support of our funders and donors, Helen Zell, Paul and Angel Family Foundation, the DePaul Art Museum, Richard H. Driehaus Foundation, the National Endowment for the Arts, Gaylord and Dorothy Donnelly Foundation, Irving Harris Foundation, Elizabeth F. Cheney Foundation, New Music USA, the Augusta Reed Thomas and Bernard Brands Trust, the Chicago Department of Cultural Affairs and Special Events, Loretta Julian, John Bierbus, the Cliff Dwellers Arts Foundation, Jane Herron, Illinois Arts Council Agency, Gregory Negocian in memory of Richard Negocian, Timothy J. Lyman in honor of composer Amos Gillespie, Bruce Oltman and Bonnie McGrath, Mike and Mary Woolever, Javier Batetta, Reba and Bob Caffarelli in honor of the 2021 Ear Taxi Festival leadership team, and of course Reba was a huge force in the 2016 Ear Taxi Festival, Amy Iwano, Joan Mazzanelli in memory of Lawrence Cleavon, Marjorie Steinspring, and an anonymous donor who writes, in honor of the many artists and administrators who struggled through the last year, may this festival mark a reawakening for each of them and for Chicago's music community. In addition, we'd like to thank our contributing partners, Reba and David Logan Center for the Arts, WFNT, and StoryCorps. Thank you so much, and without further ado, Asia.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and excuse me, I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you to Ear Taxi Festival and also the DePaul Art Museum for allowing us to have this conversation in space today. I'm very grateful to be here, and I'm looking forward to a very dynamic conversation. My name is Asia Burrell-Wood, and I'm delighted to be here as a trustee of the New Music USA, the managing director of Berklee Institute of Jazz and Gender Justice at Berklee College of Music, and an ethnomusicologist, to host today's panel, which explores what it takes to build a thriving music ecosystem in Chicago with some inspirational thinkers and artists who I'm very excited to talk to, who I'll introduce in a moment. This discussion was organized by New Music USA CEO Vanessa Reed as a follow-up to the town hall discussions which we held with representatives of Chicago's new music in 2020. She can't be here today, so I've stepped in to continue this conversation with all of you in the room and with our viewers online. It goes without saying that since Ear Taxi last took place, the world has changed. The disruption of a global pandemic has caused loss of lives, loss of income, further, cancellation of gigs, and closing of venues, just to mention a few things. At the same time, in this disruption, we have found also that there's been opening of space for new and better ways of thinking, ideas, approaches, and ways of seeing and doing things. A rethinking of where resources should be allocated, can be allocated, ways to ensure that our conversations are inclusive and continue to be so, and how we want our communities to function, truly function, connect, and grow. This applies to the future of music communities across the country, and today we'll obviously be focusing on the rich culture and community and arts ecosystem of Chicago. At New Music USA, we've spent much of the past 2 years connecting with music communities across the country and launching new initiatives which respond to specific needs identified by the artists we're here to support. We want to continue that process of listening today by hearing from 4 Chicago-based members, creators, performers, and policymakers about how new music in all its forms finds its place in this city and what needs to change to strengthen the music ecosystem as we know and understand it today. On my panel, I'm delighted to be joined by David Skidmore, who is a Grammy Award-winning percussionist, composer, and musical entrepreneur and co-founder of Third Coast Percussion. Sitting next to David, we have Olivia Janelle, co-director of Experimental Sound Studio and managing director of the Hyde Park Jazz Festival, who helped launch the Quarantine Concerts live stream series at ESS. And next we have Erin Harkey, First Deputy Commissioner, Department of Cultural Affairs and Special Events at City of Chicago. And last but certainly not least, we have visual artist, filmmaker, composer, violinist, and recontextualist. I love that. Renee C. Baker, also referred to as a multidisciplinary engineer, and I love that too. So welcome to all of you, to all our panelists, and we're so excited. I'm so excited for all of you to be here, and would love to begin our conversation. That'd be good. Okay. So one of the first things I would love to ask, and this can go to anyone, so feel free to jump in, but I would like to hear from each of you. I would love it if you can introduce yourselves and talk a bit about how you understand your position in this music ecosystem in Chicago. Further, in your position, who are you interacting with? When things to think about is who you're interacting with, what's your role, and where do you see yourself in this community and in the broadest sense, from your own perspective and experiences, and anybody.
Go ahead.
Sure. So I am the executive director of Third Coast Percussion, and I'm a performer with that organization as well. Third Coast is a quartet of percussionists. The group was founded in Chicago 16, almost 17 years ago. And we, our typical year, which I don't know if that exists anymore, we spend about 150 days actually traveling outside of Chicago, playing concerts, teaching master classes, teaching learners of all ages, and performing lots of really fun and cool new music and collaborating with lots of really amazing and inspiring artists. In Chicago, our sort of place in the ecosystem, as I see it at least, is involves a few things. We've interacted with lots of Chicago-based artists, collaborated with them on new pieces, commissioned them for new works, collaborated with them on stage. And of course that includes musicians, but also dancers, architects, astronomers, lighting designers. So because we've been around for, as long as we have been, we've been really fortunate to interact with a wide range of creators in the city. And yet, we still have a list that's as long as my arm of other amazing artists, organizations, institutions that we haven't yet interacted with. So I feel like we just anecdotally, we recorded at ESS our very first recording that we ever did 15 years ago. We've been presented by DK's in the past, and I'm a huge fan of Renee as her senior music around town. It's I feel like Third Coast is attempts to be both a part of this community and also an ambassador for this community as we travel around and play shows. Maybe that's the beginning of an answer at least, and I can turn it over to you.
No, it is a great start. So what I'm hearing is as an artist, but also as a support of artists and and organizations, as well as all of. I really appreciate that there's already ties and relational ties that we need to consider, because I don't think the ecosystem and that idea cannot exist without that, right?
Right.
So yes, I'd love to hear more, Olivia.
Yeah, I think, so I'm Olivia, I'm
one of the co-directors at Experimental Sound Studio. Also work with the Hyde Park Jazz Festival, particularly on their Back Alley Jazz project now. I'm also on the board of Honey Pot, and so there's this, and I think that this is very common in Chicago at least, that people are interacting with a lot of different organizations, and they are filling a lot of different roles, and there's a lot of collaboration that happens in the city. So at ESS alone, just like Third Coast, we get to work with dancers, musicians, artists. We're working across different parts of the arts all the time. We are, for anyone unfamiliar with ESS, a nonprofit that's dedicated to the sonic arts, and we support artists throughout the process of making art. So we have a recording studio, we are a presenter, and then we also have an archive that documents all of the art. And I think, yeah, within all of my colleagues at ESS are also involved in multiple different organizations and projects, and are artists themselves. So I think that our position in the ecosystem is that we are the community that we are trying to serve, and that's a particular thing that I think is not uncommon in Chicago.
You don't think it's as common?
I think it is common in Chicago.
Yeah. No, that's really interesting too, because it seems like that sounds like that would create more equity, right? If you are a part of the community that you also serve, right? Rather than be having a disconnect, which sometimes that could be, unintentionally or intentionally reproduced, which is not typically healthy. Yeah, so that's amazing. Yes, Erin?
Well, I'm Erin Herkey. I'm the first Deputy Commissioner at the Department of Cultural Affairs and Special Events. The first deputy role is kind of like a chief of staff, essentially a managing deputy. So I oversee the entire operational and programmatic function of the department. We have about 60 employees and a budget about $60 million annually that we distribute through our grants program, through programs in general, cultural programs that are available to the public, which includes quite a bit of music programming through our legacy festivals like blues and jazz and house music. We also, of course, program Millennium Park as part of our music programs. And we have quite a few kind of professional development opportunities as well that we do for musicians, like our A&R music auditions that we do quarterly. So we have a lot of programs in the kind of music arena. We've also launched a number of new grant programs this year that are helping to kind of help the cultural sector reopen. We did a Chicago Presents grant that we did this summer that helped fund a number of festivals this summer, which is a really kind of welcome opportunity. We also launched a new resource, which is a band roster. So we're trying to incentivize the hiring of Chicago musicians by making that band roster available, and we're covering musicians' fees for free performances if you select from the band roster. So we've tried to be really nimble, especially coming out of COVID, to provide as many resources as possible to the performing arts community and the music community, and specifically to help folks reopen. It's wonderful. I think we've collaborated or supported everybody on this panel in one way or another over the years, which is a great feeling to be able to provide resources and support. I was a young musician myself. That was like my entry point to the arts. I played the cello for almost 10 years. So that I definitely have a deep appreciation for music. It's the reason that I'm an arts administrator today. And yeah, it's a really awesome community. I'm a native of Los Angeles, so I moved here 6 years ago, and I can I guess just support, or third, right? What you all have said in terms of the collaborative, open spirit of the community here in Chicago, and just sort of limitless imagination for what's possible. So it's really been a joy to be able to enter this community and be able to contribute in the way that we are to its health and success and vitality.
Those were powerful. Thank you, Erin. Renee,
Okay.
what about you?
Well, I guess we're not gonna talk about that elephant of apartheid in the music system here in Chicago.
Why are we not?
I'm not gonna pretend that it doesn't exist.
Well, I
It's
don't know
kinda
why
like
we're not going to talk about it.
Once you cross Madison Avenue,
Uh-huh.
we got two different music scenes going on here.
I'm so glad you're bringing that up.
So, and yeah, I know what all of y'all do, but none of you have worked with me. I've worked at ESS, I know who you are, and I've been in things that the city has supported. But honestly, I give up a plan for stuff because we've made it, we survived and thrived without it, so I don't look like I miss many meals, right? So we just keep plugging. But in terms of the new music, I'm just gonna talk about the new music scene here. Let's not pretend that minorities are included in that. Because we're included if we make ourselves included. So, I've been lucky in that I've worked with many of the people on the board at New Music Chicago and made friends, and I'm teaching, conducting 2 ensembles at DePaul University and blah, 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 blah. But let's see, when that's over, who calls me? I can already tell you, it's gonna be nobody. Because I existed in the classical music scene in the Sinfonietta for 26 years, so I'm pegged there. Then I'm AACM, so then I'm pegged with the Crazies. And then I'm composing for tons of film, so I'm pegged there. And I just keep working, but I don't fit into the ecosystem here. I made my own ecosystem because I wanted to work and I wanted to continue to employ other musicians like me who don't get called for any of that stuff downtown. They don't get called for Millennium Park. They don't get called for any of the work in this city. And I have a very, very large roster. And these are not unknown musicians. It's just they're not favorite musicians. Okay? So I've got great friends in the AACM, but I'm not a star. So I don't get Millennium Parks. I can have 29 orchestras, and I'm not going to get hired for the Millennium Park stage. I've accepted that. But I just keep working. I keep composing. New Music USC did a wonderful article, and I know Franco Terry was kind of like, whoa, she does all this stuff. Yeah, I do. And I do it in spite of being left out of all of that stuff. So I've just understood that it was my love of the music and my love of the art that made me form my own ensemble and seek my own outside funding sources. And I just made it happen. I'm not special, I'm just lucky. But I don't pretend that I'm a part of any ecosystem here in Chicago, because it doesn't exist. And I think it's nice that everybody's being polite and talking about, oh, how we all work together. That does not exist in reality. How many black people do you work with at Third Coast?
We commissioned a number of artists of color, but you have a really good point. Our organization is a historically white organization.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not just saying black, but I'm just saying when we get to the point where bringing in somebody black, is not special, then we will have accomplished something. And stop relegating us to just blues and jazz and the craziness of the AACM. I love the AACM, but I'm a classically trained musician. I do everything. I've scored, not for this city, but I've scored over 300 silent films. How many black women you know scoring silent film? Try none, I know.
Yeah, I think it's really, I'm actually, really glad that you are sharing and also in a very honest way. I think sometimes you're right when we talk about ecosystems and things like that. And one, we're really speaking in metaphor, right? And two, we definitely don't want to think about ecosystems in a romanticized way, right? And there is going to be no ecosystem, if you will, that is not going to be impacted or even reinforcing inequity and disparity without intentional, right? Intentional change and shift. Because, a lot of times we talk about society, right? People talk about it's external to us. We are society.
Yes.
We are culture, we are the ecosystem. So I really would be interested in, and also from the other panelists as well, if we're thinking about this idea and conceptualizing music, and new music specifically in Chicago, as an ecosystem, what do you think are those strong points, and what do you think are those points that need strengthening or that don't exist at all? And which is what I think that Renee, you're pointing to. What are your thoughts from the rest of the panel?
I think you're right in terms of, obviously, in terms of a lack of an ability, if we just think about the funding landscape and how funding happens for arts and culture, be it coming from the private sector or the public sector. The public sector is historically more nimble, right, than the private sector in terms of how they can get funding and resources out to communities. But in Chicago, right, the amount of money that DPAM as an agency has historically put out for cultural production that is not actually delivered by us has been significantly lower than other cities of our size. We are working on that, and in fact, we have our budget addressed tomorrow, and we're increasing our budget by another $26 million specifically for cultural programs and for our grants program, which will be game-changing for the sector. The important thing that I think we need to recognize there, that kind of funding requires that increase in funding is also going to require a radically different way of funding to ensure that we capture individuals like yourselves that are not already plugged into the system. We have to think about funding completely differently. And it is a very difficult process to enter. It is a very difficult process to make sure that you are eliminating biases within the kind of juried process. I think it is beautiful that we have that the selection of our grantees is done by community panels. They're not decisions that are made by politicians or government staff. These are, community decisions. But even the composition of those panels, right, really needs to reflect and be diverse so that we can start to make those decisions that can capture a broader, network of people and creatives that are participating in the ecosystem. I appreciate your comments about Millennium Park. If you want to perform, I know a person, I got you covered. So that's done. But you're absolutely right. Like the equity and the funding, the funding and how we fund is a huge, huge issue. But I think that the fact, and I hope the fact that we are aware, at least that we can call it,
Step one.
We can call it, right? Means that we can be on a path to rectifying what's wrong. And that is not something that we are going to be able to do overnight, but our constant and diligent and responsiveness to recognizing and calling that inequity out means that we can be on the path to solving it, but it is a huge, huge challenge. So I appreciate you.
What type of things do you all believe contribute to that inequity?
Has this been historical? Is it, what other types of factors have contributed to that?
It's racism. I mean, it's historical. It's in the entire.
Say it louder, please.
I want to open it.
It's the entire system.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate you being upfront and direct about it. It is a little frustrating to be on panels and feel like we're dancing around the biggest issue. And the biggest issue in Chicago, in not just new music,
Right.
not just music, everything is
Okay.
historical racism. I mean, our organization, I mentioned we've been around 16, almost 17 years. I think we've played on the south side a couple times and on the west side never. And these are conversations that we do have, and we are, our organization is 7 full-time people, all of us are white. We see who we are, and we're taking a good look at who we are. We have been fortunate to collaborate with a really wonderful, diverse range of artists over the years. But we are who we are, and we come from where we come from. And so, for us, it's listening and learning and diverting our resources in ways that are inspiring to us and opening us up, not only to new artistic experiences, but to stuff that's more simple, like playing on the west side,
Yeah,
the south side.
it ain't that hard. When you're talking big dollars and big budgets, now I've been an arts administrator for many years, orchestra contractor and all that, and I know that making decisions of inclusion are often not popular. It impacts your donors, your funders, it impacts everything, because sometimes people don't want to change. But the effort should still be made. It doesn't mean you're going to be successful. It just means make the effort. And it doesn't take an act of Congress to include somebody. I mean, I have a roster that ranges between 50 and 70 people of all ilk, and I didn't make not one of them audition. We do like you do, word of mouth. Oh, you can play, come join us, okay? And I mean every ilk. That's been why we were successful. It's multicultural. I wasn't looking for all black anything. Everything I am and create is black. That's enough. But it is my duty as a human and as a person who proclaims to love humanity, I have to include everybody. And it's not, it shouldn't be this big a deal to include 1 or 2 or 3. I mean, I know some of it is economics. You know, if every orchestra in America became a minimum wage entity, we'd all have jobs. Because you guys wouldn't want them. Okay, so we know it's all about hanging on to resources. But just keep trying. Just keep trying.
I wonder about, I feel like one of the things that always frustrates me a little bit is that we do talk a lot about, you mentioned before that you've made your own ecosystem and you have a model that works, you've made things work. And I guess I would love to have more, I would love to hear more about that. I would love to hear more about the things that are outside of the mainstream funding systems, and we're blowing the term ecosystem out of the water here. It's a bunch of microsystems, really, probably. I would just like to hear more about how you have made what you do work, because I think that there's a lot for everyone to learn from those models, and if we could look to how you have done what you've done as a point of success, then, and we could all stop for a second and kind of try to recalibrate ourselves into something that is not the way that we've always been doing things. That would be a step also.
I just found a way because I love the arts.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. You make some money, you put the money into something else. You make some money, you put it into developing something. It was no magic. I don't own any furs, no diamonds. I just eat every day and pay my car notes. You know, it's simple. If the development of my art was what I valued, then that's where I put my resources.
Right.
That was all.
But it does seem that there's, it seems like there's disconnect between communities within communities, right? And something that's, I guess I'm asking, how do we not reinscribe that, right? Or how does that not be, because that also indicates that there are structures there that can continue to allow that to happen, right? Where someone like Renee is creating her own ecosystem and creating communities and also moving between all of her communities, while we have, what I'm hearing is too many that don't have an awareness of that, even though we're talking about one city, right? So what I guess, what I'm wondering then is what would be some thoughts or ideas, because it's really, I think in some ways, as Renee is saying, it's like, it's simple, it's easy. But on the other hand, sometimes it's really difficult to even see what you're doing, to in fact be able to change it. What are some ways that we can even start to see, where those, I don't want to call it like it's broken, but it's certainly perhaps strained, or where we're even seeing what needs to be strengthened, because it seems like there's a lot that is still unseen or not understood.
I feel like a great start would be to just take a pause. I feel like that's something that's really, it's been amazing this summer to jump back into it, and we're all doing a million shows, and the festivals are back, and it feels really good, and that's what we do. We're in this for the love of the art, and so we need to be making the art. But I do feel like, since we know that there are such huge changes that we all need to be making, there's no space when you're programming something several times a week, every day, when you're in that production grind. And so I do feel like if there's some way, and it comes from, I feel this from, I feel it from the audiences, I feel a pressure that maybe I'm making up, that we need to be programming all the time. I certainly feel it from, perhaps unintentionally, from funders, just in the questions that I have to answer on grants about how many programs we're putting on. So there is this, the system is built to encourage, and we all kind of feed into it as well. I put too many programs on ESS's agenda every year, we all feed into it, but when we're stuck in that just producing, even as we try to make changes along the way, it's hard to have that space to really think like, oh, I need to really fully retool, not just my programs, but my entire organization. That's what's required, or I need to make the change. I just feel like we need to all allow ourselves a little bit of space. And that felt like something that might be going to come out of the pandemic, that we'd all pause, and then we'd reflect, and then we'd really, we know what we need to at least start asking questions about, or concentrating on the other side. And it does feel like we're just right back in it. After the pandemic, after George Floyd, after everything that's happened in the past year, we're just trying to go right back to where we were. And that's dumb. It's not good. So yeah, that's.
I think that's, would be beautiful. I think, during the pandemic, we didn't really have the luxury of space. It was it was a crisis, right? So it was people were, I think at some point in time, the creative sector was at 80% unemployment. unemployment was insane.
Wow.
So, you know, there is, you know, some of the get back to it is, you know, like just the economics of, you know, needing to get people back to work and, you know, needing to get the economy, you know, some of that is driven by stuff that's not, you know, just doesn't allow for the type of like reflection that I think all of us would want. And so I think within that, you know, the critical, you have to try to make strategic, smart decisions, even when you're not able to get off the wheel, right? There are a couple of things that have been important to me in helping to like refocus the way that we talk about work, and this is for the music sector or any other sector for that matter, is that we tend to overemphasize the organization over the individual artist, and it certainly is, or the creative worker, period. And the system is set up that way. We fund organizations, and then we hope, right, that those resources then, yes. And so when, you know, the pandemic hit, it was a problem with individuals. Organizations were able to hold on by laying off people. And so we didn't have any way of really understanding what an individual creative, right, needed to be able to sustain themselves, not only sustain their creative practice, but just live, right? So I think that a certain, for me, a mindset that refocuses on the individual, not necessarily organization. Organizations are part of that mix, but also really thinking about people, right? What people need is an important, I think, mind shift for all of us. And I think if we can kind of focus on that, I think that the equity sort of kind of grows out of that.
Yes.
And so that's, I think, been an important thing. And I think you'll see, you know, not only city, but like just the kind of, we've been talking about this, and you know that it is real because nobody really has a good solution for it yet. And that's like,
That's a measure.
yeah, it's like we're like, oh, this is an issue. Anybody have any ideas? And we're like throwing things that like we've already had, but it's not really the solution that we need. So I think that is an important moment for us right now, to like really just get back to talking about people. Has been a really transformational kind of like light bulb moment for me.
You know, what you're speaking to as well, Erin, I think is a couple things are coming to mind. One, of course, with this, and a pandemic that we're still going through, right? And
clearly.
Hello.
Yeah.
So, and I think that really, it brought things that were already a problem, already an issue, and exacerbated it or brought it to, you know, full view, where you might not have been thinking about it in terms of what you're talking about, people, right? The people and the whole person, right? And that is also, if you don't mind, Olivia, that I think that connects to something that you were mentioning just prior to our panel about how do we think about the artist as the whole person and not just what they produce and what they create, right, and what they contribute, which is incredible. It's amazing. It makes us all better. At the same time, this is still a whole person. So, you know, Olivia, you were talking about in healthcare, for example, and which I also think is even more exacerbated, and that disparity is magnified in the middle of a global pandemic. Can you speak more to that?
Yeah, I think. And I feel like Erin articulated really well this desire to, and I think this is also what I'm talking about with taking a not lessening program, but you know, artists are more than the programs that they produce, and so we need to think about that entire package, and that's where that space needs to come in, is that we need to think about how can we be coming together to give people healthcare, to think about retirement so that, you know, I feel like artists always joke that they'll just work until they die, but maybe you shouldn't have to. That would be a novel concept. Like maybe let's not be forced into that situation, but think of systems. And I feel like, you know, I can speak to maybe the arts and the service industry both. It's people are they are who they produce, or they are what they produce, and then there's nothing else that's being considered beyond that when they go home, you know. And so we need to think about how to provide for the full person and for a full life, and it's in the way that a lot of other industries do. You know, you don't say at a bank, we were too busy banking, we couldn't get everyone health care this year. You know, that doesn't make any sense. There's full systems set up in other sectors that are not present in the arts, but are just as necessary for the people who make everything work.
One of the things when we talk about including people, I'm not talking about overturning your whole system. I'm not talking about rewriting your books. I'm just talking about putting in one person. 1, 2. When the Chicago Sinfonietta started in '87, I mean, this to me was the craziest place to try to start an orchestra. We're talking about orchestras don't want black people, or they want one, so they can check that box. But when Paul Freeman started the Sinfonietta, one of the things that he said to me as personnel manager, find people of color. We're not trying to make a black orchestra, but find talented minorities and get them in here. And luckily I was able to vet them through other orchestras that I was managing. And so slowly, by the time I was out of there, we had about 35% people of color. And it happened one person at a time. I do explain to people, this is not basketball. We are not going to be taking over. This is not football. We are not trying to take over. We just want a piece of that pie. Now, we have all these music programs, and every orchestra in the world runs into these schools and does their little photo ops, the little nigglets, you know, you get to play your instrument, and they make more and more and more money. But then they don't want to embrace that child. Soon as they get acne, they're not gonna be mentored, they're not gonna land in civic, they're not gonna land in the CSO. They're probably gonna end up in Park Ridge teaching junior high school band. That's okay if that's your goal, but I don't think too many people wake up ever saying, I want to be a middle school band director.
I mean, some people do. I mean, but I think what you're pointing to is pathways and viability in pathways.
Right, to orchestras.
To orchestras, yes.
So, and I'm speaking about that because that was my path, that was my goal. But again, it happened one person at a time. One person at a time. I wasn't trying to overturn anything. I had a mandate. Find talented classical musicians, get them in here, get them groomed. And over the course of 26 years, I mean, almost everybody that they have in the orchestra now was someone that I put there.
Right.
So it can be done without a lot of hoo-ha.
So it sounds like to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're speaking about intentionality, you're speaking about relationship building, and putting in that effort and shifting
Just
where you need to. I want to, if you all don't mind,
Can I say something about that?
Oh,
It just made me think about from like what that means from a policy perspective, because I think that it can be required, right? That like organizations, from a funder perspective, not just from the city's perspective, but for any funder, right? That that organizations have some sort of equity plan. It's not like, you know, it's not radical, right? You know, to say like, hey, like, what's your plan for diversifying your staff and your board? Not radical. That you have a plan in place in order to receive this check. Not radical. like, should just be like what you're doing, and if you don't have that, like, what's up,
That's
you
not,
know?
then that is not the standard.
That is not the standard, right?
To your point, Renee, it's as easy as just doing it, you know?
That's all.
Yeah, and
So,
it's important, yeah.
I mean, and the way that people enter that kind, you know, and it's not to be mandated to be prescriptive, right? I think, you know, organizations can find what that means to them.
For them, right.
Right?
I'll say as once again, an organization, 7 employees, all white, what that's meant for us over the last 5 years is looking at ways that we can diversify. So the goal we set for ourselves several years ago was having our programming and the composers that we represent on stage represent the demographics to the United States. That was the metric that we set. So 50% non-male composers, 40% composers of color, which is rough, but essentially what the U.S. looks like. And it took us a year to get there, you know? That's
okay.
Yeah, and it's more so than just getting there. It led us to music and musicians who have helped us to grow, you know, bringing it back to the art itself. It's been incredibly inspirational. And now it's the board. And one of the tricky things I will also say about what we're talking about with new music is small organizations, right? Like I feel like the fact that I work for something that I started and there's 7 full-time people feels like a freaking miracle, you know? But it's still a very small organization, and everyone who works for our organization is amazing, and we worked really hard to hire the right people. However, we also want to diversify our staff. So those two things work in opposition with small organizations.
Well, but there's other ways to do it.
Like,
You know, there's your composer program, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not advocating that if you have 40 whites, make 20 of them black. Because you might not have that pool anywhere near you demographically. I'm just talking about being open. Being open to that person or persons who may be able to bring positive impact to your organization. Just stop looking at everything black as so different, you know, and stop. I had to help someone write a diversity statement the other day. He's a white guy. He said, help me. I said, okay. Your first sentence. I, as an educator, realize that some of my students come from terrible socioeconomic backgrounds. I said, and which one of those? You just started this whole thing talking about diversity, and you act like we all have one shoe and one sock. Why do you have to start out like that? Just start out talking about you and what your plan is as an educator and what you want to impart to students. By the time we got to the end, it was a new statement. But I'm just saying, look, you know, we all didn't walk up the hill in the snow 10 miles with no shoes on. Where does that narrative come from? You know, that's in your imagination and from watching too many cartoons.
I think that's a good question about what narratives are we carrying, and because that's always going to point to all of our implicit biases. Implicit biases are narratives about something. So often, like for example, when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, sometimes people hear that and believe that talent then must be sacrificed, or quality must be sacrificed, as if those things are in opposition, and that's just not true. Which is something that, as you shared, you know, I found these musicians, right? They were already there. You didn't create them.
No.
They were there, but it takes a perspective and a lens and a consideration of a different narrative, or moving away from a narrative that's played out over time in memoriam. I did want to pivot just a little bit, and one of the things I did want to ask all of you here on this panel, though, is what do you feel like the strongest features of Chicago's music community is, or music communities. I don't know if it's better to consider it as many types of communities and many types of scenes. It's a big city. But what do you feel are some of the things that Chicago gets right and Chicago does well in terms of the music communities here?
I mean, there's a lot. I mean, I guess I don't know really where to start. I mean, I think certainly, right, the main thing, and not necessarily the main thing, but like the foundational nature of music in Chicago is extraordinary, right? Like not even, like no other place, as far as I can see, is really holding any kind of candle to the types of innovation that has happened in this city.
So we're speaking to the legacy as well.
Yeah, like, wow. I remember I was talking to my mother and she was like, I didn't realize, I was talking to her and she was like, oh my, like everybody? And I was like, yeah, like everybody came through here, right?
Yeah.
So I think that history automatically just puts us on the kind of, on a path, for greatness always, right? And so I think standing on that, like the opportunities for innovation within the city are really, really great.
They are.
And, I think that, not to constantly go back, but I think there, certainly is, I guess you can't not talk about it, like, an equitable distribution of resources across the board. And there are a lot of cultural producers and artists on the South Side that I think want to like have a brick and mortar venue, right, to kind of bring people to, right? And so I think it's just like the opportunity is there. We just need to really meet the desire with the investment to be able to help. Like there is no shortage of imagination or dreams or ideas or potential or possibility. It really, really just needs resources.
And the equitable distribution of that. Thank you. Anyone else have any ideas or thoughts about what you believe is what's strongest in the music communities here in Chicago? What are some of the strongest features about it?
I would echo, I think what you're saying of just the history of, and I think that this touches on a lot of stuff we talked about today, but the history of people, I don't want to use the word entrepreneurial, but basically just sort of like the creativity and the creative spirit being kind of like untamable in Chicago, The Chicago Sinfonietta, the idea, like you're saying, of doing that in 1987 was like, you're crazy. But they did it, and it's this hugely successful organization. And there's aspects of that that touch on other types of music that even maybe exist outside of the framework of our discussion here, but like house music, literally grew up in people's houses, and it was like hip hop from a place of huge economic disparity and this incredible creativity that came out of communities that were underserved. And then, and now there's footwork and, and on a completely different sort of side of things, but very much in the same spirit, there are these music ensembles in the sort of like Western classical tradition that Chicago has grown up that have become successful and cool and are doing cool and creative things. So I think that the thing for me that ties all that together is this sort of spirit of just like, I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna make this thing happen.
Like grit and determination.
Yeah, something like that, yeah, which is so inspiring and so heartening to see. I know it's inspiring for me.
Yeah, I don't think I would have been able to start Chicago Modern Orchestra project in any other city.
Really?
And when I did, people said, "You're crazy." you know, in this economic time, why don't you just start a combo? Because there's enough of y'all out there not working already. So no, I'm gonna go for the dream. I want an orchestra. And so that helped to send a lot of my dreams ahead. Because, I mean, who in this area is recording movie scores with an orchestra? Nobody. Everybody's leaning on keyboards and stuff like that. You know, you can do it on the West Coast. But there's room for orchestras, and no one ever asked me, is it a black orchestra? No one ever asks. We just do the product, we just do the work, and people pay for the work and they like it.
And there's a way you feel like that's more possible in a city like Chicago than other places?
I think so. There's competition here, but I mean, I would have been swallowed in New York. You know, I would have been just crushed.
You feel like in a way that was like, are you saying that New York is oversaturated?
Yeah, there's lots of people. And in other areas, I wouldn't have been able to find the musicians with the skill set that I needed.
Okay.
Because I needed dyed-in-the-wool, traditionally trained musicians that I was going to teach the crazy stuff to. But I needed them to be able to play at the symphony level. And this is one of the few places where, regardless of the dividing line, I was able to find good musicians of all ilk at playing at the professional level. So I don't think it would have happened as quickly or as well in other places.
So in even despite many of the things that you all brought up that are areas of need and improvement and what have you, it sounds like also that this is also a city where music can thrive.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know that that's true for every area across the United
Just
States.
extraordinarily talented people everywhere.
Yeah. There's, actually it's interesting because I wanted to bring this up. Oh, pass this down. I was hoping, Erin, you can also talk a little bit more about that now that we're talking about the way that music and musicians can actually thrive and be here. And if you can share a little bit about this project, Music Lives Here, one of the things I'm looking at is, as I'm seeing it, it's also an incredible valuing of the music that, as it says, the sites that have shaped Chicago, and a valuing of those places concretely within the geography of the city. Can you share a little bit more?
Yeah, I'm glad we passed it down so I wouldn't do a bad job of explaining the project that our team worked so hard on. So this past, 2020 and 2020, we're in 2021. I have a difficult time because of the pandemic, keeping track of.
And so elastic.
Yeah, where we are.
Yeah.
But Commissioner Kelly, Mark Kelly, who's my boss at DCASE, initiated these year of initiatives in the past 2 years. We've been focused on music, and we had to kind of make it a two-year twofer because of the pandemic. But we are celebrating music. We had a Chicago in Tune, which was a month-long festival. We had about 535 free programs and events that we were highlighting last month, and we've just been working, really in close collaboration with the music community to deliver, a variety of things, and we're going to be doing some, evaluation and sense making, and hopefully making some recommendations that will help make this, sector stronger coming out of these last 2 years. But that was a kind of long intro. But one of the projects that we supported, or our public art team came up with, was this Music Lives Here guide to sites that helped influence Chicago music history. The important thing is that a lot of these sites are no longer there. They're vacant lots, they're buildings that are now hair salons, or, it's also, but there are sites that are still obviously, still with us, but it is also
a way of documenting lost music history, and it's no surprise that a lot of those assets that we lost are places that were on the south and the west sides of the city. So you can, and we've marked these places by putting these kind of markers that were designed by Son & Zimmer and Maya Bird and Murphy, who are graphic designers, and Maya Bird Murphy is a kind of a community engagement architect who has a project called Chicago Mobile Makers. But these markers are now there, and you can go and use the QR code, and the website will come up, and you can learn a little bit more about Chicago history. So it's an important kind of idea. It also kind of dovetails kind of interdisciplinary for us as an agency with the work that we're doing through the Chicago Monuments Project, and helping to just tell new stories, tell more diverse, more inclusive stories about Chicago's history. So it's something that we can replicate. We started with these 50 sites. I imagine that we can continue to go. We worked with a panel of folks to help surface what the sites were that we wanted, and we worked with Aaron Cohen to kind of do the I guess academic kind of writing that accompanied the website. So there's really nice detailed descriptions about what these different sites kind of have meant too.
So there's also kind of a reclamation aim here as well.
Yes. So it's good, and we I think have ambitions to continue to activate these sites, even though they're not necessarily music sites anymore, but kind of trying to raise the ghost a little bit, just so that people remember that history.
Thank you. And then can you share the website?
Yeah, it's musicliveshere.site, and we'll give that. I think we have enough for this esteemed audience. And you can take a look and check it out.
Absolutely, thank you. And so now I want to think about, we've talked about obviously in terms of Chicago as a city, but I'm wondering from each of you how important, or do you feel that, well, first of all, do you feel that there's enough national and international collaboration with Chicago-based individuals and organizations, and also how important you feel that is? So from a kind of localized conversation to how does Chicago kind of connect to international and national individuals and organizations, or do you feel that that's important at all?
I think it's important because I think that one of the things we've been talking about is the incredible creativity of Chicago's musicians, but the number of places that you can get hired to play music in Chicago, if you're not a standing organization, like the Chicago Symphony or the Symphony or whatever, it creates a difficult framework to make a full-time living as a musician. Actually, I'm interested to hear, Renee, when your orchestra is playing film scores, are they Chicago filmmakers, or are they from all over? Or?
Oh man, we do films from the globe.
Yeah.
From the globe. Again, I say I'm Black, but my product is my product, and what I produce is as a result of being a sponge. Mm-hmm. So that means I'm taking in everything from ragas to, I'm listening to everything, and that's what comes out. I particularly decided to not just specialize in Black film. I've done a ton of them, especially the race films, between 1950 and 1955, but I decided not to get pigeonholed. So, and it has worked because I've done scores for MoMA and Kino Lorber, and I got stuff on Netflix and Turner Classic Movies. So it's across the board.
Yeah.
What I'm doing, because a score is just meant to influence what you see, and I'm good at that. So everything is is fair game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not from Chicago. I'm from DC. So, go, go, go.
There's that too.
Yeah.
You know, but I made my home here
Yeah.
for the last almost 32 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Significant.
So, and though I could punch some people, this is the place that I made my mark. And it was here that my materials and things were accessed globally. Because everybody looks at Chicago. So I'm good. And don't mistake my openness in talking about the situation for being bitter, because I'm not. I am the luckiest girl, you know, when it comes to having formed, I had my symphony career and now doing the crazy music and scores and painting. It's a lovely life. It's a wonderful life. But there's still some problems here, and I can acknowledge that, but still be fully in love with the city and with the process of creating and with the process of letting people know there's still problems. You know, you just have to keep working to fix them, you know.
Thank you. And Aaron, what about from a policy making standpoint?
Well, I think it's more, I just think of it in terms of like the business and economic.
You know, it's so bad.
Yeah.
So it's hard to think about. I was trying to process.
And you've done all these amazing partnerships during COVID with all of these different organizations all over the
All over the world,
all over
yeah.
the world, yeah.
And so we have a show coming up next week that will be streaming from Argentina, and so I do think that it's been really I won't list them all, but it's been really important to the artists that we work with also to be part of this sort of global continuum of activity. You know, where everyone's learning from each other, and through streaming that has been able to happen even more quickly, but it was already happening in Chicago since the beginning, you know, so there's a deep legacy here.
Do you think that, I think that's been shared and echoed in all kinds of different ways, like through the pandemic, what we've now understood better, what's possible. Are there some things, some practices, or ideas that you have discovered that are really effective during this pandemic that you know that you'll continue when I'm very hopeful we get on the other side of this very soon. Hopeful, very hopeful. But are there some things that you feel that you'll bring out of this time?
I think for ESS, just this idea of, and I was thinking about this when Renee was talking too, just being able to reach out to anyone. You know, you can schedule pre-pandemic. It would take several years of funding to bring an artist in from Argentina or for Hong Kong or, you know, wherever. And now we can just put together these collaborations, or at the least we can just reach out to anyone and say, what are you doing? You know, and so it makes the disparities that do exist all the more terrible, because we know how easy it is to reach out. We know how easy it is to just send an email and collaborate with anyone we want to in the world.
I want one final question before we go to Q&A. I would love to know from each of your perspectives, what can a national organization such as New Music USA, and there's certainly others, do to support the community as a whole? Or what types of things?
We were talking earlier about the individual artist versus the organization, and that is in itself speaking to a system that is troubled, if not broken, on a national level, you know? Because musicians were, you know, in big trouble during COVID, but so were waiters, Uber drivers, I mean, if you didn't have a salaried position,
You were in trouble.
you were in real trouble. And I think it's not practical to think on the national level about changing that, but on the city level, it's amazing that you all are thinking about it in that way.
It will only work if they're thinking of that on the federal level. Like we desperately need the federal government to wake up to the conditions of gig economy workers and what kinds of worker protections we need to put in place for those folks. If we don't have that, we can enact supports at the city level, but we really need federal resources in order to be able to do that at scale. So it might seem big, right? But the problem is that large.
The problem is that big, that's true.
Yeah, that we do need a sort of federal wake up to, and this is, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
I mean, I think this is the point where, like, it is also important for, organizations, to your question, like New Music Chicago, to get aligned with other entities like the hospitality industry that have similar challenges in terms of like workforce. And the thing about artists, right, is like artists are also waiters, artists are also driving Uber drivers, like we are all of the above, right?
They have
right?
to, many times have to be at particular points of their career.
So there's a lot, I think, right now in arts and culture's allyship with other sectors outside of the arts that have similar challenges, because that collective advocacy for change in the specific way that when we need to start talking about artists and creative workers like workers, that I think is going to be the kind of transformational change that we need to really ensure that that our sector, our ecosystem is healthy.
Right.
So that's something that I would. Sorry, I just felt like I just.
No, you finished what I was going to say.
Yeah. Sorry.
What I was going to say. Thank you.
But so that's my thing.
I guess the only thing I would add is that until the federal government protects gig workers the way that it protects salaried people, everyone else has a responsibility to whatever extent they are able to make up the difference. And that involves Music USA, organizations, including small chamber music organizations or whatever, putting their musicians and their staff on salary, even if it's a meager salary, and making that a promise rather than saying, if you play a gig, you're worth something.
And if
you
don't,
you're not.
And which also can lead to exploitative practices,
Exactly.
right? And then again, circling back to things like healthcare.
Exactly, yeah. And we just have to commit to doing it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Guaranteed income, portable benefits.
You said, say that again?
Guaranteed income and portable benefits.
Yeah, where can we get some? Well, I want to thank you all for an exciting conversation, a thoughtful conversation, and I also think a very provocative one that is really meaningful and important. And I'm glad that we went as many places as we can go today. I did want to open the floor up to Q&A for questions from our audience for our panels for the remainder of our time. Do we have any questions?
Alice, no question. I'm not in the music industry, I just enjoy it. Is there a lobbying organization addressing the federal level for gig workers and healthcare for all? That would be helpful.
So there's definitely a national arts advocacy organization that's working on these issues at the federal level. I will say one thing though, and props to the music industry here in Chicago. Music venue owners in Chicago were super instrumental in their advocacy to get the Save Our Stages legislation that, had that not come from the federal government, the the music, it would be a lot darker than it is in this moment, and that is in large part due to the advocacy of, you know, venue owners across the nation, but particularly here in Chicago. They like
So that's one of
organized.
those, so that's one of those strong points.
Yeah.
That you're saying in terms of the music economy.
Yeah, but I think we're just kind of waking up to these things. So I think that's this kind of understanding is starting to grow, and I think we're all, you know, trying to, in this realization, you know, kind of in the midst of COVID, still on the other side of some parts of it, not totally on the other side. I think that's something that's going to continue. That kind of push will continue to happen.
It seems like with such a diverse community, different kinds of music, individual artists, that there seems to be a need for an overarching, you know, lobbying group or representative or whatever to, you're with the city, but federal to enact all of these things. I know, I'm from Austin, we're from Austin, and there's a fundraiser every year. It's like a week-long thing where the help, it's for music, and they give concerts and things, and the money directly goes to the healthcare of musicians in the community. It has I can't remember the name of it, but anyway, it's very well advertised in Austin. So.
I agree. It's great. Austin's a great, you probably should be, Austin's a great music city. At least a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point about the federal, is the other part of that is it definitely shifts and ebbs and flows with administrations, right?
Yes.
And the priority that it is placed or not placed on the arts, and that could be every few years over and over again, and that's something that's, I think, difficult in terms of sustainability surrounding advocacy and support for the arts, things that would, you know, make a shift. And I'm not saying that in a weak way. I'm saying that's something that is very much a reality of our country as well. Yes.
What I'm hearing is a lot of conversation that is really very robust about, in essence, building stronger communities. And I'm an investment guy, so I'm trained to sort of think about where the dollars flow. And it's great, I applaud all the work that's being done on programming and collaboration. I think there's an enormous opportunity, especially in a city like this, for the performing arts, whether it's music, dance, theater, you name it, visual arts, etc., to really look long and hard about where they are spending their money in terms of vendors and suppliers. And it's not easy stuff, and it's kind of boring, frankly, in some days, to think about where do my banking relationships reside? How about my accountant, my lawyer, my PR firm, my videographer, my event planner, the list goes on and on and on and on. But if we're really talking about building stronger communities, that to me would be a great way to do it. And I would sort of toss the glove to DCASE to say you could be of tremendous help to all the performing arts organizations in town. If you could somehow see your way clear to help with that research and identify resources that performing arts organizations can think about, whether they are people or firms or collaborations or whatever here in town, whether they're Black or Latinx or Asian or Native American or gay and lesbian or, you name it. But there's a terrific opportunity to talk about the flow of dollars here. And I would just gently toss that glove to add that to the conversation.
Has there been an economic impact study?
Yeah, I think just, it's like data is really super, just to kind of simplify it a little bit more, data is really important to like policy decisions, and we, I think as an agency haven't invested enough resources and also just doing the data, doing the analysis. Like one, I think important data point for the music industry is like the majority of music licenses, like where original music is being produced, is on the south side of the city.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
If you map music venues, they're all on the north side. Like just understanding like where the ecosystem is, then you can start, to your point, right, to understand the underpinning dynamics of what types of resources a particular community might need based on the types of, like an asset-based approach to funding, as opposed to, you can start to like see what's happening.
Right.
So I think data is really important. There's been music industry studies that have mapped, different types of assets, like be it, programs or, that kind of thing. I think we just need to do more of it. I think we need to be expansive in terms of how we classify things to both capture, right, the kind of formal ways that people participate in culture and the informal ways that people participate in culture. I think about churches, for example. Like historically, we haven't ever been able to fund churches because of, all of those reasons. But churches are an incredibly important part of the ecosystem of people, how people are educated in music.
For certain cultures, like for example, African American, or we call Black churches, it's its own music school.
Yeah, 100%. And I don't know if that's exactly what I'm not sure that's exactly what you were asking.
Well, it is in part.
Yeah.
I think that if you add up the dollars, whether it's, take the dollars, this is a little off topic, but the League of Chicago Theaters would be hundreds of millions of dollars, if you include the big theaters that are part of it.
Right.
Where are they spending their money in terms of the vendors and suppliers that they are using to put the work on the stage?
Right. Well, I think.
Is there an accountability? Is there an expectation for change at that level?
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you, what gets measured gets managed. So if you raise the sunlight is the curative, if you shine the sunlight on the issue, then things start to happen. And boards of these organizations start to think we need to spend money differently so that communities expand and prosper, and we have a vibrant Black community, and a vibrant Latinx community, and a vibrant Asian American community, and a vibrant Native American community, and on and on and on, helped by the dollars that are flowing from Cultural Chicago. Let's call that umbrella. Cultural Chicago, in looking at where they're spending money and on the day-to-day of how they do their business.
I see what you're saying. Yes, I can track that. Yeah, I agree. I think part of that too is is having a plan. Is part of what I was talking about in terms of like workforce understanding, is like having a better, deeper analysis of kind of workforce development and workforce retention, which kind of like plays into what you're talking about in terms of the music industry. But I definitely hear you in terms of like, how do we incentivize greater investment, I guess, from a broader source of folks.
And also, I'd be curious in terms of like the economic impact. What how many dollars is the arts bringing into that the city of Chicago itself rely on the fact that this cultural scene exists here.
Yeah.
That would be I think that would be very if that's not done already. I think that kind of study would be incredible
For
to
sure.
know. Yeah. Well, I see we're pretty much right at time. So I want to thank again our panelists. If we can have a round of applause for everybody.
to thank everybody. Thanks David, Olivia, Aaron, Renee. Again, thank you to Ear Taxi Festival and also to DePaul Art Museum today, and all of you out there that we can't see behind the camera as well. This has been very enlightening and, as you're saying, robust today. So very much enjoyed it, and I hope you did too, and I hope all of you did as well. Thank you.
Thank you.